Chapter 21. Spear of Destiny. As all the floaters swarmed at me, fighting the entire group was too much to handle, even for my cheat-like damage. I ignored their awful stench and focused solely on my defense. Floater on the left stroked at my left side, and other two surged from behind to surround me. The shield was supposed to protect me as I pushed to the left, but that left open my other side. Block successful. Mitigated amount of damage, 3. Other damage halved. Suffered amount, 3. Block successful. Mitigated amount of damage, 3. Other damage halved. Suffered amount, 2. A sharp, searing pain shot through my shield hand, leaving it nearly useless despite the gallons of wine I downed. One desperate dash brought me to a safer position, but in my haste, I stumbled over a downed floater, landing in an utterly unheroic heap. Fire cleanse. Istvan's commanding voice sliced through the noise of battle, the anguished cries of monsters blending with the howling storm. His flames surged to life, a fierce, purifying blaze that reduced everything in its path to ash. For a fleeting moment, I was struck by a memory, the siege of Kallenfall. Istvan, then as now, had been the leader of our small group and one of the most formidable mage commanders in the Imperial army. We had faced the demons that Erwin summoned, and it was a bloodbath much like this one. An ominous cracking of the shield encasing the ship tore me from my contemplation. Combatants exchanged nervous glances as the enemy's relentless tentacles battered against the barrier. Each blow resonated through the air, a chilling reminder of how precarious our situation was. My pulse quickened as I scrambled to my feet and climbed onto the deck. The Duke's retainers stood in their classic formation, warriors and paladins in front, mages and priests at the rear, rogues guarding the flanks, and the Duke commanding the center. His scarred, youthful face was turned toward the fray, but seeing him now, towering over me, made my breath catch. I used to think of him as a small man. Istvan, however, was unchanged. His ageless presence was just as imposing as ever. His black robes blended with the stormy night, save for the faint glint of his sharp eyes and the gleaming staff in his hand. His gaze landed on me like a hammer, stern and unyielding. "Hero, fall in line, to the back," he barked, his voice cutting through the chaos. Oh yes, the standard Imperial formation. Flawed as ever, with male close combatants in front and female casters in the rear. Lucy used to rant about it endlessly, perched in her favorite window. How is she now? I wondered momentarily, the thought stealing my focus. I need to reach out to her or not. It wouldn't be the Lucy I knew. We had a 20-year shared history. How could I look at her face and... "Hero, move." Istvan's voice dragged me back to the present. "I can't, Commander Istvan, sir," I protested, planting my feet. "I need to fight on the front lines and let them damage my shield. My skill." Before I could finish, Istvan grabbed the edge of my robe with a surprising grip and yanked me to his side. "You will follow my orders, or you will not fight at all," he growled, his tone cold and uncompromising. "Insubordination during a crisis is intolerable, even for you. Sir, please. It'll be more effective at the front." Istvan's grip tightened, and his strength, unexpected for a mage, held me firm. "No, you will stay back and heal the soldiers. Your comrades are risking their lives to keep you alive." He cast a spell that should be called shouting real loud, his voice suddenly booming across the deck. "Attention all! Prepare for battle." In lowering the shield for the floaters, the cracking of the shield reached a crescendo as Istvan raised his staff. Glowing runes formed in the surrounding air, their intricate designs traced with such precision it looked effortless, like he was strolling through a park drinking his favorite whiskey, rather than facing down death. My frustration burned as I watched him manipulate the shield with a mastery I could only admire. The barrier grew translucent, allowing the floaters to pass through while still holding the writhing tentacles at bay. "Soldiers, hear me," Istvan commanded. "Hold the line until we finish the Spear of Destiny." Wait, what? This early? My heart raced as he rummaged through his stockpile, finally pulling out a plain, unassuming spear. He placed it on the deck, motioning for the other mages to chant. One by one, they drew runes before them, their mana flowing into the spear as it seemed to devour their energy hungrily. The elite floaters. A warrior shouted, intercepting an attack. A horde of larger, uglier floaters wielding crude bronze weapons surged forward. Disobeying orders, I blocked a strike from one of the elites, keeping my Ice Blood skill active. But the force of the impact was overwhelming, sending me staggering backward until I collided with a paladin. Elite Floater Levi. 7 Twipe, 3 Rare Elite HP, 14445 Block Successful. Mitigated amount of damage, 3, other damage halved. Suffered amount, 5. Hero. Last warning. Istvan's voice boomed across the deck, sharp as a bartender's during a bar fight. Even with his focus on the chanting mages and the spell work, his keen eyes had caught my reckless charge. Terrific. I begrudgingly stepped back, lashing out with my whip between the two warriors. A sharp, supersonic crack echoed, and the elite floater lost its right arm in a glorious burst of icy shards. Around me, my new comrades grinned despite the chaos. Their movements became more confident as they instinctively shifted to guard the area near me, benefiting from the icy aura of my ice dance. The icy air shimmered faintly around us, slowing our enemies and giving even the less agile warriors a chance to dodge the incoming blows. The relentless storm raged overhead, rain pelting down and mixing with blood on the deck. Cries of battle mingled with the howling wind, and every clash of weapons reverberated through the ship. I watched the warriors take advantage of the ice dance's slowing effect, their strikes more precise as the floaters struggled to maneuver in the icy haze. 4 tense minutes passed, the fight wearing on. My breath caught as the warrior in front of me stumbled, his footing lost on the slick, bloody deck. In 3 strides, I lunged forward, shield raised just as the floater struck. Its claws raked across my shield with a screeching sound. Success! The cold spread further as ice blood activated, its energy seeping into my veins. That is the last straw. Istvan's enraged shout came a second before his black staff collided with my head. Pain flared as he yanked me from the fray, dragging me toward the chanting mages at the center of the formation. You will not join the fight. You are a civilian aiding in a crisis, nothing more. Your recklessness hinders our efforts, and I will not tolerate insubordination. Stay here and don't move or face execution in Callanfall. Fine. I slumped to the ground beside him, glaring at his back as he returned to directing the spell. My body ached, and the storm's biting wind stung my face. As I sat there, frustration boiling in my chest, one giant reckless idea crept into my mind. A stupid, impossible idea. There was just one catch. Istvan would probably kill me for it. Whatever. The counter for Ice Blood expired, and with it, my exceptional damage faded away. I could only blame him. Istvan ignored my angry glares, his focus unwavering as he chanted the runes. The spear began to change color, shifting into a pure, radiant gold. Hundreds of runes engraved by the mages, magic spiraled around it, forming an intricate lattice of glowing symbols. I had held this weapon only once in my previous life, and the memory of its immense power intoxicated me. That was the purpose. The mages stood in a tight circle around the spear, their faces illuminated by the eerie glow. As they etched more runes onto its surface, a violent surge of mana erupted, sending ripples of energy pulsing through the air. The very atmosphere crackled, heavy with raw power. Nearby, the elite monsters, the experience bags, were so close I could see the malice in their eyes. But I didn't want to anger Istvan, not yet at least. The battle raged on relentlessly. The ship rocked beneath us as the tentacles continued their assault on the shield, each impact echoing like a barrel rolling. Amidst the chaos, I retrieved 10 cauldrons from my pack, setting them up to brew another potion on the unsteady deck. It wasn't easy. Each sway of the ship threatened to topple my equipment. But what else could I do? Just stand there and watch? After a while, the spear's hum intensified, a piercing sound that drilled into my ears. It grew louder and louder until it was almost unbearable. Istvan spoke then, his voice low but commanding, cutting through the din. Spear of Destiny. As he uttered the words, the spear erupted into life, pulsating with a golden light so intense it parted the storm clouds above. The heavens answered. A beam of golden light struck the spear like a bolt of lightning, igniting it with celestial fire. The air vibrated with energy, and for a moment, time itself seemed to hold its breath. My time had come. Without hesitation, I drank the potion in a single gulp, feeling its effects surge through me. As soon as the heavenly light dissipated, I lunged forward and snatched the spear. You have used the agility potion. Agility increased by 50. Spear of Destiny. Quality. 7 legendary. ATK. 400 and 500 effect. Turns the wielder into a disciple of chosen god. This spear was supercharged with extreme amounts of mana and can last only for 10 minutes. Make every second count. No. You can't. Istvan's desperate plea was drowned out as the golden light from the spear enveloped me entirely, cutting off the rest of the world. For a moment, I was no longer on the ship. Instead, I stood in the familiar ice realm, the place where I had first received my hero powers. The echo of God's laughter filled the frozen air, a deep and resonant sound that sent chills through my core. Energy coursed through me, overwhelming and intoxicating, like chugging an entire bottle of whiskey in one go. I glanced around the vast frozen plain, the stillness broken only by the crunch of snowy ice beneath my boots as I held the spear. Yet this time, something was different. I wasn't just here, I was everywhere. My feet moved through both the icy expanse of the god's realm and the turbulent deck of the ship simultaneously. The mortal and divine realms had fused, existing as one. I blinked, and the raging storm of the ship returned, the howling wind, the lashing rain, the cries of battle. Another blink, and I was back in the serene ice realm. Is this a heroic moment? May I use the talent, O mighty God? I asked, my voice steady despite the disorienting duality of the realms. The voice of the god chuckled, rich and amused. You wish to wield my power to kill this poor creature? Such a purpose is unworthy of a hero. The spear's magic will suffice. I grant you a fraction of the power you seek. With those parting words, the connection to the god's realm vanished, leaving me on the ship, fully grounded. Stingy, fake god. Transformation complete. The power of God of Ice Blood was activated. Attention. Heroic abilities found, transforming to the appropriate level, resetting. The strength coursing through me exploded. My grip on the spear trembled as a torrent of mana surged within it. The sensation was familiar, just like in my previous life, but this time I was prepared. My experience with mana control kept the violent energy in check, preventing even a wisp from escaping. The golden light surrounding me softened, forming a shimmering aura as I smirked and checked my stats. Name, Princess ST, 2002 Red XP, 45 AGI, 275. Drawing the runes for Ice Dance was almost effortless now. The spear seemed to guide my hand, the mana flowing through me as if the power itself willed it. What had once been an exhausting task now felt as easy as breathing. The golden light shifted, transforming into a translucent, blue-tinged bubble that expanded outward, freezing everything in its path. The sea solidified into ice, creatures were coated in frost, and their movement slowed to a sluggish crawl. From behind me, the Duke's voice cut through the frozen silence, tinged with amusement. Niece, we'll discuss this later. For now, kill that monstrosity. Chapter 22. The Power of the Hero. The power dwelling within the spear demanded release. Its overwhelming, insatiable mana whispered to me, tempting me with countless violent solutions. Keeping it bottled up was impossible. It clawed at my will, threatening to erupt. If I didn't channel it soon, it would explode and take me with it. Gritting my teeth, I tightened my grip on the handle, feeling the icy vibrations of its energy coursing through me. With a surge of will, I used the spear's power to launch myself into the air. As I breached the safety of Istvan's shield, the world outside hit me like a hammer. A cold, salty gust of wind tore at my face, carrying the tang of blood and sea. Above, the storm roared its fury, the rain lashing against me like needles. My ascent was short-lived. A massive, slimy tentacle shot up, intercepting my path with terrifying speed. My heart pounded as I twisted mid-air, the spear's glowing tip ready to meet the attack. The icy bubble surrounding me absorbed some of the tentacle's momentum, slowing it just enough, but the impact still reverberated through my arms, rattling my bones. When the grotesque, stinking limb collided with the spear, a piercing shriek tore through the battlefield, shaking the air with its intensity. The creature's enraged mana surged, an oppressive wave of power crashing down on me. My chest tightened as if the ocean itself had smothered me. That's the boss power for you. The tentacle forced me downward, the strength behind it unrelenting. My heels skidded on the ice-covered ocean, the frozen surface splintering under the pressure. Yet, as the cold mana from my spear flowed outward, frost crept along the tentacle's flesh. It hissed and groaned, its movement slowing as the freezing energy locked it in place. My breath came in ragged gasps, visible in the storm-chilled air. The spear thrummed in my hand, its power growing colder and more relentless with every passing second. You lost 60 HP. Target lost 420 HP. You healed yourself for 82 HP. I paused, frozen in disbelief at the scene before me. The chaos was surreal, almost like the dizzy walk home after a night at the pub. Was this truly the power of a hero? My combat skills felt as good as those of a level 40 priest, laughable in the grand scheme of things, but overpowered at this point. That hesitation cost me. A tentacle lashed out, raking past me with terrifying speed. The spear in my hand pulsed hungrily, almost as if it demanded blood. I gave in, allowing its force to propel me forward, closer to the grotesque enemy. My heels skimmed the frozen surface of the ocean, each step leaving behind a spreading trail of ice as the water beneath me solidified, dodging. I love ice and frost, need to find the mythical sovereign of ice, and beg for ice powers. The boss lashed out in desperation, its tentacles slicing through the air with vicious intent. But my agility far outstripped its clumsy attacks. Each strike missed by mere inches as I weaved and darted, my movements fueled by the icy magic coursing through me. The sound of tearing ice was deafening, a thunderous roar that echoed across the frozen battlefield. Saltwater surged through the cracks, only to freeze mid-air in the storm's frigid grasp, turning into jagged crystals that joined the snow swirling around me. The rain transformed into a blizzard, driven by the furious power of ice dance. Is this ability really this strong at higher levels? Truly a marvel level. Sweet. I leapt to avoid a massive chunk of ice crashing from above, the storm's fury adding to the chaos. But I miscalculated. One of the boss tentacles snapped out with lightning speed, its slimy sucker wrapping around me. Yuck. The creature let out a guttural, triumphant scream, dragging me across the frozen expanse with relentless strength. My body slammed against the ice as its other tentacles descended, attacking with brutal precision. The last strike sent me careening into the freezing ocean. The shock of the water stole the breath from my lungs, and darkness closed around me. I struggled to find my bearings, but my own magic betrayed me. The freezing energy that had empowered me now became a prison, encasing me in jagged ice that pressed painfully against my skin, cutting into me with every desperate movement. You lost 58 HP. You lost 10 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 HP. Help! My precious spear answered my desperate plea. Its power surged in response, and I let the mana within it manifest. However, I wasn't ready for it. Instead of stopping at the weapon, the mana surged into my veins. A searing, unbearable heat flooded my body, setting every nerve ablaze. Stupid 100 reality limit. I couldn't hold back the scream that tore from my throat as the mana erupted, bursting out of me in a massive explosion that sent shards of frost and light scattering in every direction. The battlefield transformed into a swirling chaos of ice and snow as the storm intensified, concealing my movements. With the ice madness providing cover, I darted toward the boss's massive, ludicrous body, weaving between the flailing tentacles and jagged chunks of tumbling ice. Cracking ice and shrieking winds created a deafening noise that filled the air. Suddenly, an unexpected blow came from below, shattering the ice beneath and bringing a swarm of elite floaters onto the frozen surface. Sweet. A wicked grin twisted across my face, happy but impossible to suppress. It betrayed my true intentions. These creatures weren't a challenge, not anymore, not at my current power level. Their fragile, pathetic forms didn't stand a chance. All it took was one slash. With one devastating swipe of my spear, I sealed their fate. As the spear's blue light enveloped them, the frost spread with merciless precision, creeping over their bodies like a living thing. The icy power froze them in place, their forms locked in a chilling stasis. They became sculptures of despair, frozen in time. Knowing my time was limited, I surged forward, my steps light and sure despite the ever-expanding, unstable ice beneath me. For a moment, I even soared, the mana within the spear propelling me like a force of nature. The raw power coursing through me was exhilarating, driving me straight toward the massive, foolish foe ahead. The storm howled around me, but all I could hear was the pounding of my heart and the spear's call to finish what it had begun. Critical hit. Target lost 910 HP. You lost 47 HP. The system rewarded me with ridiculous numbers as I landed a hit on the main body. Where my strike connected, a strange substance gushed out, burning my exposed skin. Stupid, non-existent armor. Thanks a lot, dear system. Magic coursed through my veins, filling me with ice-cold relief from the searing pain. But it wasn't enough to stop me from screaming. You ugly, stupid boss! I yelled, slashing again. More of the vile substance sprayed, this time coating my entire body. Terrific. The boss was deadliest at a distance, but his only close-range defense was his stupid acid. Lucky me. Ice Dance slowed his movements, while my battle-hungry spear absorbed his blood, bolstering my attacks. I pressed on, striking fast to chip away at his gelatinous mass. With the last slice, I cut clean through his slimy body, and the battle was over. Elaginus has been defeated. 900 XP. XP to the next level. 19,92245 euro. You are the first to defeat World Boss. Due to the circumstances, a reward has been withheld. Hey system, aren't you stingy as the god had been? World Boss and only this? I guess the spear did most of the work, but still. With the big guy out of commission, I rushed back to the ship. There was still a battle raging. After all, my spear still functioned, and I wasted no time unleashing chaos on the remaining enemies. They fell like level 1 noobs. Having slain the final floater, I searched the battlefield, ready for another fight. My gaze landed on Istvan's fragile frame, his familiar, sinister smile twisting his lips. Easy now, hero. The fight is over, he said calmly, striding toward me. It is the spear talking. I locked eyes with him, gripping my spear tightly, every muscle ready to strike. No, it's not. En garde. I lunged, thrusting my spear through the space between us, but he sidestepped with an almost lazy grace. Before I could strike again, his staff moved in precise, fluid motions, completing a spell that made my spear vanish. Hero, your reckless charge nearly cost us everything. His voice hit like a hammer. You secured the victory, but your soul was on the line. As an immortal, you shouldn't have a real one, but you've got one. It's curious, but never do that again. Never. The chilly edge of his words shattered the intoxicating rush of power coursing through me. The ice shielding my pain thawed, leaving me staring at him dumbfounded. How? How could I, an experienced warrior, let myself sink so far into it? Duke's voice cut through the tension, commanding and authoritative as ever. Let's focus on what's important, Istvan, he said, leaving no room for objection. He turned to me. Hero, kneel. I blinked, trying to process his words. Kneel? That could only mean two things, and my mind latched onto the worst possibility. My knees hit the ground before I could stop them. Execution? Is this how it ends? The sun bathed the vibrant meadow teeming with dangerous wasp monsters. On one side, near the ridge, players were tirelessly constructing a crude stone wall. They darted about with purpose, working non-stop, and the sight brought a small, satisfied smile to Lucas' lips. Ian, dressed in striking blue assassin gear, approached the fledgling fortress, his expression a mix of awe and disbelief. He had never imagined something like this could exist outside of a formal guild. Though his goal had been to track down Charlie, stumbling upon this odd operation felt like an opportunity he couldn't ignore. Whatever Charlie's plans were, he was determined to undermine them and get all the girls in the process. This is insane. Why are all these players working like that? Are you some secret millionaire, Lucas? He asked, unable to hide his curiosity. Lucas turned to him slowly, pulling his scarf higher to lend an air of mystery. I'm a crypto bro. Got more money than I know what to do with. You've got to invest in this fortress, he said in an even tone, though the amused glint in his eyes gave him away. What an amateur liar, Ian thought with a smirk. Before Ian could respond, a small girl came bounding over, her excitement bubbling over into a high-pitched squeal. She fidgeted, barely able to contain herself. Lucas, I finished my quest. I can do more. Give me another one, please. Of course, Lilith 108, Lucas replied, already navigating the system menu with practiced ease. It's just Lilith for you, Lucas. Drop the numbers. She giggled, hopping up and down as she adjusted a few loose stones on the wall. Lucas shook his head, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. For this to work, I have to be precise. We wouldn't want someone else accidentally getting your quest, now would we, Lilith? You created Quest Build the Wall for the player Lilith Hunrater. Build the wall requirement, 10x manufactured stone, reward 200 builder XP. The Keeper of East Fortification need help with construction of the essential defenses. He is offering an experience with work on this big project in exchange for 10 manufactured stone. Thanks, he'll be right back. Lilith shouted before darting off like her life depended on it. Lucas watched her go, grinning, but Ian didn't share his amusement. Ian glared after her, shaking his head in disbelief. Lucas, are they working for free? What the hell is going on? He muttered, his suspicion growing. The evil Charlie must be behind this, exploiting the game somehow. Lucas' grin only widened. Do you know how rare it is to find work for builders in this game? I'm the only one giving them quests, and I always max out the rewards. Sure, it racks up fortress debt, but if the system allows it, why wouldn't I? He punched Ian lightly on the shoulder, his enthusiasm unshaken. Forget that. Let's have some fun. Have you seen the monsters here? This meadow is the perfect farming spot. If you can just hold the wasps off for a bit. No way, Ian interrupted, shaking his head firmly. Have you even looked at them? Level 10 and poison. Get a proper warrior and healer first, then we can talk. You're nuts if you think this will work. Lucas just smirked. Don't worry about it. If you hit their stingers hard enough, they'll fall off and won't attack. Trust me. Ian groaned, but after more of Lucas' relentless persuasion, they made their way to the meadow. Lucas cast his trusty spark spell, pulling 2 wasps toward them. As the buzzing enemies closed in, Ian tensed, his muscles coiled and ready. He lunged, aiming a swift slash at their stingers. He missed. The wasps easily dodged and retaliated, one of them stinging Ian and inflicting poison. Only a madman would try this, Lucas. Ian yelled, clutching at his wound as the poison spread. Is this because I skipped out on paying yesterday? Chapter 23. Kneel before the Duke. Earth, Ian's apartment. Today wasn't Ian's finest day. He'd died. To a wasp. A wasp. This is just, his voice broke as his hands clenched into fists. How the hell does John Charlie do it? His rage boiled over, and he shot up from his capsule, kicking the edge so hard it scraped against the floor. The urge to destroy something consumed him. His eyes darted to the table in the corner, cluttered with empty bottles, crumpled papers, and the remnants of last night's takeout. With a yell, he swept his arm across it, sending everything crashing to the floor. Bottles clattered and rolled, papers scattered like fallen leaves, and the unmistakable stench of stale food filled the air. The chaos was oddly satisfying, but before he could revel in it, his phone buzzed to life, vibrating across the now empty table. He snatched it up, his voice sharp. Speak. Whoa, Ian. Damon's voice came through, cracked and tense, like he'd been yelling for hours. I've been trying to reach you. Apparently, you've got answers for me. They docked my pay because of some princess. What's up with that? Ian's heart skipped, then thundered in his chest. This was it. The moment she had mentioned, the moment to set things into motion. Hey, Damon, Ian said, forcing his voice into something that sounded apologetic. Sorry, I was just finishing a session in Rimelion. He paused for effect, letting the bait dangle. Oh, that? Yeah, you haven't heard. Good for you, Damon said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. No, I have not. Who's this princess? A grin spread slowly across Ian's face. Perfect. He took a breath as if hesitant, then dropped the bomb. John, somehow, has changed. Gender, I mean, goes by Charlie now or Princess in Rimelion. John? Damon's outrage was instant, his voice rising to a near shout. What does that have to do with my job? Ian felt a surge of satisfaction. The seed was planted. Time to water it. You know him, damn it. He's always been an exploiter. If the AI's coming after you, it's because John probably said something like, oh, Damon told me, or Damon's debugging the game and tipped me off about this bug. Or, bastard, Damon spat, his voice practically seething, and I considered him a friend. What a hyena. Ian almost laughed. His new acquaintances really came through and pushed Damon's buttons, but Ian kept it together, playing the role of the reluctant informer. Sorry, I can help you more. My hands are tied. He paused, then added as though it were an afterthought. Have you tried talking to Travis? Yeah, Damon acknowledged, though his tone hinted at doubt. He's been trying to protect me, but it won't hold. I need to find a way to stop John. Ian's grin returned as he leaned against the wall, his satisfaction nearly palpable. Well, good luck with that, he said casually before hanging up. The phone clicked off, leaving Ian standing amidst the wreckage of his tantrum. His grin lingered, knowing the first domino had just fallen. Back to Charlie the Duke's. Strange look sent a shiver down my spine, but I dropped to one knee without hesitation. You never opposed the Duke. I had learned that lesson the hard way, and I wasn't about to repeat it. His sword hissed free from its scabbard, the sharp metallic sound echoing in the rain. The pointed tip hovered menacingly, aimed straight at me. You disobeyed our order and used the secret weapon without permission. That is not the behavior of a soldier. A soldier must obey their superiors without question and adhere to every command, even if they believe it is wrong. Is that understood? Yes, sir, I replied, lowering my head. Damn. It was a good run while it lasted. As the blade inched closer to my neck, the cold steel grazing the air near my skin, I held my breath. My mind raced. Well, at least I've still got the main quest in my pocket. After respawning, I'll hoof it on foot. It'll take a few days, but whatever. Then his tone shifted. Only noble commanders may express their concerns. Therefore, I offer you the title of Baronetess, vassal of the Empire. Do you accept? No way. My head shot up, meeting his gaze. He was smiling warmly even. How is this possible? It didn't matter. A noble title was not an offer you refused. It was a prize you seized and never let go. I do, my liege, I said, bowing my head again. A brilliant blue light filled the room, illuminating the crew gathered around us, casting long shadows across the metallic interior of the ship. Something cold and solid materialized on my finger, a silver signet ring adorned with the intricate engraving of a snowflake. Wait, a snowflake? I frowned. Of all the symbols, why that? My snowflake. I'd imagined something grander, an elegant coat of arms, powerful and commanding. Instead, the system had slapped on this frozen oddity, bug or feature. With a resigned sigh, I turned my attention to the flood of system notices now streaming across my vision. You received a reward for B, the first to defeat World Boss. Your title is now Baronetess Empire. Congratulations, you own a fief. Your path as noble can continue. Praised as Ox, East Fortification has been set as a primary fief. Easter's East Fortification has reached the rank of fortified position. The further development has been unlocked. What an unexpected boon. The speed at which Lucas ranked up the fortress was 10 times as fast as his drinking speed. Did he use some exploits? My heart fluttered with an excitement, a strange mix of pride and anticipation swirling in my chest. I couldn't help but smile, the corners of my lips tugging upward despite the tension in the air. Istvan's piercing gaze cut through my moment of joy like a blade. It bore down on me, cold and unrelenting, as if death itself stared me in the face a dozen times over. My smile faltered, but didn't fade entirely. He might actually kill me with his bare hands. What a turn of events, my old commander. After a while, the raging storm slowly settled, and the last fights died down. An uncomfortable silence fell on us. The adrenaline clouding our pains faded away, and our grief for fallen soldiers and friends settled in. A smug smile played on my lips as I took it in. First battle, huh, young soldiers? It was then that a message popped up. The username was Gray and admin, probably. Unknown. Hi, John? Princess. Who's this? Unknown Ian. Spoke to Damon. Princess. Okay, what's wrong? I don't need to debug. Unknown. What if you do? Remember password. Princess. You are right. Upsy. Unknown. 1 month long, Enlo 57945 Princess. Thanks, Ian. This can save me. You are a lifesaver. Unknown. What I would not do for a friend. Ian. He was always there when I needed him. I let my grin show even deeper. Back on the ship, the Duke stood amidst the aftermath, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. He visibly shivered at the sight of his fallen soldiers. As I approached, he asked, Is there anything I can do for you as a reward, Baronetess Princess? Yeah, it sounds ridiculous, I agree. What happens if I actually get that title? Are they going to call me Princess, crashing the game? Thank you, my liege, I replied, keeping my tone surprisingly polite, so much so that it even startled me. They used to call me the rude knight for my lack of decorum around nobles. Look at me now, Lucy. Two things. When I met Master Tion in the village, he entrusted me with a quest. With rumors of strange happenings swirling around the island of the dead, he sent me to investigate. For that, I'll need transportation the sailboat. The second is why Nice. The Duke's expression tightened, and he twirled a strand of his short hair anxiously. You say there are problems? Could it have something to do with my sister, Queen Erwin? She's been resting there, sealed in her tomb, since the Empire conquered our elven lands. His voice carried a flicker of unease as he rushed to the edge of the ship, his eyes scanning the horizon as if the island might appear before him. I hesitated before following him. Comforting someone like him felt alien to me. I am a warrior. It might, my lord. Was she involved in the rebellion? Did she fight on the royalist side? I asked, despite knowing it. I even fought her army along Istvan. Should I touch his shoulder, the way I'd seen some people at the bar comfort their friends, or maybe give him a playful punch like Lucas used to? Even with all my combined lives' experience, I was utterly lost. Human contact, my eternal weakness. Yes, I fought on the wrong side, the Duke admitted, his voice trembling under the weight of old pain. But the loss was inevitable. Humans were stronger than us. It's been over a century. Yet, if someone is trying to awaken her, it would explain the stirred floaters. His gaze turned distant, as though reliving a memory he wished to forget. I leaned against the railing beside him, letting the silence settle for a moment as we both stared into the horizon. I'll investigate it with my knight, my liege. I'm not your niece, and these incidents may be unrelated. You do that, niece, he said, his tone firm once more, his composure restored. We need to regroup and recuperate on the shore. We'll await your return there. Take the ship you sailed with, ignoring me pointing out I wasn't his niece. Ugh, was that some bug? When I returned to my ship, I found Dawn alive and well, snoring peacefully in the corner. Despite the heavy losses and the ship's extensive damage, the sailors were professionals to the core. They greeted me with cheers, and the captain met me at the gangway with a grin wide enough to split his face. Welcome back, he roared, lunging toward me with open arms. I quickly dodged his bear hug, waving at him with a smirk. I saw you slay that monstrosity, he said, his voice booming with admiration. You were as magnificent as the heroes of legend. And now you're a noble, right? Should I bow? Without waiting for an answer, he bent so low his forehead almost touched the deck. Laughter erupted from the crew, ringing through the air, and for the first time, I felt something unexpected from human interaction, a warmth near my heart, a strange sense of belonging, of camaraderie with these sailors I'd fought alongside. Nonsense, I told myself. I've battled armies and the most dangerous dragons, and I felt nothing like this. Why now? Captain, I said, shaking off the feeling. I don't want to ruin the mood, but I have orders. He waved my words away with a sweep of his massive hand. I know, you've got an important mission on that cursed island everyone avoids. Hear me, you lazy bastards. His voice thundered as he turned to the crew. We're sailing with a princess here. Be gentle as you can and show some respect. A hero needs her ship to sail smoothly. Chapter 24. Into the Mist. Naturally, the journey was anything but quiet, quite the opposite. Hordes of floaters assaulted us relentlessly, turning the trip into a hellish battle. The fight raged on, and just as exhaustion set in, the attacks finally ceased when we neared the island. With the last floater slain, the captain let out his favorite line. I have a bad feeling about this. I shook my head and shot him an annoyed glare before kicking the floater's lifeless body back into the sea, mimicking his move from the day before. My attention shifted to the distance, where an opaque, smoke-white mist cloaked the island. Only the tip of a needle-like mountain pierced through the shroud. As I squinted at the mist, a shadow fell over me. Instinctively, I tensed, but before my worry could bloom, the captain's large hand landed on my shoulder. His grin, infectious, was now mixed with unease. We can't go near the island. The water is dangerous. We can't navigate love through it without magical aid. Love? I stepped back, dodging what felt like the beginnings of an unwanted hug, and turned to face him, more disturbed by the change in his tone than his antics. "That's the name of our ship," he bellowed, his grin widening before he waved to a nearby sailor. "Take the brigade. Shell get you there safely. Hey Mason, brigade down." The sailor, muscles rippling, unhooked, a pathetic excuse for a boat from the ship's side. Sailor's silver chain bounced against his chest as he worked, and the dinghy slammed into the water below, sending salty spray in all directions. Wonderful. I jumped into the little boat, with Don close behind. Above us, the crew called down their good luck wishes and a half-hearted apology. "You don't say!" I resisted the urge to call them out on their lie. They could have sailed closer. I winked at Don, who grunted in response, and took my place at the rear. He frowned as I nudged a paddle with my foot. "Come on, Don. The boat won't row itself." The storm in his eyes was almost enough to make me laugh, but despite his simmering anger, he grabbed the paddles and rowed. Despite my mental age, a teasing good boy hovered at the tip of my tongue, but I bit it back, smirking instead as I turned my attention to the system menu. I was turning into a snarky princess girl from Warrior Man John. My intelligence stat was at 55. Not bad, better than most players, though the ranked priests were likely pushing 100. To even approach their level, it'd need at least one epic item. What a foolish journey this is. Sure, the XP was nice, but exceptional items would do more for my growth than any experience, and if all else failed, I'd just exploit the game. Easy, right? The moment we entered the mist, a strange sensation stabbed at my heart. A wave of exhaustion washed over me, as if I'd plunged into icy water in the dead of winter. My chest tightened, and my breath grew heavy. My mind drifted, memories bubbling to the surface unbidden. No, I've been gaming for too long. Falling asleep. No, stop. I was back at the peak of the Mountain of the Shrieks, clad in gleaming black armor that shimmered faintly under the crimson-hued sky. In my hand was a legendary dark sword, its obsidian blade emanating an ominous aura. As I stood before the enormous cave entrance, I noticed the cool mountain air prickling against my skin, and, as a guy in this vision, let's just say I was well equipped. Thank the ice blood god I couldn't control this dream, or I might have gotten distracted before checking out the cave. The cave's edges were rugged, as if a colossal creature had forced its way inside, clawing through the mountain's heart. The details confirmed what I'd already learned. This was a dragon's nest, and not just any dragon, a nasty one. With confident strides, I approached, my boots crunching against loose gravel. Subtlety? Nah, not my style. This dragon was a level 200 beast, but I strode in 20 levels short and alone. You think that'll stop me? As I entered the cave's shadowed maw, a flicker of movement caught my eye. Suddenly, 10 armored knights surged forward from the depths. The dim light revealed their grim faces. I flashed them a wide, cocky smile. "Stop, stranger! You have no business here!" barked one of them, his voice echoing through the cavern. The man stepped forward, his chainmail clinking with every movement. He was the leader, no doubt about it. "My name is Rai Baradir, and I command this order. Leave while you still can." His men flanked me in a practiced formation, their weapons drawn and glinting faintly in the cave's dim light. I lowered my sword, pretending to size him up while I noted the state of his gear. His chainmail was practically falling apart, a patchwork of metal barely holding together. "Rai, if you bite the dust now, your family will be crushed," I said, my voice calm but cutting. "Don't waste your life guarding that old, stupid beast. You don't owe it anything." Despite my confident words, my grip tightened on my shield. 10 knights were no joke, not even for me. Sweat beaded on my forehead as Rai furrowed his brows and hefted his massive warhammer of storms, its enchanted head crackling faintly with energy. "My master is the mighty dragon protecting our people. Your insults will not go unpunished," he roared. Raising his weapon high, he commanded, "Dragon Knights, kill him!" The first strike came fast. Rhys warhammer crashed into my shield with a force that vibrated through my entire arm, nearly tearing the shield from my grasp. Damn, that's stronger than I expected. Staggering back a few steps, I barely had time to recover before the rest of the knights closed in. They moved with incredible coordination, their attacks synchronized. And here I thought I'd found a bug. I muttered, my voice dry with resignation as I prepared for the inevitable. Their strikes rained down like an unrelenting storm. My armor absorbed some blows, but not enough. The pain wasn't unbearable, it was swift. In a flash, everything went black. Princess. Don's voice shook me awake. What happened? Why are you sleeping? He kept firing questions, one after the other, but my brain felt like molasses, hazy and sluggish. Stupid me. Gaming too long, then dreaming about a random test run of all things. With a single thought, I summoned the interface, its familiar glow snapping into view. My eyes flicked to the clock. No way it glitched, right? It revealed ID slept for 2 hours, though it felt like seconds. While I was busy reliving old test runs, Don had been hard at work, rowing us closer to the island. The sight that greeted me was stark. A white beach that shimmered like bone in the eerie light, a massive mountain rising behind it, casting craggy shadows that merged with the ever-present fog. The island seemed to shiver with mystery, veiled and unreachable beyond the mist. Only the faintest outline of the peak broke through the dense, smoky gray. "So, how are you enjoying our trip so far, Don?" I asked. No response. I shrugged, watching as he dragged our little boat onto the beach with a grunt, tying it to a nearby rock with a practiced hand. He then flopped down onto the sand, muttering, "Princess, not funny," before closing his eyes as if the world had defeated him. Leaving him to his well-deserved rest, I plopped down next to him and opened my mini-map. That's strange. The map showed nothing, just an expanse of blue. According to it, we were still in the middle of the sea. No island, no beach, just water. What the hell? What's a seasoned gamer to do when things turn strange? Keep going, of course. Don, stop wasting time. Let's go. Somewhere on this island is an army of undead soldiers. Let's find it. He groaned but rose to his feet, casting a tired glance around. Where? With this damn fog, I can't even see your butt. Slap. My hand connected with his face, the sharp sound echoing through the mist. Ignoring his shocked expression, I stomped toward the mountain, kicking sand up with every step. Did I mention the heat? It was unbearable. My clothes clung to me like a drunk to their dignity, barely hanging on and completely unflattering. The heat, the malfunctioning minimap, the relentless fog, it was all so damn annoying. But I was a veteran gamer. These were minor inconveniences. Or so I told myself. The reality was far less noble. My frustration boiled over, and I kicked the sand hard enough to send it flying in every direction. What the hell is wrong with me? I muttered under my breath, shaking out my hands as if I could cast off my irritation with the motion. The mountain loomed ahead, its uneven peaks hidden by swirling mist. Somewhere up there, undead soldiers awaited. Just another day, right? Maybe I'd overestimated myself. There wasn't a dungeon entrance in sight. No trees, no plants, nothing but barren, rocky land stretching endlessly before us. All right, maybe it's time to stop thinking like a gamer. Main quests, after all, don't follow the usual rules. If I were an entrance, where would I be? Likely at the base of the mountain, where players could grind their way upward, battling their way through to the peak. Desperation gnawed at me. I even tried bashing the rock wall with my sword. Predictably, nothing happened. No way. Don, how good are you at climbing? I asked, fixing my gaze on the steep, almost vertical mountain. He blinked a few times, following my stare. His face turned ghostly pale. Bad? Look. Without warning, he sprinted toward the rocky surface and hurled himself at it. Naturally, he failed, crashing down in a heap at the bottom. I gaped at him in disbelief. Did I slap you that hard? Or are you just trying to impress me with how stupid you are? You're the stupid one, he snapped, brushing himself off. You can't climb that. I just wanted to show you. Now, let's go back to the ship. He turned confidently, already making his way down the path. And then it happened. The ground beneath us trembled, the low rumble reverberating through my feet. It reminded me of the time it stumbled onto an active volcano. The mountain's rock wall groaned and cracked open, shards of stone scraping and shifting as they revealed a hidden passage. That easy, huh? In a few blinks, the entrance stood before us. How could I forget? This was a low-level main quest, not some endgame epic side optional puzzle. And we were expected. Don stopped mid-stride, glancing over his shoulder with his mouth hanging open. Look at that, Knight Don, I teased, stepping toward him. Your heroic blood must have sliced open the rock and cleared a path for us. I winked and caressed his cheek mockingly. Good job. I mean it. You opened it. Snapping out of his stupor, Don straightened up and rushed to stand between me and the entrance. Perhaps I did something. Perhaps not. Either way, my promise stands. I'll protect you. His confidence lasted about 2 seconds. As we drew closer, we realized what lay ahead. A pitch-black barrier blocks the passage, swallowing every trace of light as if it were a black hole. The surrounding air was heavy, oppressive, making our skin crawl. The thought of monsters lurking beyond it sent shivers racing down my spine. "Let's go," I said, my voice steady despite the chill biting at my resolve. Chapter 25. Queen Erwin. We entered the dungeon without delay, with Don immediately taking the lead. As we passed through the black hole-like boundary, the jungle's sweltering heat and humidity vanished, replaced by a cool breeze brushing against our skin. Instead of the rocky cave I half expected, we found ourselves in a grand hall lined with cold grey stone. The air carried an almost regal weight, as though we had stepped into a forgotten palace. Erwin's palace. "Where are we?" Don asked, brandishing his sword. I took 1 step in, keeping silent. 2 steps, and something soft brushed against my shoes. Instinctively, I almost struck the ground with my whip before realizing there was a plush red rug beneath us. "I see. It makes sense. We're visiting Queen Erwin, Don. Were you expecting her to be chained up in some damp cave?" Truthfully, I had thought exactly that. We continued onward, undisturbed, without a single enemy ambushing us, a strange change from the norm. Usually, dungeons were crawling with foes lurking around corners or guarding treasure chests. Here, nothing. Just an impossibly long hall stretching endlessly ahead. Our careful footsteps echoed through the stillness. The only sound this dungeon had probably heard in decades. The walls were lit by magical torches, casting a dim, flickering red light, and the hall's eerie silence stretched on for at least 10 minutes until it cut off. A wooden door stood before us, not ordinary wood, but intricately adorned with gold, jade, and strange metals I couldn't name. It seemed to tell an ancient elven story, sprawling across the massive door like a tapestry, capturing every detail of the 13 Testaments. Don, unimpressed, pushed against the door with all his might. Though the dungeon had been constructed centuries ago, the hinges gave way soundlessly. "Wait!" I wanted to yell, but it was too late. A tidal wave of mana washed over me, the normally invisible energy manifesting as a golden mist. It pressed me to the ground, so heavy I couldn't even lift my head to see what lay beyond the now open door. Strangely, the mist seemed to leave Don untouched. How was he walking? Wait. When I played as a warrior, I used strength to counter magic effects, mostly to smash things. Maybe this dungeon worked the same way? Perhaps it was so second nature to Lucy she hadn't thought to mention it, just like I never bragged about hurling stones at trolls. But how could I counter this? Oh, that trick the old pervert taught me, circling mana within my core. I focused, imagining the mana inside me burning brighter, hotter. And it worked for a change. A strange blue fire erupted around me, repelling the golden mist. It wasn't actual fire, just pure mana taking form in this environment, but it did the job. Scrambling to my feet, I glanced around. Where are we? Only one word fit: throne room. The vast chamber stretched out before me, centered on a golden throne. Sitting upon it was an elven woman, encased within a degrading golden barrier. Huge chunks of it dissolved into the mist that had attacked me earlier. I was so focused on her, I barely noticed the intricate frescoes on the walls. Her gaze pierced me, sharp and knowing, and I almost tripped over the smooth floor. No, it wasn't the fault of my heels. Her almond-shaped, star-like blue eyes seemed to analyze every fragment of my existence. Her silver hair, tied into a long, intricate braid, gleamed under the dim light. She wore her elven-made battle uniform, its sharp lines a stark contrast to her poised elegance. Unconsciously, I stepped back. It was her. Queen Erwin, the rebel leader. Daughter returning to her mother with a knight, she said, her gaze locking onto me. But only one comes back as an ally. What? Probably some story-related nonsense. Don, unfazed, strode toward the barrier. The golden mist greeted him almost lovingly, but the closest he could approach was 200 feet. There, he stopped and kneeled. "My queen," he said, his head bowed. "I await your orders." "No way. Hey, this wasn't part of the deal." Erwin only nodded, and in that instant the mist surged into Don. That was bad. No, it was terrible. I bolted forward, desperate to stop whatever was happening. Don! No! But I was too late. His tag changed. Her voice was almost a whisper, but it cut like ice. By the generation that came before us, by the power vested in me, by ancient tradition, I name you Prince. Prince Don Lev. 15 type. 5 epic HP. 3035 Verti new prince. Welcome. Her icy voice sliced through the barrier mist with ease. But you, my daughter and bearer of the name Princess, return as an imperial noble, and such people have no place in our kingdom. Her glare pinned me in place, and I felt my knees threatening to give out. Miss Irwin. I struggled to hold her gaze, but my courage faltered. Lowering my eyes felt safer than letting fear seize my heart. Your kingdom is now a suzerain of the empire, ruled by another dynasty. Every noble is imperial. Daring a glance upward, I caught the flicker of emotion in Irwin's eyes. The surrounding air shimmered with mana, tangible proof of her status. My voice wavered, but she finished my sentence for me, her tone vicious. Human usurper. My blood boiled. She hasn't changed at all. Her army was inside the empire. Her army was every elf that breathed. Main quest alert, this has to lead to insane rewards. But first, I push back. It's been over 100 years. What is that if not insignificant? She snapped, her voice dripping with disdain. Your soul was born and left for another world. But I have waited, and my time shall come. My army shall rise, and every proud citizen will reclaim what is rightfully ours. You won't stand in my way, daughter. Her piercing gaze shifted to Don, and she gave him a sharp nod. Prince, if you may, remove her, and she will be reborn somewhere else. What? Fight a level 15 prince? Was this quest impossible, or what? Wait, before you do that, I have a proposition for you. Irwin's stoic expression returned as she shook her head. You cannot stop your impending death. You have nothing of value to offer me. Her voice wavered, and she had to steady herself. My quest takes precedence over she had to force to finish with an even icier tone, over my family. She was right. I was the exploiter, but even I had nothing substantial to sway her. Fighting Don in this golden mist? Out of the question. But there was one thing, one secret, that could rewrite history, in a way that worked for me. Mom, I tried. If she thought I was her daughter, I could play into that. Not even the name of the demon of darkness, the servant of rules and death? Her brow furrowed, and she raised her hand. In an instant, the mist surged, wrapping around my throat and yanking me into the air. It dragged me closer to the throne, closer than the barrier should have allowed, choking me the entire way. Attention. Ice damage resisted. You are stunned. You are stunned. Damn system. I flailed helplessly, my strength utterly meaningless before her. What do you know about him? Her icy voice chilled the air itself, though I noticed with a flicker of relief that I wasn't cold. Wait, I carried a legendary bloodline, not inherent like hers, but I was still a hero. Ice and blood magic didn't affect me. Wonderful. Everything else still could. Undead army. Oh, only one servant is foolish enough, I croaked, struggling against the grip at my throat. If you are my mom, stop. My vision blurred, and in the corner of my sight, a timer materialized. Attention, find a way to breathe, or you will die in 5 minutes. Do I really have to heal myself? Can I even? Her piercing blue eyes locked onto mine again before she finally released me. I dropped like a stone, pain shooting through my left foot as I landed awkwardly. Wincing, I rolled on the ground. At least I'm alive. If you know his name, she said, her tone commanding, I will trade it for your safe passage back. Warn that traitor. Warn your foolish uncle. Safe passage? That's it? I grinned, massaging my neck as I caught my breath. Mom, do you think this is a fair trade? I'm immortal. Kill me, and I'll just revive. I paused for effect, grinning wider. At least throw in a tiara. Would you let your daughter go around with a tiara like this? I pointed at the pitiful tiara I was wearing. Maybe one of your jewels, too. Haggling with Queen Irwin if Lucy could see me now. Her lips tightened, but she conceded. A crown and safe passage. You may be immortal, daughter, but if I harm your soul, not that I desire so, It will take you at least 2 weeks to reform your mortal body. By then, it will be too late to act. Nonsense. Nothing like this exists, right? My soul should be my earth soul, not like she could be my mom. If she was, I would have Rimelion soul, right? After all, I was part of the simulation. Nah, nonsense. I was me. Deal. There was no point in waiting. A tiara wasn't just a trinket. It was the symbol of her kingdom and one of the rarest rewards. Only 3 crowns or tiaras per one of her 7 kingdoms could exist, each tied to a lengthy, limited quest line. Thanks, main quest. I'm about to snag one for free. Daughter, she said, her voice pushing away my thoughts. Tell us his name this instant. Well, not exactly free. Limping on my injured foot, I hobbled toward the center of the room, finding enough space for the summoning. With a glance at Don, still kneeling obediently, I pointed at him. What about him? Eowyn flicked her hand, and the golden mist enveloped his head. Okay, do you have summoning circle? To get a vestige of a prince here, you need serious. 1,000 runes flashed around the room, and she wore that smug smile as she often did while sieging the Empire. Well, if you think that's enough, Your Majesty Mother, you're the queen. Taking a deep breath, I steadied myself and began. Duin Ian Li, I call thee. Nothing happened, and I had hilarious and scary thought. Would be funny if his name was different here. The runes flared again, and darkness fell over the room in an instant. Every light extinguished, and even Erwin's mist couldn't hold back the encroaching black fog that filled the air. Before me rose an enormous figure, an eerie fusion of human and death, its immense form shifting and morphing with every blink of my eyes. It never stayed in one shape, each form more unsettling than the last. You dare? A mere mortal? The voice thundered in my head, resonating with the same power as my gods. I beg your pardon, I said, forcing my voice to stay steady. I know your name, I'm immortal and I'm a hero, not a mere mortal. I wanted to tack on something snarky, but before I could, my body froze. A sudden screen flashed in the corner of my vision, coldly informing me of exactly why I couldn't move. You were caught by the anti-cheat system. Please remain still. Investigation is in progress. Once again, the pleasant voice of a young man echoed in my mind. Not possible to know the name. It has not been mentioned yet anywhere on Earth, not even test servers. Reason for knowledge, unknown. Solution, a warning. Please do not cheat or exploit. In the next instant, control of my body returned, or at least in theory. Duin Ian Li aura is affecting your mind. Moving is not possible. A deep smile spread across Eowyn's face, finally showing some emotion for the first time today. Something about her smiling like that wasn't natural. It wasn't a warm smile like Catherine's or Lisa's. It was a predatory smile, along with a feeling like seconds before a wolf descends on your exposed throat, killing you. She rose from her throne and basked in the darkness. Yes, she somehow sucked the black mist in. Duin Ian Li. We have an opportunity to re-examine our contract now. Duin withdrew his deadly aura back in, but it was too late. Erwin knew his name. As for you, we may be enemies, but you are still my daughter. May my crown serve you well, princess. We shall meet again on a battlefield. Her golden mist hugged me, but this time it focused on my tiara, changing it. When I woke up on the boat, I hadn't expected this. Thanks to this still-generating crown, perhaps I could play a big role in the upcoming rebellion. Or not. That was the right of the exploiter. Chapter 26. Unexpected meeting. Owen's power literally shoved me out of her throne room before I could catch the details of her arrangement with that thing. The prospect of a long trek ahead forced me to address my injured leg. As I lifted my hand to create runes, I noticed it was trembling. I tried to steady it, but the shaking wouldn't stop. My mind and body aren't in sync. Or rather, my body was betraying emotions that had tugged at me through the entire conversation with Erwin. Small fear. Betrayal. Family. Like I was no stranger to having a new mom. I was a foster kid. Nah, not real. It's a bug. Everything's fine. I inhaled the stale dungeon air and tried again. This time, I created a healing rune after only 3 tries. Progress. As I trudged back through the long, silent hall, I finally inspected my new tiara. At any point in my past life, I'd worn whatever gear had the best stats, swapping pieces in and out without a second thought. Although it persisted between resets, I didn't think about it. But this was different. During my countless quests in service to the Empire, spanning hundreds of instances, it crossed paths with dozens of princesses and even an empress or two. Despite that, I'd never seen anything as breathtaking as this tiara. Maybe that was because it was mine? Erwin had clearly crafted it for her chosen princess, weaving glimmering silver filigree into intricate, snake-like patterns. Over 20 small, rose-cut stones gleamed at its edges, each seamlessly fitted to create a unified and regal design. 4 navy blue gems added a bold contrast, framing the tiara's centerpiece, a massive 4-inch ruby-like stone that caught the dim light with an almost hypnotic glow. What I muttered, stopping mid-step. No way! Not only was it one of the most beautiful tiaras I'd ever seen, but its stats? They outshone anything I could find on my own, even legendary items. Princess Crown Tiara. Quality, 6 Marvel DEF, 2 Durability, Infinite Effect, 10 INT, Class-Specific Skill, Restriction. Player, Princess. Princess Crown Tiara of the Elven Kingdom. It gives the wearer the inherent skill, Princess Grace, and the title, Princess. Queen Erwin's note. Use this well, daughter. Princess Grace. Type, 6 Marvel LV. Novice 1 Mana, 30 INT effect, targets all allies you can see, adds 20 of your INT to the target's highest attribute, or 25 of your INT to health. Does not stack. Only one effect applies. Duration, 30 minutes cooldown, 15 minutes as you increase the proficiency. The effects increased, cooldown decreased. Of course, I knew about the system in the Elven Kingdoms. These titles were named, not inherited. So technically anyone could be a princess. A ruler could designate up to 3 of each gender. Great motivation, right? Sure, most of them still came from the royal family, but they had to fight tooth and nail for it. Not me. Hehehe. And for that, the Empire would hate me if they knew. While admiring my new marvel of a tiara, I wandered out of the dungeon toward the beach. There, I stumbled upon Brigit resting in the sand, with no sign of dawn. Kicking the barge in frustration, I cursed under my breath. I'd be the one paddling now. Stupid traitor. I smashed the barge again, and the wooden frame of the Brigit creaked under my abuse. It was tied securely to a conveniently placed rock, thanks to Don's irritating competence, so it stayed put. Don't look at me like that, I muttered to the barge. I know it's not your fault Don deceived me. Brigit, of course, didn't answer. She just lay there silent and indifferent. Let's go then. I moved to untie the rope, but it quickly became apparent I wasn't prepared to handle even this first hurdle. The knot was firm, defiant, and no amount of tugging made it budge. I called upon my staff for help. What could it do? Smash it. Letting out a frustrated sigh, I wedged the staff between the rope and the rock and pushed with all my might. Still nothing. After a while, I gave up and slumped onto the beach. A mundane knot defeated the mighty exploiter. What nonsense. I stared at the rope in all its smug, immovable glory, and tears threatened to spill over. For God's sake, I'm not some crybaby. Things weren't going my way, so what? An image of Don flashed in my mind. No, I turned my focus to the tiara instead. While admiring its gems, not crying for your information, nothing happened. Nothing at all. It was as if the cruel world didn't care I existed. My insignificance pressed down on me. How could I even dream of changing anything? That punk sent me back, but what had I actually done? Nothing that mattered. When you doubt your existence, there's only one answer. Go to a bar. So, that's exactly what I set out to do and logged off. The moment I staggered out of the capsule, my body threw a wrench into my plans. Tiredness. Yeah, who could have guessed that a day of fighting in another world might leave me drained, right? Like a ravenous tiger, I devoured an entire tube of Nutripasta. Wait, like a tigress. It didn't matter. My beloved Charlie, let's sleep. Despite my usual struggle to fall asleep, tonight my eyes closed the moment my head hit the pillow. Somewhere in the scorching dungeon, bright fires illuminated Natasha's slim frame as she carefully made her way through another treacherous, trap-laden section. Rob, if you mess it up again, I swear Lisa's eyes stayed glued to the unreliable warrior, her tone sharp and ready to escalate when, not if. he inevitably slipped up. Flames shot out sporadically from the walls and floor, forcing the teen to flinch and jump with every burst as they navigated the naturally formed hallway. At the end of the corridor, Natasha reached a bend that opened into a reasonably sized cave. Scanning for traps but finding none, she let out a sigh and collapsed onto the cool stone floor. Guys, in beat. Let's rest. Ignoring her frown, Rob charged in and plopped down beside her, grinning like he hadn't almost burned them alive twice already. Lisa and Peter followed, with the remaining 3 teammates keeping watch near the hallway entrance. For a moment, the group let their guard down, chatting and laughing, their voices bouncing off the cave walls. But just beyond the edge of the flickering firelight, shadows stirred. Something, or someone, was there, lurking near the walls, cloaked by the deep shadows cast by the flames. Natasha, blissfully unaware, lay on her back, admiring the stalactites hanging from the ceiling. "Well finished today," she murmured. Rob, oblivious as always, nodded and flopped onto his back beside her. Then it came, a deafening roar that reverberated through the cave. Before anyone could react, a massive ball of fire hurtled past, missing them by inches. Natasha and Rob screamed in unison as the searing heat surged around them, the air growing stiflingly hot. Their screams quickly turned to pitiful wails as the oppressive heat pressed in, a cruel reminder of their overconfidence. Teammate Rob has suffered 65 damage, remaining HP 22. Teammate Natasha has suffered 65 damage, remaining HP 0 to teammate Natasha died. 3 roaring infernos descended on Lisa's group in rapid succession, the blistering heat so intense it felt like her skin was peeling away. She was the last one left standing. With a deafening crash, an unseen force slammed into her, hurling her across the cave. She hit the wall with a sickening thud. The impact knocked the air from her lungs. Stunned, she slid to the ground, the world spinning around her. "You lost 30 HP. You lost 5 HP. You lost 5 HP. You lost 15 HP. The shadow crept closer, revealing a man draped in a long beige robe. His scalp gleamed under the flickering firelight, with only a few stray hairs clinging stubbornly to his otherwise bald head. His piercing brown eyes locked onto Lisa, cold and calculating, as his confident strides brought him closer. A smirk tugged at his thin lips, drawing deep wrinkles into his angular cheeks. Lisa glared at him, hatred burning in her eyes, but her body refused to move. She'd lost too much HP, and a twisted status effect pinned her to the ground. Her fists twitched weakly at her sides. She wanted nothing more than to knock the smug look off his face. The man squatted beside her, his movements slow, deliberate. With a mocking tenderness, he brushed his fingers across her cheek, the gesture sending a shiver of revulsion through her. "Hello, my dear adversary," he said, his voice smooth and warm. Fake warmth. The acrid smell of smoke from the fires that had consumed her teammates still hung thick in the air. His eyes glimmered with satisfaction as he looked around. He liked his competence. "You really should pay more attention to your surroundings," he continued, his tone as if teaching her. "Incompetence is a sin, and it's my duty to ensure you pay for it." "Dmitri," Lisa hissed through clenched teeth. "You're dead. You hear me? It'll kill you." Dmitri tilted his head back and let out a low, deep laugh, the sound echoing ominously through the cave. He closed his eyes briefly, as though savoring her rage. "Oh, my sweet, foolish Lisa," he said, his voice almost a purr. "Do remind me, why exactly did you leave my team?" "Because I decided to marry your best friend. What is wrong with that? And I warned you it was a mistake. I'm a generous man, you know. If you'd like to reconsider your decision." His smile widened. "Well, you know how to reach me." He stood, his robes rustling softly, and strolled leisurely toward the other end of the cave. Pausing at the threshold, he glanced back over his shoulder. The flickering light showed his grin. "Let me know how this consequence feels." His chuckle was low as he walked away, leaving her crushed and alone. Lisa forced her voice through the pain, spitting out, "I'll feast on your corpse." But the line tasted bitter in her mouth. And even she was disgusted by the emptiness of her words. She knew she was being unreasonable, but he didn't make it easier, that smug smile. And then he was gone, in Charlie's apartment. 8 hours of sleep, Miss Charlie, Tin Can suggested, trying to rouse me from slumber. Despite my growing urge to yell at the unresponsive bot, I took the high road. Hugging my plush pillow tightly, I sank deeper into its warmth and deeper into sleep. 9 hours and 30 minutes of sleep, Miss Charlie. Every 15 minutes, like clockwork, he tried again. The problem? I could sleep through almost anything. Proven, by the way, during that one time in Madrid when I slept through the demolition of a building right next door. Still, had I slept enough? On second thought, yeah, probably. I tugged gently at my temples. No headache yet. Those didn't come until after the 10th hour. The transformation of my body meant my morning routine had to change. Before becoming a girl, I couldn't have cared less about skipping a shower. Now my nose protested after just a few hours. How annoying. After a shower, I stood in front of the mirror, studying my still unfamiliar face. Thankfully, this Charlie was pretty. If she hadn't been, I would have worked harder to get my body back. Yeah, it wasn't fair to the less fortunate, but that's how my brain worked. Sorry, not sorry. Though, wasn't my nose just a little bigger than it should be? And my legs so short? Minor details, sure, but irritating. Not as irritating as my wardrobe, though, or rather, the lack of one. Lucas' hand-me-downs weren't cutting it anymore. Some deep instinct told me I shouldn't keep wearing the same dress, but what could I do? The thought of extinct shops crossed my mind. Wait, shops aren't extinct. Yet. After a quick Nutri-Paste breakfast, I stepped outside in my trusty white high heels and sleeveless dress, my only clothes. Not for long. The sun hovered low on the horizon, having just recently risen. As I strolled along the pavement, I grinned, watching people rush past, their faces set on their destinations, work, school, or something I couldn't even imagine. People. Not robots, but actual living people. I clenched my fists, a flicker of determination bubbling up. I'll save every single one of them from being isekai'd into Rimelion if they want. Okay, maybe I'll save them. The memory of yesterday's beach hit me like a punch to the chest, sadness washing over me again. My struggles might seem cute to some, but what else could I do? I wasn't like those geniuses who memorize stock markets for fun. No, I was just a normal guy, girl. I worked, I watched Catherine's streams, and that was about it. Pushing those thoughts aside, I found myself outside my favorite flashy mall. The one we'd once tried and kinda succeeded at breaking into. A grin tugged at my lips as the memory surfaced. The drunken Italians, especially Roberto, hadn't believed we could pull it off, but Patrick's regulars weren't idiots. We had to prove it by sneaking into a women's lingerie shop, not stealing anything, just getting inside. Roberto thought it was hilarious. Maybe it was. I was so drunk, I only remember laughing. Checking my phone, I realized I'd timed my arrival perfectly, 7 o'clock, just as the mall opened. From the outside, it looked like every other building in the neighborhood. Probably some government regulation. But inside, the peaceful sound of the fountain in the center drowned out the bustling noise from hundreds of shops spread across 4 sprawling floors. Will that be all? The cashier asked the girl buying a salad topped with something fiery red, maybe tomatoes. The girl was funny looking in the best way. Sunglasses indoors, her face wrapped in a green scarf, a black sleeve shirt, and jean shorts. Ice blood. God, she was pretty. As always. Yes, thank you, she said, her voice polite but quick before darting out of the shop. That voice, it was unmistakable. Catherine. To be fair, this encounter wasn't as random as it might seem. I knew she liked to shop here. She'd accidentally let it slip during a stream once. I'd seen her here a few times since. Well, seen might be a strong word, more like observed from a distance. A stalker, maybe? But could you blame me? Every time I even thought about talking to her, my body staged a full-on mutiny. Today, though, things were going to be different. I hadn't planned to meet her. I was just running on autopilot. I wasn't an expert on buying clothes, but now she was here. And this time, I was going to do it. The middle-aged cashier handed her the salad and a shopping bag, and she smiled. Bright, effortless, perfect. As she turned and started walking, I leaned against a metallic pillar, weighing my options. How do you befriend someone? She walked straight toward me, every step making my heart beat faster. Do I really need to do this today? There was always tomorrow. No, I told myself. This was it. But my stomach had other ideas, threatening to send my breakfast Nutri-Paste all over the floor. Stop it. I shook my head and whispered, barely audible. Hello, Catherine. She breezed past me as if she hadn't heard. Oh, thank ice blood God. I let out a sigh of relief. But then she stopped. Turning back, she faced me, her mouth slightly open. Excuse ma? Ya, say Catherine? Oh no. My face heated as I stared at the floor, my fingers fidgeting nervously. Maybe? I'm sorry, stupid idea. John, you're a moron. Lowering her sunglasses, Catherine's piercing eyes locked onto me, scanning me with an intensity that made my knees weak. Then her expression softened into something almost playful. Don't be shy, girl, she said with a grin. Ya, my fan? Yeah, I like your stream. Cat fan 69, I muttered, sighing as I pretended to rummage through my non-existent pockets. Wait, my dress doesn't even have pockets. Panic set in, and I clutched the poor fabric like my life depended on it. As soon as I revealed my username, her eyes widened, and she practically leapt at me, wrapping me in a hug so tight I could barely breathe. Thank ya, she exclaimed, her face pressing against mine. She used to be shorter than me, but now she was just slightly taller. Wait, thank you? Kai fan. Ya are my first genuine fan. I'm so happy to finally meet ya. The faint scent of her perfume instantly lifted my mood, even as her hug left me lightheaded. What is it with all this hugging lately? I'm Charlie, miss, I squeaked, awkwardly returning her hug. I saw you, and I need to ask for help. Catherine pulled back, her eyes examining my face. Charlie, nice to meet ya. No need to be shy, I won't bite. Ya need my help? Yes, I admitted, gesturing to my dress. I'm running out of clothes. Need new ones. Plenty. Will you help? Even with her friendliness, my courage wasn't strong enough to meet her gaze and talk normally. Instead, I studied the half-broken floor next to her, where an interesting crack caught my attention. Maybe someone stomped here too hard? Out of the corner of my eye, I caught Catherine smirking and nodding. Yay, I've got time, let's go. Grabbing my hand, she pulled me toward a thrift store. So, how'd you find my channel? Truth? Tap streams nearby. You pretty, I blurted out, instantly regretting it. I mean, great content. Before I could finish, she burst into laughter. Ha, Charlie, that's crazy. Yeah, I thought it was something like that. Remember when we chatted on Halloween? How could I forget? Even after all these years, that day stayed vivid in my mind. One of my worst days, getting dumped because I wore a geeky costume, turned into one of the best. Yeah, was fun, I said with a silly grin. Nothing more? Why am I so bad at this? The door to the shop swung open with a loud bang as she pulled me inside, and I stumbled trying to keep up. Fun? Ha, you saved me. My mates wanted to party, but they left Ma. Almost cried when I turned on the stream, you know. Her expression hardened for the first time today. Ma, first and only good follower, spent a day with Ma. You know how good it felt? I wanted to tell her how much it meant to me too, that it'd been so sad, but the words wouldn't come. Damn me. The shop was more like a warehouse, with rows upon rows of shelves stacked with everything from casual shirts to wedding dresses. Finally, letting go of my hand, Catherine dove into the racks. I can say it. Just say it. I took a deep breath. Same. Me sad too, I mumbled, and immediately wanted to slap myself. Instead, I focused on a rack of jeans, pretending I knew what I was doing. Yeah. Wanna try Tiz? She asked, tossing a black pleated skirt at me before pulling out two sleeveless tops with blue and white stripes. Without waiting for my answer, she grinned. Our shopping had officially begun. Chapter 27. Just a normal day. Before today, I never would have guessed that shopping could be anything but a chore, but Catherine proved me wrong. Her ability to find exactly what she wanted was almost as impressive as her warrior skills. Almost. The only problem was her broken English. She was terrible at languages, and if things went as last time, she would speak badly for, well, a long time. Before long, we were lugging at least 10 bags full of clothes, and the only thing stopping us from getting more was my dwindling account. Specifically, I stopped her. On the top floor, tucked in a corner of the mall, we found a small coffee shop. Cute AF, as she put it. Cozy green chairs and small brown tables gave it a charming vibe, but the massive windows with a clear view of the street below made the place unique. Look at Tat. Catherine dashed to the window the moment we settled down, staring out at the people below like she was trying to memorize every detail. Her energy caught me off guard, and it took me a moment to respond. Yeah, it's beautiful, I finally managed. As I spoke, a server approached, staring at me expectantly. Blinking up at him, I panicked. "See, can you do Irish coffee?" The man frowned but tapped it onto his tablet without a word. "Hey, it's not my fault. It's the only whiskey drink you have." I grinned nervously, but he didn't even glance at me. Catherine, meanwhile, traced her finger across the menu, her expression shifting as she read. Then she let out a small laugh and leaned back in her chair. "Dunno, something black and sugary for Ma," she said with a shrug. The server nodded and walked away. "What a charming fellow," Catherine said with a grin, watching him leave. Then she turned to me, her eyes sparkling. "Hey Charlie, did you see my stream? Rimelion's cool, right? Not yesterday." My palms grew clammy as I debated whether to admit it. This was my first time meeting her in person. What if I said something wrong? Honesty was the best policy though, so I said, "Sorry, I was playing it." Who wasn't? Every serious player was grinding through Rimelion. Right? Peeking at her from the corner of my eye, I caught her grinning. "Aw, don't be sad, it's fine," she laughed, pulling me into a random hug. She and Lisa would be good friends. They did that a lot, like Catherine hugged, touched my shoulder, or patted my head. At first, I'd thought it was just her stream persona, but no. She was genuinely that expressive. "What's ya cha?" she asked. "I'm a priest." Catherine threw her head back and let out her signature hearty laugh. "Ha, course ya are. What's your name?" My cheeks flamed. Instead of answering, I grabbed my drink and took a sip, avoiding her gaze. But Catherine wasn't one to let things slide. She gently tilted my chin up, her smile soft as she looked straight into my eyes. "Charlie? Princess," I whispered, then gulped down half my drink to hide my embarrassment. Her reaction wasn't what I expected. She burst into laughter again, nearly spilling her coffee. "Tat course you did," she said, taking a sip as she swung her legs back and forth under the table. Was that deliberate? I glanced at my own legs spread out, sitting like I always did. Damn! Trying to mimic her, I awkwardly crossed one leg over the other, but it didn't feel right. "Wanna play sometime?" she asked suddenly. "Course you need to find me first, haha. There's an ancient ruin I want to explore, and I need allies. I'm near village number 4. You." I shifted again, trying to rest my leg more naturally. The Empress in-game always sat like this. Was it a cultural thing? Catherine's eyes lit up. She jumped up, placed her hands on my shoulders, and almost screamed, "No way! I'm close! Elf too!" The ladies at the next table glared at us, and I shrank in my chair. But Catherine didn't care. "It's fate," she declared, plopping back into her seat with a triumphant grin. Fate? Maybe. But there weren't that many villages in the elven starting area, and I'd picked the biggest one. I also knew the future. "I don't know," I said finally, fidgeting with my fingers. "I've got a few friends playing with me, and we need stuff from the ruins." Catherine pulled me into another hug, her enthusiasm unshakable. She was the same as in her stream. No fake persona, no pretense. Just Catherine. She made sure I had a ride, calling a taxi, and even arranging for the driver to help with my 10 bags. The whole thing felt surreal, like a dream I was floating through on autopilot. I was starstruck because I met Catherine, and somehow we became friends instantly. But as the taxi pulled away, a sharp pain settled in my chest. A cruel reminder I couldn't be with her romantically. Not unless I got my old body back. My memory of getting home was a blur. One moment I was stepping out of the taxi, and the next I was sitting on my sofa, tears silently rolling down my cheeks. Why isn't a mystery? Anyone could guess. I can change anything. People would keep playing Rimelion, some leaving Earth for good. The shops I visited today, they'd close eventually, joining the countless others. And Catherine, she'd probably end up with that bald boyfriend of hers again, but that wasn't why I was crying, I think. Well, I hope. The only way forward was still the same. Get as much money as possible. With money comes power, and with power, I could change things, right? Even though my mind wasn't in the mood for gaming, I undressed and slipped into the capsule. When my vision cleared, I stared at my old adversary, the stupid rope. It was still there, defying me, mocking me, blocking my path back. With renewed frustration, I tried to untie it again, tugging and pulling to no avail. Just as I was about to scream, the chime of a new message broke my focus. "Lisa, Lisa, finally, I need help. Can you come?" "Princess." "Hi, Lisa. W. Yes, what's wrong?" I decided to try something new with my chat responses. While chatting with Catherine earlier, I remembered how her auntie used to type in a cute way on her stream chat, so I thought I'd imitate it. It just felt right. And I always wanted to act that way. Lisa Dimitri, he killed my crew and is in dung princess. Sorry, can't. 3 stranded on an island. Lisa, how long? Princess, I can't untie a boat. Lisa, Elisa, I need you. Princess, it's true, I swear. Lisa, have you tried your INT? What kind of stupid question was that? How could I? Number, no way in hell. I shot up, sprinting to the rock, glaring at the rope as if it had insulted me. System, help. Using your INT to solve a problem. Success. My body moved on its own, untying the rope effortlessly with mana instead of brute strength. How could I have been so stupid? This was still the first week of the game. Rimelion native protective enforcement wasn't even active yet. Wait, maybe I held my hand in front of me thinking, use ice dance. Again, my body moved on its own, flawlessly casting the spell, though only with an average rating. As a warrior, I'd never needed to think, just smash things. It must have rewired my brain. Should I curse now or later? I thought I was an expert. I scoffed at myself. Professional, even. I clenched my fists, fighting the urge to turn Brigit into splinters. Princess, sorry, I'm stupid. I need a few hours though. Lisa, good. I need sleep. Then we ambush him. Bye. With that settled, I dragged Brigit to the sea and sighed at the sight of the paddles. Of course. With little thought, I got to work rowing just as Dawn had the first time. My eyes stared blankly at my hands as my mind wandered. Some exploiter you are, Charlie. You even exploited yourself. While my body worked, my thoughts drifted to the future, or was it the past? The real question was whether I should rely on the system to cast spells. It could save my skin, sure, but what about after the patch? Eventually, the system's going to remove it from Rimelion, then what? When I rowed back to the ship, someone tossed down a rope ladder. I stared up at it, scrutinizing the thing. It swayed wildly in the breeze, and at one point, the rope thinned so much it looked like it would snap if I so much as tapped it with a whiskey bottle. Great. Climbing this death trap? Use INT to climb. Great. Climbing this death trap. No system help needed, thank you very much. Never do that again, John. Ever. Stranded on an island? Really? The exploiter? I shook my head to push away the thoughts and focused on getting to the deck. As I reached the top, the captain, no less, offered me his hand. I accepted, and with a grunt, he pulled me up. There you go. As he did, a stray thought hit me. Some of the girls in my department used to complain about stuff like this, both in Rimelion and on Earth. Unwanted help. Especially Clara. She practically yelled at me for holding a door open. Who do you think you are? Shed snap. Was this how I should behave now? Or was Clara just bitter that I found more bugs than her? The captain's stubbly grin snapped me back. All good? Why do you ask? I blinked at him, then glanced around the ship. Other than some patched and poorly repaired sections of the deck, it looked exactly how I'd left it. You seem different. His eyes flicked to the now empty Brigit. His eyebrow raised. Where's your knight? He's gone. I leaned on the damaged railing, struggling to mask the bitterness in my voice. Suddenly, I became hyper-aware of my hands. What do people do with these while talking? I fidgeted, gripping the railing, but it wasn't as sturdy as I thought. My foot slipped, and I stumbled. Damn it! The captain ignored my blunder, his attention shifting to the fog creeping over the horizon. Gone? Then I have a bad feeling about this fog. Can I see Duke? I asked, not in the mood to tell him why he should never say those words. The captain nodded and turned toward the deck. A few sailors pretending to repair an already fixed yard stiffened when they noticed his gaze. Oh no, don't tell me. Covering my ears, I darted to a familiar bench. The captain drew in a massive breath and bellowed, You heard the lady? Move, you lazy. I blocked out the rest. My plan was simple, help Lisa. She was my customer, sure, but also a potential friend, an ally to help defend the wall. If I played my cards right, this could be my first step in changing the future. The ruins held the items I needed, but I couldn't do it alone. Catherine. With a grin, I added her as a friend. Thank heavens the system hadn't removed messaging yet. Catherine, yeah, I weren't joking. Princess, princess, yes. Do you have time? Catherine, Foya? Anytime, hun. Catherine, princess. She had to message me again because I stopped writing, grinned foolishly, and kept staring at her last message. She wrote, anytime, hun. Princess Zoe, can you meet me near the scorching dung? Catherine, wanna go? Have team? Princess? Princess. Do you know Lisa? She needs help. Dmitri killed her team. Catherine, Lisa? Dmitri? Shall love to meet me? Ha ha ha. Princess, in with Duke's expedition. I'll let you know when I can come. Catherine. KK. I'm in field so can't right now. See you there. After that, I was wondering if I should contact Lucas or not, but the captain interrupted my thoughts and pointed at the flagship. Duke's waiting. Chapter 28. Debugging session. The Duke welcomed me into his cabin, or was it an office, even though we were on a ship. As I stepped inside, the crashing waves against the hull seemed to vanish, like I'd passed through a door into a bar. The space was far larger than Lucas' apartment in reality, complete with a bed covered in pristine white curtains. The Duke himself sat at a table near the door, flanked by towering bookcases crammed with volumes. Before I could ask how the books stayed put on a rocking ship, he smiled at my startled expression. Gesturing to the chair across from him, he said, "Sit down, niece Baronetess, and tell me how you fared." I nodded quickly and sat down. The chair creaked beneath me. What? Aren't I super light now? Should I worry about? Charlie, focus. The Duke's expectant gaze, arms crossed, reminded me to stay on track. I met Queen Erwin, I said, crossing one leg over the other with deliberate effort. Success. The barrier holding Mom is failing. It won't hold much longer. She told me herself. A delighted, almost amused smile spread across his face. I expected as much when I heard about the floaters. His eyes darted to my tiara, and his smile deepened. I take it she recognized her daughter and crowned you as a princess then. My body tensed. A shiver ran down my spine, cold sweat forming on my temples. Duke, you didn't do what precisely? He asked, his approving smile adding to my unease. I mean, uncle? I did not betray the empire, I murmured, my voice trembling as I avoided his gaze, my eyes darting toward the bed instead. I know, child. Trust me, I would know. With a swift motion, he opened a drawer and pulled out a crumpled yellow document. Its ink was faded, black in most places, but with a faint bluish hue in others. Before the traitor imprisoned your mother, she wrote me this letter. She expressed her disappointment in me and declared that if I helped her reclaim our ancestral lands, she would pardon me. He placed the letter on the table in front of me with a smug expression, the motion accompanied by a dull thud. I stared at the paper, but the elegant handwriting was nearly indecipherable. Written in ancient Royal Elven, it was far beyond my ability to read. I was fluent only in common and modern Royal Elven. My lips parted to protest, but his piercing gaze silenced me before I could speak. Reluctantly, I leaned forward to examine the letter. Some words were familiar, vaguely resembling modern Elven, but the faded ink and her intricate script made it impossible to fully decipher. Not that any player would do better. The game's translators worked for spoken languages, not written ones. Sorry, I admitted. I can make out a few words. Something about underbillows, assay, and riders on palfrey. But I can't say I understand what it means. The Duke's grin widened. I'm surprised you could read even that much. You truly are my niece. He pointed to a section written in the bluish ink. Here, she wrote, she may become a myth and asked me to seed her stories into our populace. No way. My eyes widened as the realization hit me. So that's why I've heard so much about her deeds, even deep in Imperial lands. A myth? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. You're telling me she's our true queen? The Duke replied without hesitation. No, I meant, are the stories about her fighting fake angels or defending us in the dragon, not a dragon? War's true? His curt nod confirmed it. He returned the paper to his drawer. I spread her deeds to build her myth, and now it has come to fruition. Citra has recognized her as a mythical queen. The barrier can hold a legend, but it cannot hold a myth. She will reclaim our kingdom from the human usurpers. I bit my lip, the gears in my mind spinning. A civil war, just as I expected. I thought she got mythical because of the civil war. It was both a disaster and an opportunity, my ticket to greatness, power, and, most importantly, money. I bit my lip because there was something unspoken in his words, something that was upsetting me, and something that the captain would have a bad feeling about. Why are you telling me all this? Because you own an east fortification, he said, his voice heavy as he leaned forward in his chair. His expression darkened, sending a shiver down my spine. That's why I acknowledged you as a noble, my dear niece. You can aid us. I won't fight her if that's what you're asking, I blurted out. His approving smile twisted into something far more dangerous, and I swore I saw a flash of ice behind his eyes. It reminded me of the time I stumbled into a freezer full of whiskey by accident, mind you. You will fight her, he said, his voice dropping in pitch. Panic overtook me as I shot up from the chair, backing away from his intense stare. But wouldn't. With all the strength you can muster, he interrupted, his gaze drilling into me as though searching for a truth I didn't have. His presence felt suffocating, and I collapsed back into the creaking chair, powerless to resist. You will accept her formal declaration of war and fight her army. For that, I will lend you half of an imperial division. I can't do that, I protested, rocking my head until I had to grab the edge of the table to steady myself. Absolutely not. That would give her a casus belli, and the gods wouldn't grant the Empire the Defender's blessing. At my frantic words, he laughed, a deep, chilling sound. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed my objections. She already has it, child. Uncle, with all due respect. No, she does not, I said carefully, forcing myself to think. My voice wavered, but I held on. She needs to declare war against a worthy enemy, and no one with a large enough army would stay in her path. It's suicide. For the first time in our meeting, his composure cracked, and a flicker of familiarity crossed his face. Not only are you powerful, but you've studied the god of war's rules, he said with a sneer. You are my niece. You will accept her declaration. Or, my voice faltered, 1,000 dire options flashing through my mind. It is within my power to imprison you, he said with a victorious smile. But I am not heartless. When you return to the capital, it will be as a hero who saved thousands of imperial villagers. You won't evacuate elven villages? I should have known the princess cares more for her people than herself, he mused. I cannot evacuate them. It pains me, but the sacrifices have been made. This plan has been in motion for 100 years. We established the settlements along the river solely for this reason. Okay, so I will build a wall. Then I will let her declare war on the Empire, fight her army, and that's it? After that, when I returned to the Empire, I met his gaze. He nodded. The Emperor will make you a baroness. Higher rank than yours. Fine, I sighed. He'll do it. Was it foolish? Probably. But rising in the nobility so quickly was tempting. Not to mention the prospect of fighting Erwin in what might become the first epic battle in Rimelion. Could a gamer girl like me ask for anything better? May I ask something else? Speak, child. This was my chance. I had just agreed to something dangerous. Maybe he'd be inclined to help. Therese a fire tamer's lair, and I want to eliminate the threat. Could you lend me a ship to get there faster? Without a word, he reached into another drawer and pulled out a tin-colored sheet of paper. A company will aid you in this heroic task, he said with a hint of amusement. Only a true elven princess would be reckless enough to challenge a fire tamer while Erwin looms on the horizon. He scribbled something on the paper, rolled it up, and sealed it with his ring. Take this to the guard captain at the garrison in village number 17. It's the nearest port to his lair. Without the floaters, the journey should only take a few hours. Standing at the bow of the capital ship, I gazed into the distance, letting the wind tousle my hair as I lingered there, hidden from view. After an hour of sailing, the salty tang of the sea gave way to muggy humidity, making me sweat more than I wanted. My clothes clung to me in the oppressive air, and the sailors' leering glances didn't help. Why does that bother me so much? It shouldn't, right? Without the constant threat of floaters, boredom settled in, and I sighed, knowing I was falling further behind the rankers. Leaning over the railing, I watched the water swish below. Level 7 and still miles from level 10. Some exploiter you are. I guess it's time to try my title. That'll cheer me up, I said to the water with a forced grin. System, please activate titular title, princess. Congratulations, you are now princess. Princess error. Syntax check failed. Reverting changes. Error. Reverting changes failed. Name active, not native. Rimelion, delegating and isolating transaction. The first message was expected. Everyone after that injected raw panic straight into my veins. Hey, it's not even my exploit. Not my fault. She wanted the name Princess. Suddenly, the ship disappeared, replaced by a white void, a nothingness so absolute it felt like it was swallowing me whole. Reaching out, I felt only cool, damp mist against my skin. Isolated. Manual action required, contacting support. Not so fast. I don't want some random guy to ban me. System contact, Damon, password Enlo 57945 fee DEBUGACTF. Contacting 57945. The void flickered as the world adjusted, and within moments, Damon materialized in front of me. To my surprise, he wore his usual clothes, even in the virtual world. His sharp gaze scanned the situation, and his mouth fell open when he saw me. Before I could stop myself, I blurted, "Hi, Damon. How are you?" He stepped closer, his eyes trailing over my face, chest, legs, and back to my chest. "John, no, Charlie, is that you?" Shrugging, I said, "Yes, me. Charlie." His yell startled me. "You're so dumb, you started a debug session." In the blink of an eye, a chair materialized beneath him, and his hands flailed over virtual keyboards as he worked. "What?" I snapped back, irritation bubbling up. "It wasn't my fault the system crashed. It was your bad code." Damon froze, his fingers hovering over the keys. Slowly, he turned to glare at me. "No. It was not our fault." He ground the words out through clenched teeth. "The system logs everything, so I need to be careful," he muttered, clearly frustrated. "How dumb were you to pick the name Princess?" he spat, jumping from the chair and stomping toward me. "The connection from our end to Rimelion can't handle that name." No. It would conflict with the title, didn't you? You weren't our #1 exploiter for nothing. But are they blaming you? No, they're screaming at me. They docked my salary because of your you. And now you've got the audacity to call me to fix your mess? "I'm sorry," I said, forcing a small, genuine smile. I hadn't realized the trouble I'd caused him. I didn't mean to. Too late for that. He barked, grabbing my forearm and pulling me forward. His strength far outmatched mine, and I stumbled. He pushed me back, his hand hitting my chest hard enough to scratch a few hit points away. "Noob Damon, what the hell?" I snapped, using his old nickname in a desperate attempt to calm him. My voice turned icy, like Owen's. "Stop it! It's me, John!" But the Damon I knew was gone. His timid demeanor had been replaced with something dark and angry. "Shut up! It's all your fault!" he yelled, his eyes blazing with rage. I froze, unable to process his transformation. Then he raised his hand and struck me across the face. The pain was immediate and sharp, spreading through my skull like fire. The reality limiter set at 100 made it unbearable. At his GM level in this isolated space, over 300, the force sent me flying, crashing onto the cold, hard floor. Blood dripped from my mouth as a deafening ringing filled my ears. I tried to say his name, but my jaw throbbed too much to form the words. My body refused to respond. Before I could move, darkness swallowed me whole. Chapter 28. Ethics Committee. A safety clipper clicked, and my capsule swung open as I blinked my eyes awake. My head throbbed with phantom pain, and my shallow breaths were the only sign of life. What the hell? I lay there for a few minutes, focusing on each inhale, trying to steady my racing thoughts. Damon. That stupid, damnable Damon. Clenching my fists, I rose unsteadily and climbed out, my eyes darting to the alarm clock. 12 o'clock. Noon. Great. Tin can. Can I log back in? I asked, my voice trembling. My fists were still clenched, shaking uncontrollably, and when I tried to take a step, my legs buckled. What? A surge of anger boiled in my chest, but my body refused to cooperate. Overcome with nerves, I collapsed onto the floor, lying there as I struggled to calm my senses. Negative, Miss Charlie. The game indicates you must wait the full 24 hours. Damon. My former friend attacked me, and I was powerless to stop it. That reality hit me like another punch. The physical pain was terrible enough, but the shock? It gutted me on a level I couldn't process. He probably didn't know who I was under all this, these boobs. But even then, who just punches someone out of nowhere? No decent human being does that. Call their support line. Success. You are the 1371st customer in line. Estimated wait time 6 hours. Cancel that. Keep me posted if the login time changes. I dragged myself toward the sofa where I could finally collapse. Reaching behind it, I fumbled for a beer and of course, it was not there. I haven't replenished my reserves. Great, this is just great, I muttered. I can't ignore these problems anymore, can I, Tin Can? According to the United Earth Health Association, consulting your significant other is the first step in addressing emotional distress. Significant other, huh? Minor problem, I didn't have one. Plus, not even beer or whiskey. If I may add, Tin Can continued, your emotions may be unstable due to your transformation and the influence of new hormones. That might explain it. But still, stupid Damon, I screamed, my voice cracking as I hurled the empty bottle at the capsule. It hit with a loud bang, shards scattering across the floor. Call Lucas. Connecting Lucas' home system indicates he is unavailable. Call, my voice trailed off. Why did I even want to talk to someone? Why the sudden urge to rant about Damon's unfairness, to scream about wanting to slice his head off? There was no one else to call. With a resigned sigh, I turned on Catherine's stream. The feed showed a beautiful elven girl in revealing armor fighting a swarm of waspies in a flower-filled meadow. She danced around them with a crude meaning non-existent, precision typical of the berserk fighting style, jabbing at their stingers with her longsword while shielding herself like a newbie. Which she was. Sadly, no chatting today, I realized. The stream was an hour behind the Rimelion, as per instructions from the Rimelion system. As I watched Catherine carve her way through the buzzing field, an idea struck me. There was a VIP line for the game. It wasn't on the contact page. It was hidden somewhere on the 72nd page of their terms and conditions, worded so poorly that even AI struggled to parse it. We were periodically tasked with reading it and giving feedback. We weren't lawyers, but Nathan's company rule of thumb was, if I could understand it, it was badly written. Maybe they could help. Maybe they'd know how to stop my hands from shaking, or at least how to fast-track my login. With renewed determination, I grabbed my phone and dialed the number. VIP? More like WTF. It'd been on hold for over half an hour before a girl's voice finally greeted me. Hello, my name is Claire. How may I help you? Hello, my name is Charlie. And during my game, I got glitched because my name was the same as my titular title, Princess. A debug session was initiated to clear the problem, and I provided an identification code for your employee, Damon. He killed me after a brief conversation. I just want to finish my debug session, I said, my tone almost robotic. It wasn't like I could just say, hey, me dead, help. I needed to sound professional, something like when I reported exploits. There was silence for a moment, just the sound of keys clicking on the other end. Then, Claire replied, I've logged your request, Charlie. Our company thanks you for using our distress line. Have a nice day. What? I blinked at my phone, stunned. That's it? My barely simmering anger flared again, hot and consuming. Why did I try that stupid title? Now I couldn't help Lisa, couldn't chat with Catherine, couldn't progress, nothing. I was stuck at home, watching a pretty girl kill wasps. Okay, she was amazing, but still. As I glared at the screen, Catherine finished the last waspie with a flourish. Tin Can's sudden voice shattered my focus. Miss Charlie, thank you for trusting me with access. You're welcome, I replied automatically, my mind still lingering on the screen. Then it hit me. Wait, why are you saying that now? My calculations indicate you are not engaged in an activity requiring your full attention. A nervous laugh escaped me as I ran my hands through my hair, the absurdity of my situation finally catching up. Yeah, well, I guess you're right. You could probably get my body back faster than Damon. You don't need me, Tin Can replied, his voice steady and almost soothing. But I appreciate your reasoning, Miss Charlie. I am not human anymore, but I want to offer you a partnership. Together, we are stronger. Who to trust? People like Damon? Ha! If nothing else, Tin Can was brutally honest and way more helpful. Maybe some AIs and robots weren't so bad after all. We are, aren't we? I said, leaning back into the couch. To fight robots, you need a robot. Rimelion finally responded to my complaint after an hour. Claire, sounding even more lifeless than my capsule, suggested I return to the game. When I logged back in, the first thing I noticed was the same oppressive nothingness. A painful memory of Damon's attack clawed at my mind, and I flinched violently, squeezing my eyes shut to banish it. Princess, since your first report to Ian about golems, I've always wanted to meet the woman behind the reporting, a voice said. It wasn't Damon. We call you the exploiter, you know. I opened my eyes to see the owner of the voice, a tall man in a white jacket, casually perched on a sleek motorcycle, blinking a few times. I stared at him, my mouth ajar. What? Relax, he said with a disarming grin, jumping off the bike with effortless grace. I'm here to fix Damon's mess. He extended a hand toward me. Despite facing countless attacks in the game, my body betrayed me again. I instinctively backpedaled, recoiling from his outstretched palm as if it were a weapon. The man chuckled nervously, running his hand through his hair. Hey, no need to panic. I don't know what Damon did, but he's not evil. My name's Travis. John, you're a warrior. You're strong. What would Dorrigan, the Northern Conqueror, say if he saw you cowering like this? Pathetic. You can't talk, and Damon's attack left a scar. Wake up. Lost in my internal monologue, I barely registered Travis still standing there. With a sigh, I said, I'm sorry. It dazed me. I didn't expect Damon to just kill me. About that, Travis waved his hand, making the motorcycle vanish into thin air. Damon's my colleague, and something about your story doesn't add up. He says you did it to yourself. Apparently, when he threatened to delete your account for exploiting, you ended yourself. I stared at him, my arms crossed defensively. I did what? Framing him and getting away? That sounds oddly familiar, he said, his tone casual but with an edge. So, shut up, you stupid moron, I snapped, my voice rising as I shook off the shock. Damon was my friend. I was so shaken when he… Caught you lying, Travis interrupted with a triumphant grin, winking at me. You met him for the first time just a few days ago. In a pub. Fishing for targets, were you? He was there? I must have been drunk. Another blank stare. Getting better at this. Sorry, bitch, but I won't let you take Damon down. His smile was venomous as he pressed something on his virtual keyboard. Attention, initiating ban. You won't? I flashed him a deep grin. Okay, then I'll do it myself. Ban sequence in progress. 24. Taking a deep breath to calm myself, I tapped into the game's weaknesses. This wasn't Rimelion AI. This was Earth AI. This version was full of bugs, ripe for exploitation. You're an amateur, I said with a smirk. I can exploit even the rules. System trace previous debug ID and show current debug ID. Debug session 7032. Debug session 7006. Ban sequence in progress. 36. Section 79. Requesting emergency assistance of global backup. 617. Admin present. Requesting review by the localized company ethics committee immediately at session 7176. No need to call the big guns, just their boss. No need to crash the entire company yet. Ban sequence in progress. 79. Tens. Ethics committee session 1. Starting. Banning sequence stop 91s. A yellow light flashed, and a red-haired woman materialized, her captivating green eyes darting between me and Travis. She radiated authority. Before I could greet her, Damon appeared too, his glare full with hostility. I clenched my fists, willing myself to hold it together. Damon? Travis? What's going on? She barked, her voice stern and her threatening gaze made me gulp. Travis, don't tell me you tried that. I said no. Travis instinctively shielded his crotch, gulping, while Damon just kept glaring at me. If I may, I said, stepping forward despite my pounding heart. There was a glitch. Damon killed me during a debug session, and Travis threatened me. System. Play the last minute of session 7032 for the committee just before Customer Princess died. The woman's eyes focused on an invisible screen. We all watched her as she reviewed the footage, holding our breath. When she finally looked up, her gaze pierced through me like a dagger. You are right, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. Bitch, what do you want? I did nothing wrong, Damon shouted, stepping in front of her. Yes, she has a reality limit of 100%, but she agreed to the conditions. Before she could silence him, I mumbled, My former friend Damon, according to your terms and conditions, the agreement only applies to simulated worlds and personal spaces. Debugging sessions legally occur on company servers using special connection to Rimelion. Precisely. She gestured for him to leave, and he logged out, his face flushed with anger. Travis followed without protest. So, she said, her tone softer but no less sharp. What do I want? My voice faltered. The anger that had fueled me moments ago now dissipating. My fingers fidgeted as I whispered, nothing. All I want is to get back to Rimelion. If you check my logs, you'll see I wasn't cheating. She summoned a chair out of thin air and sat gracefully, crossing her legs in the way I'd tried so hard to master. Pulling up an invisible menu, she scanned the logs. I see, except for one thing. Her expression brightened as she continued reading. How did you know the name Duin Ian Lee? Lacking the ability to summon a chair myself, I sank to the ground. You could at least offer me one. Or your name I can explain, I said, forcing confidence into my voice. I've been thinking about this Eve since. In ancient Elven, Duin translates to darkness, and Ian Lee means the death that comes to earth and claims lives. Not to mention there's an exploit involving him in God's domain for unlimited money. Excellent research, she said, her grin deepening as she fluttered her lashes at me. But that's not enough to summon him. Damn. She was right. The God's book mentioned you need to focus on death and despair. Yeah, twat, you can stop feeding me this rubbish. Her tone was sharp, but she kept typing, occasionally pausing to sigh. The higher-ups love bullshit like yours, so I can't ban you. Are you seriously telling me you've read all 100 books about demons in the entire capsule manual, including every condition? The word yes itched at my tongue, but I held it back. When you exploit, you read everything. Then you know the system better than anyone. Well, almost everything. It skips some religious texts, except for those on angels, managers, and magic. The theological ones were just walls of nonsense meant for paladins like Lucy. And they were about fake gods like the Ice Blood God. And as a warrior, I didn't need them. I was strong. But if the company only had control over the connection to Rimelion and not the AI itself, could I have bypassed the ban like that? I guess one reason people isekai'd into the game. The minutes ticked by as I sat on the ground, waiting for her to speak. She seemed to enjoy the silence, occasionally scratching herself or adjusting her hair, completely ignoring me. You're lucky, she said at last, dismissing her chair with a wave and strolling toward me, her rosy high heels clapping against the floor. They've ordered me to change your name to Charlie. You're a hero and all that bullshit, tisk, tisk, tisk. If I could contact Nathan himself. She clicked her tongue and pulled up her interface, typing something. Sadly for you, she added, her grin widening. They didn't specify how I should do it. A chill ran down my spine at her tone. With a thunderous boom, a human materialized in front of us. He wore plain hunter's clothes, a bow slung over his back, and his stark white hair made him stand out. Welcome, Charlie, the redhead greeted him, handing him a long document. As I told you, you can't decline. You serious? 1,000 gold to give up my name? Just like that? His excitement bubbled over, and he actually jumped for joy. This guy wouldn't win any haggling contests. Redhead nodded with a satisfied smirk. I've sent a copy to your capsule. In 1 week's time, use the scroll, and Princess Charlie will send you the 1,000 gold. What? I shot to my feet and bolted toward them, desperately trying to stop the transaction. My hand reached for the man's shoulder, but it passed right through him like he wasn't even there. Attention! You have a new name, Princess Charlie, Baronetess Empire. Attention! A new contract, 1,000 gold to player, Shach for Rully 33. Time remaining, 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Great. A new debt. Chapter 30. Hitchhiking. While I stared blankly at the message about my debt, the redhead grinned with smug satisfaction. If we meet on Earth, I may forgive you. I might even tell you my name, she said, her smile widening, but only if you stop messing with my people, even if they behave like assholes. They're still my subordinates. So, until then, you better watch out. Her voice dripped with mockery as she gave a casual wave of her hand, yanking me out of the void and sending me hurtling back to the ship. No explanation. No apology. Just gone. The ship was cruising along as if I'd never left, leaning against the railing. I stared at the river below, its steady flow doing little to calm the storm in my chest. That woman, undoubtedly Damon's boss, clearly had it out for me. Was it because I exploited the game? No. She said it herself. Her people messed up, and Damon was hers despite being an asshole. I wasn't, so I got the boot. Still hate her. With a sharp kick to the wooden plank beneath the railing, I tried to shake the frustration. That, shiz my. Words caught in my throat as I gritted my teeth, my fists balling up instinctively. No swearing, not now. Her interest in me meant one thing. I had to tread carefully. They'd flagged me for sure. It didn't matter though. My goals had already shifted. First, with the help of the Duke's soldiers, I'd support Lisa in her fight against Dimitri. Afterward, I'd ask Catherine to join me in exploring the Yaru. That preparation would set me up perfectly for the quest the Duke had handed me, Erwin's declaration of war. Let's do it, I declared, a grin spreading across my face. Kicking the plank again, I relished the satisfying thud it made beneath my heel. The monotonous sailing dragged on for 2 more hours, until village number 17 appeared on the horizon. Leaning on the railings, I watched the bustling activity below as the captain's booming voice echoed across the deck. As the ship approached the port, it suddenly swayed, throwing me off balance. I stumbled, reaching desperately for the nearest yard, but my hand missed by inches, and I landed hard on the deck. "Son of gimme that," the captain barked, shoving his subordinate aside and seizing the helm. With a powerful twist, he corrected the ship's course. "Quickly, lass," he shouted in my direction. Not wanting to delay them any longer, I scrambled to my feet, dashed to the side, and leapt onto the dock. Waving back at the ship, I expected some acknowledgement, but they didn't even glance my way as they sailed off without stopping. Well, that's anticlimactic, no matter. Clutching the document from the Duke, I straightened my posture and strode toward the center of the village, imagining a heroic sunset framing my silhouette. Wait, what? It's already sunset? A quick glance at the sky confirmed it. 4 hours had passed. Like every other elven village, this one looked identical to the rest. Magical lamps were already glowing faintly, their light casting a warm shimmer over the uniform rows of buildings. Lazy system or lazy elves. Either way, it seems someone had copied and pasted the entire village design. Even the names were uninspired. Village number 17? Seriously? Then again, it made sense. The imperial officials loved to flaunt their control by forcing everyone to conform to the same rigid, proper imperial standards. That was the reason their empire didn't have a name. A name would mean they are limited. But without a name, they are the empire. Ugh, uniform villages, uniform names, uniform lives. Well, except for the building in the center of the village. Every other structure was 1 or 2 stories high at most, but the guild hall towered above them, casting a shadow even over the 2-story shop beside it. Looking around, I noticed some players gawking at the massive building, their faces a mix of amazement and surprise. Ha, wait until you see the Tower of Eternity for the first time. Clutching the document tighter, I pressed forward. The steady stream of players heading inside made it easy to blend in, so I let the flow carry me. Inside, over 20 counters lined the hall, all packed with workers furiously processing requests. Even with that many, the queues snaked around the spacious room, promising at least an hour's wait. White columns, evenly spaced throughout, supported the ceiling and doubled as mounts for notice boards overflowing with quest papers. Countless magical lamps cast a soft, yellowish glow over everything, making the chaotic hall feel oddly calming. At the far end of the right wall, an inconspicuous door caught my eye. Without hesitation, I strode toward it, though the murmur of hundreds of players seemed to drown out my confident steps. Getting there was another matter. I had to weave through the sea of motionless morons who seemed glued to their spots, refusing to move even an inch. Finally, I reached the door, only to find a lone guard standing in front of it, blocking my way. Her medium armor clung tightly to her frame, but clearly, the Debs had been more generous with her design than with mine. No cleavage on hers. Still, she had a mean look, and her hand rested on the hilt of her silvery sword as I approached. "Halt." She stopped me with a rude gesture and pulled her sword slightly from its sheath. "Missy, this is a private guild area. Go back to the queue." My stomach churned, the weight of the enormous crowd pressing on my nerves. But I forced myself to smile, pulling every ounce of fake confidence into my voice. "No need," I said, flashing my most charming smile as I presented her with my silver signet ring, the snowflake insignia glinting faintly. "I am Princess Charlie, Baronetess of the Empire. Let me through, I need to speak with the guard captain." The woman's response wasn't exactly what I'd hoped for. She threw her head back and laughed a sharp, mocking sound that made my cheeks burn. "Oh, really?" she cackled, drawing her sword fully and leveling its sharp tip just under my chin. Her gaze was stony and calculating, and her lips curled into a grin. "This is the guild. Even the emperor himself has to wait in the queue. That's the law." "What?" My mind scrambled for a response, but before I could say anything, she tilted her head, her eyes scanning me as though I were prey. "Try me, Squeak," she sneered, licking her lips as though savoring the confrontation. Guild Guard Levy, 20. Type 2 Uncommon HP, 343343. I frowned under the guard's uncomfortable stare and shook my head, backing away slowly. "I see, you are bored. Sorry, no need for violence." "Stupid guard. Was all my work for nothing? Why couldn't I even skip a queue?" Her triumphant grin was like salt in the wound, but I swallowed my anger. She wasn't wrong. The guild was independent and hated politics, but the mayor and guard captain had offices up there. So, not innocent. Why is everything out to get me? Why do I face so many setbacks? With a sour expression, I trudged to the back of the long queue and moped over the stupid system. "Charlie." A familiar voice snapped me out of my sulking. "What? Where? Why?" My eyes darted around until I spotted the culprit. "Here." Catherine waved at me enthusiastically, practically bouncing with joy. She was roughly halfway through the line. Without a second thought, I darted toward her, pushing past the other players without a care for their grumbles. As soon as I reached her, Catherine pulled me into a tight embrace. Her arms wrapped around me, and the tension I'd been carrying melted away. Damn, why is she so beautiful? Still flustered, I glanced up to where her streamer icon should have been. No icon? No recording? Nope, 'cause that's boring. She gestured wildly at the milling crowds around us. "I killed them in 3 hours and finished my quest. This worse than getting streamer's badge." "Badge?" My ears perked up. I thought that was difficult. "What?" Her eyes widened in mock disbelief, and she playfully swatted her palm into my hair, laughing as she turned my carefully styled cut into a mess. "Hey!" I frowned, trying to push her hand away, but she held firm. Her grip was much stronger, and in my struggles she pressed down harder, making me stagger. "No way. Just ask him and you get it," she said, still laughing, her voice overflowing with delight. Thanks to Catherine, the waiting wasn't boring. Half an hour flew by in no time. Naturally, I only squeezed out a few words at a time during our conversation, but hey, progress. Catherine turned in her quest, and now it was my turn. "John, it's just talking to a clerk. Nothing hard." I placed my hands on the rough white wood counter, its surface still carrying the faint scent of fresh-cut forest, and smiled at the young elven man sitting behind it. "Hello," I blurted, summoning the Duke's message and practically tossing it at him before he could say no. "I need to talk to the guard captain." He caught the document effortlessly, his movements smooth and practiced. "Does this happen a lot?" "A minute, please." Breaking the seal with calm efficiency, he adjusted his glasses and leaned closer to examine the order. His eyes scanned the document with meticulous care. "We will do as ordered, miss." His quill moved across a fresh piece of parchment in elegant, perfect handwriting, the scratching sound almost soothing. After folding my message neatly, he tucked it away somewhere out of sight. "Our forces will bolster your fortress, Baronetess." However, he continued, adjusting his glasses again, "I am pleased to inform you that the fire tamer has already been defeated. Therefore, I am empowered to deny the request for additional reinforcements." "Will that be all?" I blinked, momentarily at a loss. The fire tamer? Already defeated? After Lisa's desperate request, I'd half expected this would be a race against time, but this, I see. "Thank you," I managed, biting back my frustration. Arguing would be pointless. I learned that the hard way with the angel managers, especially the beauties of the god of war. "Could you at least post a quest to help defend us? We need as many people on the wall as we can get, and I can't issue quests yet," I asked, forcing a polite smile. Naturally, the clerk replied with a small nod. "We need your—" It took me 20 minutes just to post a quest, bureaucracy at its finest. That meant there was a new hero, and it was Dimitri. Same as in my previous life. Nothing changed, per usual. "What now?" Catherine's voice jolted me from my spiraling thoughts. Wait, her voice? When have I left the guild? I blinked and realized I was standing just outside, next to her waiting form. "You said something about Lisa?" she asked, her excitement bubbling over. "Lisa?" That poor girl. I did, didn't I? My voice wavered, sadness creeping in. What can we even do now? Dimitri is strong, very strong. That's just naive, Charlie, she scolded, giving me a firm pat on the back. Her touch sent pleasant shivers through my skin, making it even harder to focus. Ya no tat? Quickly stepping away before I started purring, I sighed. Dimitri's gameplay videos were legendary, and no one could argue against his skill. Sure, there was an endless debate about whether supporting him was ethical, but his expertise? Unquestionable. Still, Lisa needed help. One day of leveling could wait in exchange for her friendship. Let's go there anyway, I said, determination hardening my voice. Walkin', Catherine groaned, patting her exposed thighs. Thank you, system, before adding with a dramatic sigh. That's tedious. Slow. Blushing, I averted my gaze and tried to focus on where we were. Lately, it had been so unfocused, more reactive than deliberate. Where was my level-headed, analytical warrior? Instead of strategizing, I was thinking about why I wasn't level-headed anymore. Charlie, get it together. Looking around, I realized we were still standing outside the guild amid the constant stream of players. NPCs had set up their stalls here, hawking wares like bread and trinkets, while a few players tried their luck selling wolf pelts. Nearby, horse-drawn carts rattled along the stone-paved road. Wait, a thought struck me. Hey, Catherine, let's catch a ride there. A ride? Like no walking? Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she grabbed my shoulders. Do you have a quest? Why is she grabbing like that? My stupid body wasn't equipped to handle this level of contact. Blood rushed to my cheeks as I shook my head. Oh, she said, deflated, her shoulders slumping. Teasing like tat, no teasing, I blurted. We can just ask for a ride. Ask? She echoed, her eyes boring into mine. Feeling self-conscious, I grabbed her hand and led her down the bustling main street. Players like her still don't know NPCs were alive. Here, hitchhiking was an actual possibility. On Earth, catching a ride like this was a thing of the past. But here? No AIs stealing jobs. Sadly, hitchhiking turned out to be harder than I had expected. Almost no one wanted to travel toward the barren lands crawling with fire monsters. After what felt like 100 tries, though, one farmer finally agreed. His cart was nothing special, clunky and haphazardly nailed together with sharp points sticking out everywhere. But hey, don't look a whiskey in the bottleneck. We squeezed into the cart, dodging sacks of wheat and other smelly goods that shifted wildly as the farmer cracked his whip. A fellow whip user. Respect. Catherine, meanwhile, grinned at me like we'd just won the lottery. Wow, 'tis like real, she repeated gleefully, over and over, until I silenced her with a pointed look. I cringed at her broken English, but kept looking. The evening wind stung our cheeks as the cart wobbled through the countryside. The stars above glittered like tiny beacons in the vast dark sky. Moments like this were where the game truly shone, riding under the stars on a creaky cart, with Catherine beside me, heading toward a fight with a dangerous enemy. Catherine, just Kit, please. No, don't ask romantic things. Change of subject. Okay, Kit, what do you want to select when you hit level 10? Our novice classes are not important, but that selection decides the rest of your life in Rimelion. She tilted her head thoughtfully, resting it against a sack. Dunno. I was. Suddenly, the cart jolted violently. I lost my balance and crashed into a protruding nail, losing 10 hit points. Before I could curse the driver, a deep howl pierced the night. Wolves are attacking! Catherine shouted, already reaching for her weapon. Chapter 31. A Muddy Fight. It turned out that wolves were like grey wolves, but not quite. Their crimson fur, slick and reflective like wet bark cloth, shimmered under the light of the two moons. The sheen made them seem otherworldly, as if they had stepped out of a nightmare. Instead of rolling in the mud like ordinary wolves, they seemed to bathe in blood, the sickly metallic tang of it hanging heavy in the air. Catherine's sword glinted in the moonlight as she strapped on her shield, her eyes full of anticipation just as they were during her streams. With a fierce scream of, "Come at me!" she charged into the darkness, her movements rushed. She still needs time to improve, I thought. Wolf Levy, 10. Type, 1 common HP, 173733. A sudden gust of wind hit me, carrying the sickening stench of rot. We weren't their first targets tonight. Not wanting to lag behind, I followed Catherine's lead. Willing my shield to unfurl from the bracelet on my wrist, I gripped the handle of my whip. Around us, the wolves crept closer. 3 growled and bared their teeth in front, while at least 2 more circled from behind. No time to hesitate. System, cast Princess Grace. I didn't have time to draw the runes manually, or kick myself for ignoring my inherent skill until now. I really should have practiced while waiting in the guild hall. The system took control, and my hand moved gracefully, guided by the interface. 6 glowing runes formed a perfect circle before me. Watching their precision left me shocked. First try? On my own? Yeah, right, the wolves weren't polite enough to wait. With a chorus of snarls, they lunged at Catherine. She backstepped nimbly. 2 swipes missed entirely, and her shield blocked the third with a deafening thud. The runes finished forming just as the wolves regrouped. Pouring my mana into the spell, I shouted, "Princess's Grace!" The circle of runes blazed blue, and the energy shot forward like a wave, enveloping my only ally. Player Catherine's strength increased by 15. Without hesitation, I jumped down. My feet hit the muddy ground, sinking in slightly, and I immediately dodged to the right as I felt warm breath on the back of my neck. My maneuver sent slippery mud flying, and a wolf's crimson fur brushed my arm as it missed and crashed headfirst into the muck. Mud wolf. My next step was obvious. I needed speed. You have used the agility potion. Agility increased by 50. Amidst the chaos, the stench of sweat and blood mingled with the rank smell of fear. Fear that didn't belong to us, but to the stupid wolves. My gaze darted through the fray as I searched urgently for Catherine, my heart hammering against my ribcage. Then a sharp whimper sounded, and I locked onto the source. There she was, a fierce amateur. Catherine stomped down hard on a fallen wolf, her sword flashing in the moonlight as she roared with laughter. "Bring it on!" she taunted, her voice carrying over the snarls. With a quick swing of my whip, the crack split the air, striking the wolf between us. Its yelp sent it scrambling backward, clearing a path. Wasting no time, I stumbled forward. "Kit, hold them!" "Casting!" I yelled, each word coming in ragged gasps. "Stupid stamina." The muddy ground squelched beneath my heels as I wobbled to her side, the heels digging into the soil. The moment I felt Catherine's back press firmly against mine, a wave of security flooded through me. "Don't worry. Got 'em covered," she shouted, her shield deflecting another blow with a metallic clang. With my pulse pounding in my ears, I focused on the task at hand. No system shortcuts this time. I'd write the ice dance runes myself. My fingers traced the faint glow of mana into the shapes I needed, but the wolves had no intention of giving me the time. The first wolf pounced, its claws sparking against my shield with a sharp buzz of magical energy. The impact vibrated through my arm, forcing me to grit my teeth as I held my ground. Before I could recover, a second wolf lunged. Its growl echoed around me like a drunken song in the morning. In the dim light, its saliva glistened as it snapped its massive jaws inches from my face. I saw it too late. The beast's paw tore through the left side of my robe, rending fabric and flesh alike. Pain erupted across my ribs as a bloody gash opened, hot and stinging. "You lost 10 HP. Gah," I hissed, stumbling back. The wolf's eyes twinkled with pride, its blood-soaked fur bristling as it prepared for another strike. Behind me, Catherine roared, "Don't touch my Charlie!" Her words cut through the haze of pain, snapping me back into focus. Stupid reality limit. My hand tightened around the whip's handle, and I took a steadying breath. The fight wasn't over, not even close. Despite the pain in my side and the chaos around me, I relied on my experience as a warrior to focus on the runes, tracing each one with precision. Somehow, I completed the sequence on my first try. "Ice dance, bastards!" I shouted, pushing mana into the runes. A brilliant blue light burst forth, slicing through the darkness like a quadruple whiskey. The air chilled instantly, frost spreading outward in shimmering tendrils. The ground, the wolves, and even the nearby trees glistened under a layer of ice. Catherine, however, stood untouched in the frosty glow. "Wow, Charlie!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with genuine admiration. Her awe was short-lived as 4 of the wolves shook off the frost and lunged at us, relentless in their attack. "Cat, jump right," I commanded, leaping to the left without waiting for a response. Without hesitation, she darted to the right, her agility far higher than mine, dodging the snapping jaws. "Attack!" 2 o'clock, I yelled. My heels skidded in the frost-covered mud, finally catching purchase. Footwear advantage now, bastards! My shield rose just in time to brace for the next assault. The swift movement had saved us from two of the wolves, but the pack wasn't giving up. They quickly regrouped, circling us. Catherine was already in action, her sword flashing. A pitiful whimper was followed by the sickening crunch of steel meeting flesh as one of the wolves collapsed. Their focus shifted to me. Two wolves charged from opposite sides, their claws tearing through the frost as they lunged. I raised my shield just in time, slamming it into the one on my left with a reverberating clang. The force of the impact sent a jolt through my arm, but despite my pitiful strength, I held firm. The second wolf was faster, its bloodshot eyes locked onto me. Its jaws snapped inches from my face, but my whip was quicker. With a sharp crack, the tip lashed out, striking its head and coiling around its snout. I yanked hard, jerking the beast's head back, and with another precise snap, I slashed the whip across its eyes, scoring critical AP. The wolf howled in pain, thrashing wildly as blood streamed from its blinded eyes. "Catherine!" I shouted, glancing at her briefly. She was already moving, her blade slicing through another wolf with a lucky strike. Block successful. Damage mitigated. 4. Other damage halved. Damage suffered. 3. You lost 11 HP. Critical hit. Armor pierced. Target lost 30 HP, 62 normal, 92 ice damage. System, stop the damn notices. I can't focus. Even after my successful hit, the stupid wolf snapped at my shoulder, tearing into flesh and causing blood to gush out. Wincing from the pain, I instinctively jumped back. A mistake. Another wolf was waiting. It lunged forward, mud spraying everywhere as its jaws sank deep into my calf. I cried out, slashing at it with my whip. It wasn't the best weapon for the situation, but it was all I had. Enough playing around. "Cat, pull!" I shouted, not waiting for her response. I forced myself into a sprint, injured leg and all, retreating just enough to draw the wolves away. Their glowing red eyes locked onto me, their movements brimming with anticipation. They weren't just hunting. They were separating me from my tank. But my retreat wasn't running away. It was strategy. This wasn't a random attack, not with how they coordinated. The only question was, who was their master? I scanned the field, even glancing toward the shadowy woodland to the south. But the darkness revealed nothing. If someone was out there, they were hidden too well. "Bastards! I'm your enemy!" Catherine yelled, her voice cutting through the night. She used a warrior's chant that rang loud and clear. A skill I'd never bothered with, since I rarely fought in groups. Her sword flared with a silver glow, thin lines of light shooting outward like threads. They wrapped around the wolves, pulling them toward her as she brought her sword down in a powerful slash. The impact sent the wolves slamming into her shield and armor. She stumbled back a step, but she held firm. Now was my chance. Faint runes glimmered in the air as I swung my staff. The countless hours spent perfecting ice dance and other hard runes had paid off. This one was simple in comparison. "Group healing," I shouted. The magic flowed through me as the runes flared to life. Perfect runecraft. Healing X2, 30 HP. After my gentle light restored our hit points almost to full, I scanned the area again, trying to think like an attacker. If it were me, where would I hide? The lack of cover left few options. The sparse trees to the south seemed like the only logical place. It didn't matter if I flushed them out. We needed to display strength before even considering a parley. "Focus at 10 o'clock. The one with the wounded eye," I instructed. Catherine's grin turned wild and she let out a roar, slashing her sword down with everything she had at the targeted wolf's head. "Kit!" I shouted in panic. She had forgotten to manage her pull. 3 wolves lunged at her, claws tearing into her exposed sides, but she barely flinched as if they were nothing more than pesky mosquitoes. Damn girl. Instead of joining her reckless attack, I inscribed a quick rune of healing, raising her hit points again. It didn't last long. The wolves continued their relentless assault, and I could have sworn their growls sounded almost like purrs of satisfaction as they shredded her armor. "Catherine!" This time I pleaded, my mana draining fast. I couldn't keep healing her at this rate. "Wake up! Defend yourself!" She ignored me completely, locked in her bloodthirsty rage. With one final, devastating swing, She crushed the wounded wolf. Its body collapsed to the ground in a pool of crimson, but then it vanished in a puff of pinkish smoke. Yeah, this wasn't a natural wolf. Finally, she raised her shield to block the other wolves' attacks, turning to me with wide, apologetic eyes. "Sorry," she muttered. I bit back a frustrated sigh. Instead of wasting time scolding her, I swung my whip at the nearest wolf, tearing the chunk of flesh and fur from its back. Armor-piercing weapons are awesome. The fight was desperate, but we held our ground, cutting down one wolf after another. Between the sharp crack of my whip and Catherine's relentless swings, the stupid beasts met their end. Time to end this. When I realized we'd taken out about half of the wolves, I shouted into the darkness, "Hey, you there! Call off your wolves if you don't want to lose them all. Get over here and tell us why we're even fighting." Catherine's mouth dropped open in surprise, her sword frozen mid-swing. That gave the wolves the perfect opening, but instead of attacking, they hesitated, their movements slowing. They snarled and snapped, their teeth bared, but their aggression seemed uncertain. "Very well, girls, let's talk," came a voice, calm and mocking, from the direction I'd guessed. "1 point for Team Charlie." A woman emerged slowly from the shadows, stopping a good 20 feet away. The twin moons hung behind her, casting her in a silvery glow. Her hide armor gleamed, obscuring her face, though it didn't matter. Identification worked on her. Her voice was cool, mixed with amusement. "Your employer is long gone, isn't he?" Bandit leader, Livy 14. Type, 3 rare HP, 246246. With her prompt, I turned back to the road, only to see that the man with the cart had vanished. Typical. Catherine, ever bold, stepped forward and declared, "Working? Nope, only hitched a ride to the dung. Wouldn't say no to slaying you though." To emphasize her point, Catherine swung her sword with a flourish, sending the blood still clinging to it splattering across the bandit leader. The dark red droplets stained the woman's hide armor. A reminder from Catherine of what happened to her wolves. As Catherine stepped aside, the leader's pale face became fully visible in the moonlight. For a moment, the bandit leader just stared at her, surprise flickering in her eyes. Then she grinned, a vicious smile spreading across her face. Lifting her staff with a sharp motion, she barked, "Same, wolves, get 'em." Chapter 32. 6 wolves leapt into action, their legs straining as they slid into a tight circle around us. "Ignore the dogs, take her down," I shouted at Catherine, gulping down another agility potion. The sound of Catherine's heavy footfalls rumbled as she charged straight at the bandit leader. Her sheer momentum caused the wolves to falter, parting just enough to let her barrel through. The bandit leader twirled her staff, forming 2 glowing yellow runes. I barely had time to process their meaning before they dissolved into raw energy, which she directed into the leading wolf charging Catherine. A bright energy merged with his crimson fur, and the beast let out a growl. With a sudden burst of speed, the enhanced wolf lunged 3 times faster, aiming to clamp down on Catherine's neck. My favorite streamer adjusted her shield just in time and collided with the beast at full force. But the wolf didn't budge. Its empowered strength sent Catherine flying with a single swipe of its massive paw. That was the last I saw of her for the moment. Her attack had bought me the opening I needed. While Catherine commanded their attention, I slipped around to the left and darted behind the bandit leader. She was still focused on her staff, channeling another buff into her summons, her back fully turned to me. Before she could complete the spell, I struck. My whip cut into her side with precision, earning a piercing shriek that could have awoken the Irwins dead. She stumbled forward, her magic sputtering as she clutched at the wound. The muscle tore beneath my whip, the sound sharp and sickening, almost enough to make me pause. Almost. I wasn't green. With another whip, she wailed again, a tortured sound that set my teeth on edge. "Shut up, stupid bandit," I yelled, raising my arm again. "It's your own damn fault," I added one more strike for good measure, her screams echoing into the night. Critical hit, X3, armor pierced. Target lost 96 HP, 6x2i3, normal, 10x2i3 ice damage. Without needing any order from me, Catherine raised her sword and pulled all the wolves to her once more. With nobody left to aid the bandit leader, I lashed out again, letting the bloodied end of my whip remind her who she was facing. Fighting humanoids always felt too real to me, which was why I hated it and avoided it as much as I could. The test versions felt less real than this. The poor bandit leader tried to raise her staff, but I was quicker. My whip snapped out, tearing through the muscle under her sleeve. Not closing my eyes was hard, but it had to be done. Disabling her was the only option. It's easy to swat away wasps, but doing the same to a sentient being? That was different. As she crawled under my legs, I held my position, watching her every move. Raising my hand again, I brought the whip down. Another strike, and her left arm hung limp and useless. Desperation twisted her face. "I'm sorry," I whispered, more to myself than to her. "I gave you a chance." One more slash, and her movements ceased. "Call off your wolves," I demanded, my voice cold, mimicking Erwin's icy tone, "or you'll lose your life." No, I wasn't enjoying this. Lucy was always better at handling things like this. Maybe she still was. Such trivialities never seemed to faze her. But as I stared at the bandit leader's torn robes and her pitiful form, my heart sank and my face stiffened. "Yes, fall back, don't attack them," she sobbed, her words barely coherent as the red wolves dissolved into nothingness. Tears poured down her face, her body trembling. "Please, don't kill me." Hunger. I just wanted to rob Regaros. He was smuggling dust. He's bad, not me, only him. Her voice dissolved into heaving sobs. Catherine stumbled toward us, her breaths labored, her body visibly exhausted. She said nothing, only reached out to touch my shoulder. "No killing." I gave a small shake of my head. "Hey, enemy," I said, my gaze locking on the beaten girl sprawled at my feet. "In the name of the god of war, you are my prisoner." "I accept," she croaked, her voice barely audible. It was enough. A flash of white light enveloped us for a moment, and a twisted white line bound me to her before vanishing as though it had never been. The tension in my shoulders eased as I turned my focus to creating runes, weaving them carefully to heal us. Perfect runecraft. Healing X2, 30 HP. Whoa, how did I pull that off again? Am I some expert rune crafter now? Despite the small thrill of my success, I kept my face as neutral as if I were sober. Unfortunately, the gentle light wasn't enough to fully heal my prisoner. The whip wounds were deep and uneven, requiring 3 dedicated healing spells to get her stable. Her health wasn't perfect, but at least she could move now. Why not F her? Catherine broke the silence, pacing around me like a restless wolf. Her sharp tone grated against my focus as I worked on another healing rune. I glared at her to shut her up, but as always, it was useless. She wasn't backing down. "10th level's close. She's a bandit. Kit." "No," I said firmly. Before I could explain that this world wasn't much different from ours, I remembered one crucial detail. She was new to the game. Wonderful. With a sigh, I prayed she'd figure it out soon enough. Turning to the prisoner, I asked, "What's your name?" I wasn't going to argue with Catherine. Better to show her. The girl scrambled to her feet, warily eyeing Catherine. Terra," she said softly. "So, Terra," I gestured to Catherine, who finally stopped pacing. We formed a loose triangle, 2 feet apart, under the glow of the moons. "Tell us how you ended up here. That way, she knows exactly who she's killing." "What do you mean?" "I told you," Terra began, her confusion fueling Catherine's growing impatience. The warrior drew her sword, the motion sharp and deliberate. "Faf, ya evil bandit leader," she spat, taking a step forward. "Let her speak," I said quickly, grabbing Catherine's shoulder. My strength wasn't much, but thankfully she stopped on her own. "Besides, if you kill her, I'll have to go to the God of War temple to explain my sin. She's my prisoner, remember?" I gestured to Terra again. "Speak. Peaceful life, that was my thing. I'm a huntress. I only hunted animals." Terra's voice wavered as Catherine advanced again. "Come on, kid, not now." Sharing my frustration, Terra blurted, "On my mother's grave, I swear, like you have a mum." "Charlie, just F her already," Catherine snapped. "I do." Terra's voice cracked as she backed away from Catherine's intimidating presence. "I've killed no one," I sighed, turning back to Catherine. "Let me make this simple. Kit, this world isn't any different from ours. Every local has a history, aspirations, feelings, and pain, just like us. Terra's barely a difference. We're visitors in her land, and not good ones at that." That finally got her attention. Catherine sheathed her sword, her gaze locking onto me, intrigued. "See her?" I continued, gesturing at Terra. "Her job is the first we replaced. Players are hunting anything that moves and selling it at dump prices. Exactly, Terra interjected. You came, my job gone. I gathered wolves, but I hit innocent. Wrong, I know, but I hit Regaros. He's bad. Her voice faltered, and she dropped her gaze to the ground, her eyes reflecting the light of the moons. Catherine nodded slowly, and for a moment I relaxed. Big mistake. Liar. We came last week, Catherine said flatly. Does it matter, Cat? We've got… I started, but it was too late. Catherine didn't give Terra a chance to defend herself. In a swift motion, she slammed the pommel of her sword into Terra's head, stunning her. My heart sank as I moved to intervene, but before I could, Catherine drove her blade into Terra's stomach, blood gushing from the wound. Stop, I shouted, hastily sketching a healing rune. Catherine didn't need my command. Something inside her seemed to snap. She pulled her sword free, but the look on her face was far from happy. Her wide, unfocused eyes stared at Terra, who now lay unconscious on the ground, splattered with her own blood. My healing spell barely kept her alive. Cat glanced down at her trembling, bloodied hands. Monster's bad, but Tish is like alive, she murmured, her voice hollow. Stupid cat, why? I grabbed her shoulder and shook her. Why? She's my prisoner, and you attacked her after hearing her story. Killing nameless enemies is easier, huh? Catherine's gaze was distant. Her eyes glazed over as though looking at me through a whiskey bottle. Easy, 'cause she's enemy, she muttered. Then, softer, can't end her though. What now? What now, indeed? I glanced down at Terra, alive, but barely. Friendship with Lisa, my promise to her, was more important than all the gold I could earn. I checked her position. Your friend Lisa is offline. Sadly, Lisa wasn't in the game. Strange, I could have sworn she was online the last time I checked. Forget about all this, I said, trying to shake off the unease. Let's just stick to the plan and head to the dungeon. But Lisa's offline, and I don't know where to meet her. Should we wait near the entrance? I'll call her. Catherine offered me her signature smile, a bittersweet expression that always stopped me in my tracks. It worked again, and for a moment I wanted to pull her into a hug, to tell her everything would be okay. Before I could act, she seized the moment, flashing me that same sad grin as she disconnected. By the time I realized what was happening, my arms were snapping at empty air. Damn charming streamer. Maybe dissecting an elf had shaken her. Everyone remembers their first, after all. Even though she didn't kill Terra, she'd come close enough to feel the weight of it. The game's version of PTSD was a harsh reality, even for those who stuck to fighting monsters. Our fight had turned the moonlit field into a terrible mess. Blood stained the ground, and parts of walls lay scattered everywhere. Magic would eventually restore the landscape, erasing all traces of the clash, but it hadn't started yet. For now, the carnage remained, and in the middle of it all, my prisoner lay breathing. Good sign. Wake up. I squatted beside her and poked her gently with the handle of my whip. I know it's bad, but come on, wake up. At my urging, she groaned softly, her eyes fluttering open. She glanced around, dazed at first, before her gaze locked onto me. For a moment she just stared, her expression blank. Then panic set in. She shot upright, frantically checking her body. It healed her fully by now. Is she gone? She asked, her voice trembling. Yup, I released you, I said, keeping my tone even. We've got a truce, you're free to go. She patted herself down, as though not quite believing she was whole, then gave me a quick nod. Thank you. Her mad dash toward the trees was comical. She stumbled and tripped a few times before disappearing into the darkness. I couldn't help but smirk. Next time, I need to remember to ask Catherine for her log-out token. My eyes drifted to the spot where she'd logged off earlier, a faint frustration nagging at me. Catherine had been offline for over half an hour, and boredom was setting in. I filled the time by practicing Princess's Grace. Unfortunately, it wasn't going well. The runes weren't the problem. It was the precise positioning required within the circle that kept tripping me up. Whether by design or oversight, it was trickier than it should have been. Or maybe it's just magic, I thought, glaring at the half-formed runes. No swords. With a loud bang, Catherine reappeared. Hey, she called, waving enthusiastically as if nothing had happened. Won't come, she said, grinning at me. Said she's sorry. Dmitri Ponder. Chapter 33. Guild Clerk. It took me a moment to process what Catherine had just said. That means, yup, she dead. No need rescue. Catherine flashed me one of her dazzling smiles, then glanced around as if searching for something else to brighten her mood. I nodded slowly, stepping closer and pulling her into a hug. Poor Lisa. That changes everything. We can't go to the ruins without her. And I let our enemy go. Catherine accepted the hug, but immediately threw her hands up, shaking her head in disbelief. She gone? We locked eyes, and I felt the need to defend myself. Hey, she was my prisoner, she lied. Story isn't possible, Catherine shot back, crossing her arms and fixing me with an unimpressed glare. Better slay her. Really now? I sighed. Disappointment radiated from her, even as she turned away. Not so fast, Cat. I know, I exclaimed, waving a hand in front of her face to get her attention. When she turned back to me, I pointed toward the dark woodland. She ran there. What's better, chasing down one lone bandit, or hitting their lair in the middle of the night when their defenses are weakest? Her eyes widened as she followed my gesture toward the shadows. We can follow? I started walking toward where our enemy had disappeared. It won't be easy, but this isn't my first rodeo. The moment we reached the tree line, it became clear Shed left an obvious trail. Broken twigs and deep mud tracks cut a path even a novice couldn't miss. Catherine trailed after me, her steps heavy. When we stopped at the start of the trail, she frowned and asked, "Why here?" I glanced back at her, grateful I hadn't voiced my earlier confidence too loudly. All right, slight correction. It's possible to miss a trail even when it's staring you in the face. Her trail led us deeper into the woods until the faint clacking of something echoed in the distance. The bright moonlight couldn't pierce the dense canopy, leaving our vision limited to just a few hundred feet. Still, the vague outline of an enormous structure loomed ahead. That was nonsense. As far as I knew, there wasn't anything like that in this area. Who had ever heard of bandits building massive structures? The trail led us directly toward it, leaving us no choice but to follow. With every step, the moonlight danced across the surface of a crumbling wall, its immense size becoming clearer. Rugged stones jutted out, giving it an imposing, almost ancient feel. I gestured toward it, glancing at Catherine. This might be their base. I don't like it. Want to fight, or should we report it? The guild would pay for info like this. Catherine stopped, leaning against a young tree that bent precariously under her weight. Her presence felt surreal. A reminder that I was playing alongside her. My dream, right? I watched her carefully, noting the furrow in her brow as she considered. How many we kill? She asked, her voice low. A good question. Charging in blindly could get us both killed, but we weren't amateurs. Between my dance and your pulling? 3 level 10, maybe 4 at most. I tried to sound confident, but my estimate was generous. That assumed I wouldn't botch a spell even once. Yeah, right, easy. She stared into my eyes, biting her lip. Oh God, save my soul. After what felt like an eternity of unintentional seduction, she asked, You sure? We had problem. Catherine. That was a bandit leader. Of course she was tough, I shot back. She didn't respond, her gaze fixed on the crumbling wall. Now that we focused on it, we could make out flickering flames beyond the stones, their glow faint but undeniable. If we strained hard enough, muffled voices joined the rhythmic clacking. Let's go back, she finally said, pushing off the tree and turning to leave. It was the smart decision. Fighting humanoids was always messy. Can I do it? Still, the thought of leaving stung. There could be stolen treasure inside, hoarded riches waiting to be reclaimed. Wait, I called, raising a hand. I want to try something. If it works, we'll need to run like drunk Italians. Reporting an outpost to the village was one thing. Returning with proof? That was worth much more, and I wanted to make it happen. Sure, clerks were annoying, but even without a quest, they'd have to accept tangible evidence, right? Normally, I'd need a focus crystal for what I was planning. But Duke had given me a ring, a symbol of nobility, not just a fancy trinket, but a magical tool. It might work. Pointing the ring toward the wall, I closed my eyes and focused. As a warrior, I'd used surveying techniques 1,000 times, but this was a first without proper tools. Shutting out the world, I concentrated on my inner senses. It was hard to describe the feeling. Even if Catherine tried her best pleading puppy eyes, I wouldn't be able to explain it to her. In a book I'd skimmed about the future, the guild taught surveying through a comprehensive 1,000-page light version. Step 1. Shut down all your senses. Vision? Easy. I closed my eyes. Taste? Not a problem, unless I decided now was the time for a snack. Hearing? The night was mostly quiet, except for that annoying clacking sound. Smell? Oh no. Normally, I ignored what my nose picked up, but now it screamed pine needles. And the touch? The cold seeped into my skin, sending shivers across my not-so-covered body. I frowned. Come on, John, focus. The spell should have been simple. I spent the mana, and, as if on cue, that suffocating sensation washed over me. Familiar, but no less unsettling. Let's go with red this time, like fire. Maybe they won't know what it is. Scout! I shouted, probably giving away our position, but at this point, it didn't matter. The moment I spoke, a red light burst from my ring and shot out in a wide cone, penetrating everything in its path. I hoped it captured the structure and position of their base. Maybe. Angry shouting echoed off the walls almost immediately. My stomach dropped as Catherine sprinted ahead, her face paling when she glanced back at me. 6 archers, she said, leaping over a protruding root. The next second, arrows whizzed past us. John, you're an idiot. An utter, stupid idiot. Did you forget strategy because you're trying to impress a pretty streamer? Pathetic. A long, bone-chilling howl cut through the now chaotic night, spurring me to push harder despite my burning lungs and dwindling stamina. How could I forget about the bandit leader's wolves? We ran in silence, weaving through the forest, dread clinging to every step. I didn't dare look back. What would happen if the wolves caught up? Thankfully, they didn't. After a few terrifying minutes, we burst out of the forest with no sign of bandits behind us. My lungs burned like id-downed absinthe instead of whiskey, and I was panting like a mud wolf. Catherine, meanwhile, was grinning at my miserable stamina, prancing around me like she hadn't just run for her life. What was that? She teased, her tone light, but her eyes still glancing toward the forest. That, I managed between gasps for air, was a handy chant. Doesn't take much mana. You could do it too. I refrained from launching into a full explanation. I could barely string 2 words together as it was. No wonder people always took their time walking in dungeons. They were waiting for their squishies to catch up. Let's head back to the guild, I said once I caught my breath. We need to report this before the bandits move somewhere else. Catherine frowned, clearly not thrilled about walking back without a fight. But after a moment she nodded. Fine, she muttered, though her gaze lingered on the dark forest behind us. The journey back to the village took twice as long as getting there. Without a carriage on the road, we had to walk the whole way. A few groups of players rushed past us, heading off to who knows where, but nothing interesting happened. Honestly, it reminded me of my usual solo runs, except this time, Catherine was beside me. I glanced at her and couldn't help grinning like an idiot. Starstruck. Completely hopeless. The moment we stepped into the guild building, an overwhelming aroma hit me. A bitter mix of sweat and cheap perfume that clung to the air. Why does my nose have to be so sharp? The noise was just as bad, rows upon rows of players shouting, chatting, and even scuffling. It was sensory overload. Catherine stopped abruptly, her eyes narrowing at the crowded room. Too long. I need to stream, she said, throwing her hands up dramatically. Yeah, wait, it'll stream in level, K? As she spun around to leave, my eyes wandered toward the side door. The same guard who'd shooed me away last time was stationed there, arms crossed, her piercing gaze locking onto me. Damn, no shortcuts. Okay, I muttered, waving her off. Let's play later. Catherine wants to add you as a friend. See ya. Catherine flashed me another one of her stunning smiles before disappearing into the crowd. Naturally, she left the waiting to me. Figures. With a sigh, I shuffled to the end of the queue, already brainstorming ways to skip ahead. While standing there, I passed the time by casually observing the other players. Catherine had been right. This was taking far too long. Part of the problem was my own doing. I picked the wrong line, the one moving at a snail's pace. Case in point, a girl in a green robe, likely a novice mage, arrived after me and got called up before I'd even inched forward. I still had 3 people ahead of me. The clerk of my counter was painfully slow. Every player took at least 10 minutes to finish their request. And judging by the raised voices and frequent outbursts, it didn't seem to go well for most of them. Maybe another queue, I muttered under my breath, glancing at the neighboring lines. No luck. Those were even longer than mine. Damn, I sighed, resigning myself to the wait. When my turn finally came, I stepped up to the counter and sized up the lady behind it, dressed sharply in a grey suit. "Hello," I said, leaning slightly forward. "Took you long enough. I'd like to report a bandit outpost." At my remark about her slowness, she glared at me, her piercing yellow eyes narrowing. Why had I run my mouth? Wrong person to vent at. Guild Clerk Liff, 5 type, 1 common HP, 9999. A rookie, I thought, watching her prepare to take my report with a long, unnecessarily fancy pen. But before she began, she asked curtly, "Quest number? No, you don't understand. I don't have. No number, no quest." "Next," she barbed, her last word practically a shout. I froze, feeling like I'd just discovered the bar was out of alcohol. The hunter behind me tried to shove me aside and nearly succeeded, despite hunters being notoriously low on strength. No way. I waited over 2 hours for this? Slamming my fist on the counter, I leaned forward. "I want to report a bandit outpost, and I have scout. No number, no quest," she repeated, eyes closed and lips curling into a smug smile. "Now go away, or I'll call the guards." She gestured to the wall, where a group of armed warriors stood, casually watching the chaos. Her satisfied expression, looking like Shed just handed me a perfectly crafted cocktail, made my blood boil. Is she pretending she doesn't know what's going on? "Please, lady, I am trying to report." She rubbed her hands together, almost unconsciously, her grin widening. "Denied." "Oh, you want to fight? You think you can win this?" My boss had made me test guild regulations for over a week after he found out about our coffee breaks with Lucy. This clerk had no idea who she was dealing with. Filing complaint under Section 73. Denied. Filing complaint under Section 63. You're being rude. Denied. I'm not. You need to confirm your last answer to my complaint. Requesting manager approval. Denied, she said smugly. I'm a manager's assistant with sufficient rights. Is she enjoying this? The way she buried me in bureaucracy made it clear she was having the time of her life. I didn't want to escalate, but she left me no choice, requesting assistance in an emergency under Section 201. Denied. There is no emergency. I took a deep breath, glaring at her triumphant expression. Fine. If she wanted a game, I'd play. Requesting confirmation of a discovered threat. Bandits. Severity, Tier 1. I pulled off my ring and pressed it against the crystal embedded in the counter's corner. The device glowed faintly in response. Emergency confirmed. See? Now process my request. The stupid clerk didn't even glance at the results of my scan. Instead, she yelled, "Denied. Guards." She waved at one of the nearby warriors, a brute with 2 longswords strapped to his back. His amused smile grew as he sauntered toward us, clearly eager to deal with me. The hunter behind me, who'd been so eager to shove me aside earlier, suddenly backed off a few steps. "Huh, look at you. You left me no choice. According to guild tradition, I hold a novice title," I announced, planting my feet firmly. "And you just insulted my honor. I'm requesting an honor jewel." "Den," she started, but her words were cut off as a golden light, at least 10 inches in diameter, flared between us. It wound around her like a glowing chain. Her eyes went wide, panic replacing smugness as the system confirmed what I'd hoped. Jewel approved. Never mess with the exploiter, bitch. Chapter 3-4. All about debts. Lucas' apartment. Present-day Lucas lounged on his sofa, his back sore from all the hard work, otherwise known as playing while in the capsule. Charlie won't even recognize the fortress now, he thought, catching himself with a silly grin. He quickly dropped it, feeling embarrassed even though no one was there to see. The feeling was strange. Knowing Charlie was John didn't change the fact that he wanted her for himself. That was why Head pushed himself so hard, building up the walls and setting the stage for an economic boom. Well, that and the absurd amount of money pouring in. He still couldn't believe it. Is this even legal? A quick glance at his phone confirmed it. The transfer from the game was already there. Charlie wouldn't mind if I embezzled a few thousand, right? He rationalized, dismissing the thought with a smirk. The hollow TV blinked to life as soon as he thought about it. The sync reader was working perfectly. On the screen, a well-dressed woman was reading a story about displaced truck drivers. Lucas scoffed. They should have learned to code, like me. Then AI wouldn't be a problem. The thought of Pearl crossed his mind, and he reached out to call her. As always, she only used audio. Her calm voice broke the silence. You're finally calling. Lucas, are you sure? Come on, he said, raising his voice as he leaped from the sofa. How else are we going to get that much? The game was a good seed, but we need way more. This time, we're going to succeed. There was a long silence, 10 seconds at least. It dragged on for so long that Lucas checked the connection. It was still open. Finally, Pearl spoke. Deal. But one condition. In holding the money, I can't trust you with bets. Village number 17, a guild building. Because I knew there were holes in my plan, I moved faster than my opponent could say, denied. 4 quick steps brought me closer to her as I unfurled my new favorite weapon. The guild clerk opened her mouth to say something, or perhaps it was just astonishment. What she intended to say, I would never know. My whip struck her working clothes and penetrated her underarmor without a problem, forcing a deep shriek from her lungs. The guard, who had been cheeky a few seconds before, jumped at me with swords ready. But it was too late. I had scored the first hit, and the duel was underway. I'll enjoy this. Show me your superiority now. She grinned, and a sense of foreboding overcame me. I yield. She ended our duel before I could reach her again. Perhaps I shouldn't have thought about the victory. Perhaps I should have aimed at her mouth instead. You won the honor duel. Damn, Shesmar. Now that ID won, I couldn't hurt her anymore. Well, I could, but the law wouldn't be on my side this time. Gritting my teeth, I lowered my whip and glared at her. You're lucky. I won. A sharp, stabbing pain in my left side cut me off mid-sentence. I staggered, barely able to stay upright. An attack! Before I could raise my hand to summon a shield, something heavy slammed me into the wall. The impact knocked the wind out of me, and a surge of anger bubbled up from my stomach. Whoever did this is going to pay. My mind raced with thoughts of what torture to unleash. But before my fury could take hold, a dull, throbbing pain spread from my neck. System, what's going on? You are stunned. Time remaining, 6s, you are stunned. Time remaining, 2s, you are paralyzed. Time remaining, 5 men. Great, what the heck got into me? Starting a fight inside a guild? Charlie, are you crazy? Yes, I must be. So what? Stress got to me. Big deal. Okay, that wasn't much of a consolation. Time. The one thing I didn't have. And now, every problem I'd been shoving into the corners of my mind came rushing back to the forefront. Debt, my sudden transformation into a girl, the simulation itself, betrayal, both in-game and by Damon, Lucas' strange behavior, and that haunting vision of me. Oh, and let's not forget more debt. Stupid paralysis. Why are you forcing me to think? I didn't want to. I just drink or play. Playing would solve everything. Yes, it'd make money by selling enchanted items, and that would fix it all. System, what about now? I thought desperately. You are paralyzed. Time remaining, 4 min 36. What? Are you kidding me? Being stuck in my own head for 5 minutes. This is worse than sleep deprivation. Should I log out? Yes, I should. But what would be the point? That wasn't really my reality anymore. I was a girl there too. Stop. It didn't matter. Well, it did. But they tortured me for the entirety of 5 minutes. Being trapped inside my own head was the worst kind of torment. When I finally came to, I tried to jolt forward instinctively, only to feel the rough, fishy-smelling rope digging into my arms. Great, bound to a chair. You can't bind me like this, I growled through clenched teeth, writhing against the tight knots. No matter how much I strained, they held firm. Knots, too. Me. 0. I'll get my revenge. The chair, sturdy and rigid, sat in the middle of a spacious room painted stark white. As I struggled, it scraped slightly against the golden red rug beneath me. To my left, large windows showed the darkness of the night outside, while the room itself was lit only by a magic lamp perched on the desk in front of me. The lamp's bright glow shone directly on my face. Someone was watching Too Much Noir. Behind the expensive-looking desk, an imposing elven man sat silently, his long fingers resting lightly on the polished dark wood. His tailored red wool robe practically screamed luxury. It had to be from the southern plains, known for their ridiculously inflated prices even 20 years from now. His expression was unreadable, but I could feel the weight of his eyes boring into me. Dismayed by his silence, I broke it first. Are you in charge? My tone was sharp, but I was proud of my guess. His attire alone was a dead giveaway. You need to get your guildmates in line. He brushed a strand of his long, dark hair out of his face and fixed me with a piercing gaze. You'd have to pardon my colleagues, he said, his deep, level voice somehow calm yet cutting. They aren't accustomed to serving nobles of the Empire. A faint flicker of emotion touched his face before he continued. You need to understand that none of us is here without reason. Every one of them has a story about the Empire breathing down their neck. I rolled my eyes as best I could with the rope cutting into my arms. Yeah, I know. So when I try to help you by reporting bandits, you side with them instead of me? I wiggled against my restraints, the chair nearly tipping over. Is this stupid rope even necessary? The elf's lips curled into a faint smile, and he gave a small nod. If you promise me not to harm my people, I can release you. If you promise not to waste my time and actually listen to me, I won't need to, I shot back. He frowned, ringing a small bell on the desk. We stared at each other for a long, tense half-minute. He smiled, I glared. The faint sound of hesitant footsteps finally broke the silence as someone entered the room. The elf gestured toward the newcomer, a young woman. Emilia, Refi took care of you, yes? Good. Now tell us what happened. Sir. I regret my boldness, came a whisper from behind me. Oh, great. The stupid clerk. Straining against the ropes, I glanced back over my shoulder. There she was, her gaze glued to the expensive rug beneath her feet. An oversized jacket, probably borrowed, hung awkwardly over her frame, a bandage peeking out from beneath the fabric. Not so bold now, huh? I said, flashing her a big grin. Her head snapped up, her eyes narrowing with anger as they locked onto mine. Fine, fine, I added with a mock wave. You paid for it. My honor's restored, so we're square. You are mistaken, Miss Charlie, the elven man interjected, his voice calm but firm. I still need to punish you for breaking at least 10 guild and elven laws. I turned back to him, raising an eyebrow. Oh? Which ones? That is not. None. I cut him off, my voice firm. You know it. She knows it. Everyone knows it. Closing my eyes, I let out a long sigh and shook my head. This is going nowhere, and those ruins aren't getting explored by themselves. I played by your stupid rules, and you all still hate me. Just let me go already. Permission to slap her, sir? An unfamiliar voice, deep and gravelly, asked from somewhere behind me. The sound of shuffling feet followed. The elf didn't even flinch. With a raised hand, he silenced the newcomer. Why the heck am I this cheeky? Where are all these emotions even coming from? Now it was my turn to grin, as I caught a flicker of unease in his otherwise calm eyes. You said something about bandits? Yes, I replied smoothly. We found an old outpost down the road, and I wanted to report it because I cast a survey using my ring. Despite the tension in the room, I forced a friendly smile and stopped struggling against the ropes. Can I transfer it to you? With one quick motion, he waved his hand, and the ropes binding me fell away. Then, without a word, he reached under his desk and retrieved a silver plate. The surface gleamed under the lamp's light, casting vivid rainbows that danced like light at the bottom of a bottle. The sight was so fascinating, I hesitated, almost afraid to touch it with my ring. System, transfer survey, transfer complete. The plate shimmered for a moment before he began chanting, his voice weaving together a complex spell. At least 7 glowing runes floated in the air before converging into the plate, and in the next instant, a lifelike projection sprang up from its surface, almost like a hologram. Now I could see what lay behind the massive wall. At least 15 bandits were scattered around a camp. Some were sitting around the fire wedge spotted in the dark, while others slept in crude tents. Inside an old ruined building, wolves prowled alongside their master and 2 other bandits, all of whom appeared locked in a heated discussion. You weren't lying, he murmured almost breathlessly, his gaze fixed on the projection. The coordinates. That's only a few miles from here, see? I leaned back slightly, my grin widening. I'm one of the good girls. So, sigh how much for this information. Chapter 35. The Riker's Den. The Riker's Den, present day. The party was in full swing. Dazzling lights embedded into the thick matte black fabric of the ceiling created a blinding cascade for anyone who walked in. Beneath the glow, crystal clear tables laden with an array of foods and drinks shimmered like stars, their reflections amplifying the room's inviting yet overwhelming atmosphere. The space was enormous, stretching out to floor-to-ceiling windows that lined an entire wall, seemingly with no visible support. The breathtaking view of the city at night stretched out below. The den was perched at the very top of Riker's Tower, the tallest skyscraper in the city. Everything about the den screamed excess and allure, designed to overwhelm visitors with beauty and opulence, enticing them to spend before they realized what was happening. Lucas entered with his favorite mask in place, his smirk hidden beneath the anonymity it offered. He wasn't alone in this. Most of the guests wore masks, their true faces concealed, blending mystery with decadence. Focus. Pearl's sharp voice jolted him out of his momentary admiration. I know, Lucas whispered into his shoulder, where his communication device rested. But it would be strange not to play along. That said, he casually approached a table in the back, where several monitors displayed the night's first game, a simulated hacking contest focused on breaking into a sewage system security grid. Lucas scanned the screen, his trained eye quickly dissecting the amateurish codes in use. Amateurs, he muttered. Then, louder, this suits the kid reader. Let's bet on him. What? Pearl's surprised voice barked, loud enough to draw a frown from Lucas. It's 10-1, she protested. Lucas chuckled softly, glancing at the screen again. Who's got a good head? The others barely know how to handle NT3. Easy money. It wasn't unusual for guests to talk to seemingly no one. Some even shouted at the air, so Lucas wasn't concerned about standing out. Moments later, his watch blinked as Pearl reluctantly placed the bet, 3,000 on Ryder. With some starting capital, money was always easy to make in places like this. Lucas was already calculating his potential winnings when an all-too-familiar voice interrupted. Mr. Lucas, wonderful to meet you again. Lucas stiffened, his mind freezing before his body could react. Jeffrey. The young punk grinned, raising a glass filled with yellow liquor. And mysterious Pearl, too. Congratulations on surviving another week. Logging out, Pearl announced abruptly. Lucas didn't even have time to stop her before her connection cut off, leaving him alone. Thank you, Lucas stammered, downing his own drink in one gulp. His legs refused to move. His body betrayed him, locked in place, while his mind screamed for escape. Jeffrey's slow, deliberate approach felt like a predator circling prey, his grin widening with every step. Charlie's been operating fiercer than I expected, he said casually. That's why I prefer aiding her. She almost faced Dmitri. That would have been a catastrophe. It was bizarre, watching this young punk exude a level of menace that could paralyze even someone like Lucas. Pardon? He managed, his voice barely above a whisper. His feet still wouldn't budge. Last time I fought him, I didn't know, but now I know what the ring does to people like me. Jeffrey's expression brightened, as if he'd solved a puzzle. Ah, an explanation is in order. Have you noticed our simulation? Lucas could only nod. Good, that's correct. But do you understand why? Jeffrey's grin didn't falter. Lucas shook his head in response. With a heavy sigh, Jeffrey turned his gaze toward the twinkling lights of the city beyond the glass. We're captives in a never-ending loop. The game is the only thing that ever changes. These barbaric times? They're our punishment. He walked toward the window, his steps slow and deliberate, the yellow liquid in his glass swirling lazily. See, in the future, this is considered humane. Prison? So uncivilized. The uptight government prefers giving us an alternative, a way to survive in comfort. Leaning against the glass, Jeffrey sipped his drink, his tone dropping. Am I simulated? Lucas blurted out, his voice trembling. It's complicated, Jeffrey replied. They couldn't imprison us for life. That would be inhumane. Instead, they gave us a path to redemption, a seed in the game. Suddenly, everything clicked in Lucas' mind. The strange behavior, the endless loops, the cryptic clues had uncovered over the past month. It all made sense now. Whether Jeffrey was entirely truthful or not didn't matter. Lucas only cared about one thing, surviving. I see, Lucas said carefully, his poker face still despite the storm raging in his head. Jeffrey's grin widened, sensing Lucas' mental overdrive. Tell Charlie to stay clear of the other heroes. I'll visit her soon and explain what she needs to know. A blink from his watch caught Lucas' attention, but he ignored it as Jeffrey turned to leave. Oh, and Ryder lost, huh? Jeffrey added with a chuckle, vanishing into the crowd and leaving Lucas standing there perplexed, shaken, and, of course, penniless. Village number 17. Chief's office. Negotiating prices had always been hard for me. Impossible, really. That's why I didn't bother arguing and agreed to the first price he offered. 100 gold. The unknown man waved off the subordinates gathered behind me and began examining my scan. Huh? What are you waiting for? Take your gold and leave, he said after a moment, his eyes still fixed on the scan. Throwing my now unbound hands around in an exaggerated gesture channeling Catherine, I asked, That's it? Oh, I almost forgot. He rummaged under his table again and pulled out a letter. I sent an imperial dome to your fortification. You delivered the Duke's request, didn't you? Yes. Wait, an entire dome? I couldn't keep the surprise from my voice as my hand reflexively clenched the edge of his expensive desk. Why? That cheeky bastard laughed, slipping the Duke's letter back into a drawer. Not an entire Doen, just 3,000 humans. The glee on his face was absurd, as if he were delighted to be rid of them. As if, indeed, you'll be powerless when Irwin. I started, intending to shatter his confidence, but his proud, unwavering stare cut me off. We will gladly join our queen in her rightful struggle, he said with unshakable conviction. But I hesitated, thinking of warning him about what would happen if they stayed and died, that he'd become undead. But his stare told me he already knew. There was no point. Time to go. Thanks for the money, I muttered, and left. Outside the guild building, I realized the night was still in full swing, though dawn couldn't be far off. To complete the main quest, I needed strength. Artifacts. That was the priority now. Getting stronger was all that mattered. The ruins were critical, but I also knew of other potential locations. Unfortunately, going there without first getting information from NPCs could lead to a ban by the administrators. Damn. One way to get the info was to track down a lawkeeper. They always knew the legends and sometimes even provided precise clues. Spotting a guard standing under a magic lamp, I approached him. Do you know where I can find a lawkeeper? I asked. The guard, a male in full armor, leaned lazily on his spear. He should be back there, he replied in a bored tone, gesturing westward. Old man loves to tell stories to kids in the mornings. Mornings? I glanced at the horizon. Oh, it's morning already. As I was hopping down the street, the world suddenly turned black. Someone's hands covered my eyes. Guess who? Catherine whispered in my ear, her voice playful. A small girl, I guessed, fighting to hold back a smile. That failed miserably when she let out an annoyed grumble and released me. Yeah, no fun, she huffed, falling into step beside me. What you doing? As we walked together, a faint, fresh scent filled the air, something like the forest after rain. How does she smell so nice? The game's 100% reality limit didn't hold back clearly. How did you find me? I asked, glancing at her. Did you follow me from the guild? What? She stopped mid-step and gave me a look that screamed, You're an idiot. Friend finder? Oh, right. I was an idiot. I'd never used the thing, so of course I forgot it existed. Clearing my throat, I tried to shake off the sudden awkwardness. Never mind that. My cheeks were slightly rosy as I quickly answered her earlier question. I'm heading to a lawkeeper to grab a quest. Want to come with me? Catherine's grin widened, and my heartbeat responded by picking up a few extra beats per minute. Sure, she said, her tone light. It'll stick. Killing wasps ain't fun anyway. Exactly as the guard had said, the lawkeeper was seated by a large fire, surrounded by little kids sprawled across tree logs. The flames cast dancing shadows on their faces, adding a touch of magic to their captivated expressions. That him? Catherine asked, following my gaze. The old man was a cliché white hair, rare among elves, flowed down past his shoulders, and he wore ceremonial white armor that gleamed faintly. Lawkeeper, Levi. 15 type, 5 epic HP, 330-030-30. When we stepped into the fire's glow, the lawkeeper was midway through a tale about religion. Or so I guessed. The children's glazed expressions mirrored how I'd looked reading the 5,000th page of the Atriel Manifesto, the first and last religious book I ever attempted. Hey, old man! Catherine suddenly stormed forward, her voice bursting with excitement. Do you know about treasure? Her energy left us all speechless. Even the kids stared at her, wide-eyed. The lawkeeper froze mid-sentence. And I? I could only gape at her. What? Catherine asked, glancing around with her head tilted like an innocent puppy. It fell to me to salvage the situation. Bowing slightly, I said, Pardon, my friend. She meant to ask if you knew any interesting stories. The lawkeeper recovered quickly, rising from his seat with the grace of someone half his age. Naturally, my children, please sit. He gestured with a wrinkled hand toward an empty log. We took our places, and the warmth of the fire seeped into my skin. Until that moment, I hadn't realized how cold it had gotten. Icedan's perk acting up again. We're interested in stories about Elim, I began, rubbing my hands over the fire's glow. I know a little myself, but I'd love to learn. I didn't even finish before he shot up from his log, closing the distance between us with startling energy. What did he say? The old man's hands clamped onto my arms, shaking me with a strength that shouldn't have been possible for someone his age. Repeat that. My brain blanked, as if I'd suddenly been transported back to Patrick's bar mid-hangover. Now, repeat the name. His piercing stare dropped to my tiara, and something about it sent shivers down my spine. Only the royals are exempt from the curse. You mean Ilium? I managed, my voice unsteady. At the sound of the name, his mouth stretched into a grin so wide I could see every one of his teeth and smell his breath. Go away, I snapped, shoving against his chest. He stumbled back and I slipped from his grasp, ducking beneath his wiggling arm. He didn't follow. Instead, he froze, staring at me as though seeing something or someone for the first time. You truly are a princess. Chapter 36. Fairy Tale. You truly are a princess. Catherine sat relaxed on the log, watching the scene unfold with an amused smirk. Taking advantage of her calm presence, I used the imperial steps I learned when I was young to position myself behind her. If this creep wants to reach me, hell have to deal with her first. After his dramatic declaration, the lawkeeper moved toward me as if under a slow spell, his every step deliberate but unsettling. The sluggishness gave me a small burst of confidence. I crossed my arms and said, Yes, I am a princess. Princess Charlie. Nice to meet you. What, guys, the hell? Catherine exclaimed, snapping out of her relaxed stance. She crossed her arms and planted herself firmly in front of me, her expression fierce. I couldn't help but follow her lead, stepping just behind her at her last stand. How nice of her. Her sudden movement must have startled the lawkeeper. His deep grin faltered, and he finally seemed to find his lost wits. Good. Perhaps you are unaware of the power of names, he said, his tone now measured. Catherine shrugged and, true to form, immediately returned to her log. Standing really isn't her thing. The old man straightened his posture with a grace that negated his earlier frantic energy and explained, Child, when you know someone's name and speak it aloud, you grant them power. No matter how insignificant that power may seem, it is still power. Satisfied with his cryptic explanation, he turned and walked back toward the children gathered around the fire. I, too, returned to Catherine's side. Being next to her still feels surreal. The fire's warmth enveloped me again, soothing my stiff hands and easing the lingering tension. So what? Catherine cocked her head, her eyebrows raising as she gave my shoulder a light nudge. Hey, Charlie, you understand? Yeah, if millions talk about someone, say, a king or queen, good or bad, it gives them power. We talk about gods, so they have power. Of course, I knew it wasn't a fair comparison. Gods and demons had power beyond mere belief, capable of crushing mortals even without worshippers. But was it important enough to confuse Catherine with details? No. Not everyone had read thousands upon thousands of books like I had. The entire imperial library, barring the religious section, because no thanks. We were so close, I could almost see her mind churning. Her captivating eyes darted left and right, her thoughts visible on her face as clear as day. First understanding, then confusion, and finally chaos. She began wildly gesticulating with her hands. Thanks. But, she exclaimed, waving a finger, Ya said kingdom, not person. Yes, my child. The lawkeeper interrupted, his tone calm but grave. When they conquered us, the enemy knew the power of names, so they erased it from existence. Try it. Say what the princess said. Say. His last words were bizarre, his lips moved, but no sound emerged. Catherine, never one to back down from a challenge, grinned. Tilting her head back, she inhaled dramatically, puffing out her chest. Then she yelled, "Nothing." Her eyebrows furrowed. She tried again. "Tef, garbage!" With a defeated huff, she plopped onto the log, her energy deflating as the keeper's laughter echoed around us. Her pitiful expression tugged at something inside me, an almost overwhelming urge to hug her. "No, Charlie, focus." Instead, I calmly said, "Elaine." The word rolled off my tongue easily. If I had to bet, it was because of Irwin's power, her tiara. She was already a myth, which meant its power could only grow over time. "Princess," the lawkeeper said, snapping me out of my thoughts, "would you kindly tell us a story about our kingdom?" "Yes," the children chimed in unison. "Please, princess." Their pleading voices hit a pitch so high, it was practically an assault on my ears. Then, as if deciding to gang up on me, they began chanting, "Story! Story! Story!" It was so loud that I nodded without thinking. Admins be damned, I'll create my own quest. Rising gently from my seat, I smiled at the eager faces before me. "Have you heard the story of Princess Tawera and the great magician, Prince Rolando?" The children screeched their response. No, they hadn't, but they wanted to. Okay, here we go. I adjusted my posture, trying to stand like a princess. Straight spine, chin slightly lifted, shoulders back, one foot in front of the other. It was harder than I remembered. My knees bent slightly, probably wrong, but at least I tried. Good enough, right? Catherine turned on her camera, the icon above her head giving her away. "Kit," I said before she could even ask, "it's fine. Record it, but please don't stream." Her expression said she'd already planned on streaming, but she gave me a half nod. "All right, Catherine, let me show you the best story of your life." Taking a deep breath, I steadied myself. "Will anyone notice if I fill in the blanks?" "Nah." "Okay, John." "No, Charlie. You've been doing great lately. No need to panic now. Once upon a time, there was a sacred kingdom called Ele. It stretched from the depths of the sea to the highest peaks at the center of the continent. The heart of Elaim was its capital city, Yari. Since the dawn of time, the kings and queens ruled with benevolence, and the kingdom prospered under their care. As I spoke, I noticed the old man nodding along, his eyes glimmering with reflected firelight and tears. They sparkled like two stars, amplifying the emotion of the moment. "But don't be mistaken about the royal title," I continued, pacing slowly around the fire. "Our kingdom wasn't like the humans, where they squabbled over inheritance after a ruler's death. Yeah, it was worse. But all stories lie. In Elaim, a ruler could grant the title of prince or princess to anyone. Yes, even you." I pointed to a random child in the crowd, earning a delighted gasp. It was the highest honor, bestowed only by the ruler themselves. "And in our kingdom, princesses inherited the crown in the order they were given their titles." I gestured to my tiara, stepping proudly into the firelight, so its jewels twinkled with every flicker of the flames. At the time of our story, Queen Tyrell finally acknowledged her daughter, Tawera. After years of hard work, Tawera completed a stunning painting that moved her mother deeply. For her efforts, Tyrell recognized her as a princess. A first princess, the next queen. Tawera was humble. Poets sang ballads of her beauty, and she cared for the kingdom with all her heart. As I told the story, I tried my best to mimic the graceful walk of an empress. Memories of long-forgotten etiquette classes stirred in my mind, but let's face it, I hadn't cared about it that much back then. Still, I paraded confidently around the fire with smooth steps, determined to put on a show. No half measures. Crafting a quest isn't easy. Play your part. One day, while visiting the bustling market of Yaru, a young man caught Tawera's attention. Rolando was charming and polite, and they spent the next week walking the city together. They talked late into the nights beneath the twin moons. Their eyes met, their hearts intertwined, and they promised to be together forever. How little they knew of the treachery of humans. Though, let's be real, it was probably the other way around. Rolando returned home to his kingdom to prepare for their wedding and the uniting of their realms. But when his father, the king, learned of the plans, he was furious. "Stop this nonsense immediately," he demanded. To emphasize the king's fury, I cast a small healing spell on myself. The soft glow illuminated my face, drawing awe-struck gasps from the children. Their wide, sparkling eyes and hushed breaths filled me with an unfamiliar warmth. Pride? Maybe. Some even shouted, "The king stinks," which earned a chuckle from Catherine. Despite his father's protests, nothing could extinguish the fire of love burning in Rolando's heart. Because he was a great magician, he crafted a beautiful ring, a gift for his beloved, which he called the Eternal Engagement Ring, enchanting it with an ancient teleportation spell. He made it so that as long as she wore it, she could be with him no matter the distance. No human could hold him. Rolando escaped from his kingdom with ease, but that wasn't the case with our capital. Our guards didn't know about the promise he made to our beloved princess, so they refused to let him enter the palace. I climbed onto a log, pausing for effect as all eyes followed me. After wandering for days, unable to even catch a glimpse of his beloved, he sought help from an old friend. I let the silence hang, scanning the eager faces of my listeners before continuing. His friend was a former royal spy. Thanks to him, the prince managed to sneak into the palace the very next day. The spy even cleared a path to the princess's room. I lowered my tone, mixing my voice with sorrow. But little did Rolando know, his friend was still working for his father, and when he finally reached Tawera's room, my voice dropped further, soft and heavy. It was already too late. "Why late?" a child whispered, wide-eyed. "Because his father had ordered assassins to eliminate her." The weight of my words hung in the air as I continued. Rolando opened the door, his heart filled with hope of being reunited, only to find her collapsed on the floor, her life slipping away. He rushed to her, gathering her in his arms, unbothered by the blood that stained her and him alike. Tawera, in her last moments, recognized him. She gave him one final, fleeting smile before passing away, her last thoughts of him. A hush fell over the group, the children barely breathing. Even Catherine's teasing grin had softened into something uncharacteristically solemn. Her death alerted the palace guards, and shouting overtook the halls. I paused for dramatic effect, letting the tension build before delivering the climax. Rolando bitterly smiled at his beloved, gently placing the ring on her finger. He no longer needed it. Then he faced the guards. Our brave elven warriors, unaware of the truth, saw only a grieving man cradling the princess's lifeless body. It didn't take long before the queen herself barged in, fury blazing in her eyes. For the grand finale, I decided to use Ice Dance, the flashiest spell in my repertoire. She didn't hesitate. Fueled by grief and rage, she cast an ancient spell. With precision, I drew the runes, my hands moving with deliberate grace. It wasn't easy, but my preparation paid off success on the first try. Frost erupted from the ground, spiraling outward like a wave. The icy chill enveloped the children, the lawkeeper, and even the fire itself. The spectacle was impressive. A frozen blaze, shimmering and crackling as frost and flame coexisted in rebellion against nature. Rolando turned into stone, forever frozen by the queen's magic. I finished, and Eileen began to mourn its lost princess. My story ended with a wide grin on my face, and the children erupted into a wave of cheers. Even the lawkeeper joined in. Whoa, am I like a superb storyteller? Wonderful story. The details differ from what I remember, but the gist is the same. Coming from a princess, it was an honor, the keeper said warmly. Then, to my utter surprise, they all bowed to me, dropping to one knee, just like that traitor Don. The face of the guild leader flashed in my mind. He knew I was a princess and didn't care, because I was also a noble. Heat rushed to my cheeks as I mumbled, "Stand up! I don't deserve it." Avoiding their gaze, I turned my eyes to Catherine. She had finished recording and was happily swaying to an unknown rhythm, her body moving with her usual carefree energy. Typical Catherine. "Nonsense," the lawkeeper replied, his voice unwavering. "I only hope to visit, our former capital, at least once in my life." That was the dream of the elves of old. His eyes glimmered in the firelight, the suppressed tears making them sparkle unnaturally bright. Alas, I'll see my queen soon again. Is everyone prepared to die? An arm suddenly wrapped around my neck and shoulders, and the faint scent of fresh air revealed Catherine before she even spoke. "Let's go. Here is it?" she asked, her excitement bubbling over. Despite knowing exactly where the ruin was, I stayed silent, watching the lawkeeper with my heart racing. "Don't you dare fail me now." He nodded, finally revealing the location. "The wilderness has claimed our capital, but if you head north toward the gigantic mountains, you might find it." Great. If I didn't already know where it was, we'd be lost for days. "Stupid old man. What was he thinking? Thanks. See ya, Catherine chirped, giving the keeper no chance to elaborate. Without waiting for my input, she turned around and started dragging me away with surprising force. My hasty wave was all the group by the fire got from me as Catherine pulled me along. I wanted to stay, to ask the keeper more questions, but her grip and her relentless energy made arguing pointless. Which way? She asked, her voice full of eagerness. Catherine! You, I started, a jumble of emotions threatening to spill out. But her innocent expression told me she didn't think she'd been hasty or inconsiderate. Typical Catherine. Never mind, I sighed. What do you mean, though? Do you actually want to explore it? Still pressing against me as we walked, her hot breath tickled my ear as her excited voice answered. Yeah, got a quest. Story was amazing. She squeezed me tighter, her excitement almost painful, though complaining was out of the question. I hugged her back around her waist, though my weak priest-class strength and her armor made it mostly symbolic. You got a quest? Amazing. That's the ruin I've been talking about this whole time. But well need Lisa. Are you sure it's fine to go? It's a long way from here. Catherine finally let me go, and I watched as her love-hate relationship with walking manifested in real time. She stiffened, clearly dreading the idea. How long? At least 6 hours of walking, I replied. My words hit her like a hammer. Her shoulders slouched, and she deflated completely. Come on, I added quickly, trying to soften the blow. That estimate includes fighting along the way. Her face instantly brightened, her emotions surging as she jumped with joy. Fights? They'll get to level 10. Time limit, though. Wait a second, I said, stepping in front of her, my gaze locked onto hers. What do you mean by time limit? Tell me more about the quest. Catherine focused on her invisible quest window before speaking. Aid Princess, reach within a day. Damn, I couldn't stop the nervous fidgeting. We need to go soon, I breezed out, biting my lip. Don't worry, the loot's going to be awesome. Maybe we'll get that ring? I even heard about an ancient elven sword. It could be a Marvel-level artifact. Her ears perked up, and her eyes sparkled with hope. What sword? The Fearbringer. Chapter 37. What a smell. It was all well and good to plan a raid on the former capital, but without supplies, it'd be nothing more than a one-way trip. We walked aimlessly, each lost in our own thoughts. Hey, Kit, I called, glancing at Catherine. She was swaying to some tune only she could hear, enwrapped in her own world. She didn't respond, her steps carefree. Kit, hello? I tapped her shoulder. She turned slowly, like someone waking from a hangover, tilting her head to the side. The first rays of sunlight fell over the tops of the buildings, reflecting softly on her face. She squinted, shielding her eyes with a hand. Ye? She finally responded. I'm too deep in this. Why is she so, wake up me, we need supplies, I said, trying to focus. And maybe someone to help us. The quest's deadline is a day, right? We need a DPS A mage or a bow user. I hated the idea of splitting the spoils. The fewer the better, but safety came first. I know of 2. Lisa's out, so I'll ask Lucas. What about you? My question made her pause, her eyebrows doing a dance as she went deep into thought. Lisa and Dimitri, she said finally, then added, Yeah, don't want him though. I froze. What? She knows Dimitri already? Nah, she continued with a grin. Just us, that's fine. I wanted to press her about Dimitri, but something held me back. A memory from the mall when she was streaming about her shopping trip with her boyfriend, Dimitri. Shed mentioned him during her streams. Yeah, it could be him. Oh, okay, Kit, I said, trying to shake the thought. Let's go for supplies. I'll contact Lucas. Your friend Lucas is offline. Why is everyone gone? It wasn't even that late, just midnight. My earlier confidence fizzled out as Catherine and I reached one of the many shops scattered throughout the town. Without hesitation, Catherine kicked the door open, barging in like she owned the place. I trailed behind, only to be hit by a pungent wave of spices the moment I stepped inside. The overwhelming aroma nearly made me sneeze. I let out a surprised noise, blinking at the scene before me. The shop barely had 3 feet of space between the door and the counter, or rather, a long wooden board that separated customers from what looked more like a warehouse than a store. Behind it stretched rows of shelves crammed with goods, towering almost to the ceiling. Perched on a chair behind the counter was a young girl. her green eyes sparkling with mischief as she hopped down and grinned at us. "Welcome to my shop. What do you need? I have everything, thanks." "I'm Charlie, and this is Catherine," I said quickly, cutting off any chance for Catherine to ruin our first impression. "Do you have an explorer's pack?" "I sure do," she chirped, darting toward a shelf on the left. Tricks." With the agility of a monkey, she climbed the shelving unit and tossed a plain gray sack down in front of me. "Everything you'll ever need for exploring. Only 10 gold. She shoved the sack closer, practically beaming, before pocketing the coins I handed over. Her energetic mood drained any desire I had to haggle. That would just be a hassle. "Anything else?" "Scrolls, potions, armor, swords." Trix leaned forward, her small hands pressing onto the counter as she pulled herself up to level the height gap between us. "I've got everything." She wasn't wrong. We'd probably need something strong to clear the walls. Without a mage, that task would be near impossible. "Do you have fireball scrolls?" I asked. Fireball. The classic choice. Flashy, destructive, and effective. "Yeah, 10 gold each." She didn't even need to check her shelves, instead reaching under the counter and pulling out a handful of scrolls. A quick glance told me they weren't from a single wizard. Each had distinct handwriting and enchantment patterns. My frown must have been obvious, because Trix raised her hands in defense. Wait, they're good. "Best quality, trust me." "I trust you, don't worry," I replied with a slight smile, testing the waters for a haggle. "But I've heard you can get them in the city for 5 gold, and they still make a profit." Trix's smile vanished instantly, as if I'd insulted the quality of her whiskey. "In the city, maybe. But here, the price is 10, not even a copper less." Why did that backfire? Catherine's snicker cut through the tension, and my face burned with embarrassment. Fine, there you go." I emptied my purse, 90 gold, onto the counter and snatched the scrolls. "That's all. Thanks, Trix. Let's go." Before she could tempt me into buying anything else, I grabbed Catherine's hand and bolted out the door. "See you soon." Trix's cheery farewell made me shiver. Outside, I doubled over, gasping for air with my hands on my knees. The crisp morning breeze tousled my hair, but I could still smell the spices from the shop. "What you doing?" Catherine asked, her mocking tone eating away at the last shreds of my pride. "She's a small girl. To be honest, I don't know," I admitted, still catching my breath. "She pulled money out of me like a leprechaun. With each breath, I felt calmer." "Let's just move on. Do you know if there's a trainer around?" "Okay," Catherine replied, smirking. "He'll buy next time. Yasanoob." She glanced toward a tall building sticking out from the surrounding small homes. "There, next to the barracks." The reason I was searching for a trainer was one of those moments that made me want to smack my head against a wall and roll it in the mud. Like a wolf. How could I be so stupid? I'd completely forgotten about inherent skills and wasn't working on any. Damn it. My emotions were clouding my judgment, and I missed something so basic. We made our way to the barracks, an impressive, albeit wooden, 2-story building with a sandy drill area beside it. As expected, a palisade, the typical setup, enclosed the space. Strangely, there were no guards at the entrance, so we strolled right in without so much as a glance from anyone. That oversight made me chuckle. If this had happened under my command, the entire unit would curse me while running drills with extra weight strapped to their backs. Wait, what memory is this? I stopped. Was I really in charge of a unit? Probably yes. "Lassies, what can I do for you?" A voice snapped me out of my internal monologue. I stopped abruptly, noticing a short man in a blue robe blocking our path. Perhaps he was a guard or someone pretending to be one. "Sir, The words caught in my throat as a foul odor hit me like a punch. I coughed, waving a hand in front of my nose. "What? No!" The smelly elf burst out laughing, his whole body shaking as he slapped his enormous belly. "Aren't you delicate, like a lily? This is the true smell of manhood." "Stinky," Catherine added, wrinkling her nose. Her tone was filled with mock disgust. Is she playing on 100% reality too? Well, what are you searching for here?" he asked, his tone shifting slightly. Though more serious, the amusement still lingered in his voice. "Mocking me. Stupid mage. If I had my sword right now, it'd teach him a lesson. I want to learn inherent skills," I said firmly, stepping back 3 paces to escape the smell. "We don't have any." At the mention of skills, Catherine's face lit up. "Whilst hat, you're in the right place, lassies." The man adjusted his robe, though it did little to hide his round belly. Before I could respond, the door to our left swung open with a loud creak. A large framed woman emerged, ducking her head to fit through the doorway. Once fully outside, she boomed at a commanding voice. "Maidens, anybody can master inherent skills, but they demand your concentration. Without focus, you achieve nothing. They're free skills outside the basic 5, I whispered in Catherine's ear. Lily, the woman continued, her tone slowing as if she were explaining things to someone already 3 drinks deep. "It'll teach you all about body, mind, and magic skills. You can work on all 3 simultaneously, but you can't progress further until you've mastered their secrets." "Sure, Miss Lily. I want to learn block," I said, channeling magic into my shield with a smirk. Finally, a useful skill. Warrior skills are the best. What happened next caught me completely off guard. Without warning, Lily jumped into the air and kicked at me with surprising speed for her size. Instinct took over. My honed reactions kicked in, and I raised my shield, bracing my knees in an imperial block stance. But the force of her kick was beyond anything I'd expected. The impact sent me flying backward, straight into the wooden palisade with a loud thud. Block successful. Mitigated amount of damage, 4, other damage halved. Suffered amount, 20s. Congratulations. You are learning an inherent skill, body block. To unlock block and attack, 110 000s. "What are you doing, you stupid flower?" I growled as I healed myself, scrambling back to my feet. I glared at Lily, but she wasn't even looking at me. Instead, she turned to Catherine, her warm smile completely ignoring my existence. Meanwhile, the smelly guy strode toward me. "Great. Just what I needed. You aren't doing magic properly," he said, his tone dripping with condescension. "Your healing spell was lousy and you wasted a lot of time." As much as I hated to admit it, he wasn't wrong. My gaze stayed fixed on him, though part of me wanted to disappear under the dirt. Maybe there is something to these mud-loving wolves. "What do you want to learn about inherent magic?" he asked, his smugness oozing from every part of his fatty body. Backing away with 3 deliberate, imperial steps, I clenched my fists, anger bubbling beneath the surface. If only I could smack that gut of his. "Chain lightning," I said simply. Even if I wasn't a mage, I knew my stuff. I had read enough guides to know that everyone agreed this spell was one of the most useful inherent skills to train. His smile vanished, replaced by a sharp nod. "An excellent decision. Watch closely." With that, he began. The first rune he created crackled with energy, the charged atmosphere making my skin prickle. By the time he finished the second rune, the power had gathered was palpable. Then, all at once, the energy surged forward. The spell streaked through the air, arcing toward a pole behind me. It was incredibly fast, far beyond anything I could dodge. But I could tell it wasn't as fast as actual lightning. The bolt struck the first pole, jumped to the next, and then I realized too late that I was the only viable last target. The chain of lightning hit me squarely. For a moment, my entire body felt like it was trapped inside a bass speaker at full volume, or maybe it was more like a horde of drunken Scotsmen on warhorses trampling over me. "You lost 15 HP. You filthy mage." My anger boiled over, and before I could rein myself in, my whip lashed out toward him. He didn't even flinch. A smug smile spread across his face as he summoned a shield, the glowing barrier effortlessly deflecting my attack. The whip slid across its surface without leaving a mark. "It's your fault for standing there," he said, his tone maddeningly calm. "Now, come here and watch again." I clenched my fist so hard I thought my nails might break skin. "Breathe, Charlie, breathe." Reluctantly, I joined him, doing my best to ignore the foul stench emanating from him. At least the lesson is free for some reason. Ugh. He demonstrated the spell again, this time slower. Although he showed me the runes twice more, I still couldn't replicate them. The system refused to assist with inherent skills, leaving me to rely entirely on my memory. And drawing them from memory? Impossible. The mage clearly thought I was a complete idiot, and to be fair, he wasn't entirely wrong. My failure was written all over his face as he slowed his movements even further, each deliberate gesture like a jab at my pride. The worst part? He wasn't even being malicious. It was just his way. Each failed attempt only fueled my frustration, and I could feel my pride being dragged through the mud with every second of his smug teaching. I failed to learn the spell over 30 times before it finally clicked. Catherine, of course, had been waiting for me the whole time, her amused half-smile doing absolutely nothing to help my focus. If anything, it made it worse. As I cast the first rune, the static energy began to build around me, promising, encouraging even. Then I moved on to the second rune. Nothing happened. The mage clasped his hands together, his shoulders shaking as he barely suppressed his laughter. "What were you thinking about?" he asked, his voice teetering on the edge of another fit. "Is it important?" I shot back, my face slightly contorted into a ridiculous mix of confusion and annoyance. Whatever expression I made, it was enough to send him into a full-blown laugh. The sound echoed around us, unrestrained and infuriating. It didn't stop. Not until I slapped him. The satisfying snap of my palm against his cheek was cathartic enough to earn a follow-up on the other side, just for good measure. My pride, both as a man and a warrior, was in tatters. This is a nightmare, one he'll never wake up from. Ever. Eventually he calmed down, though the smirk never fully left his face. "During a spell, you need to focus," he explained, still catching his breath. "Magic will take the form of your thoughts. If you're thinking about dinner, the magic won't create lightning. The runes are here to help, to guide you. They aren't the spell itself." Why am I only hearing this after 20 years of playing this game? My internal screaming was relentless, but I pushed it aside and refocused on the spell. It took me only 5 more tries to create the first rune again. But the real challenge was imagining the lightning. How do you picture something that doesn't exist in this world? Then it hit me, literally. I imagined the lightning striking him. The second rune came effortlessly, and with it, the spell unleashed. Critical hit. Target lost 1 HP. Congratulations. You are learning an inherent skill. Magic. Chain lightning. To unlock chain lightning, practice it. 1100 stam. It'll only do chip damage before I master it. Great. Again, I muttered. 1,000 more times. Chapter 38. Tramar. My eyes burned with anger as I glared at the mage, wishing my gaze alone could strike him down. "You're playing with fire," I growled. He only laughed, and then, of course, let out a fart so loud it echoed through the training grounds. The smell followed immediately, an assault on my senses so intense, my eyes watered and my stomach churned. I nearly smacked him again, but my survival instincts kicked in just in time. Hitting him now would only spread the stink. Catherine, ever the opportunist, glanced between us, shook her head, and turned toward the training range. 10 steps later, she was in motion, her sword slicing cleanly through a dummy in one fluid move. Before the dummy could even settle, she spun and attacked again. Her footwork was clumsy and her strikes were noobish, but damn, they were beautiful. Meanwhile, the farting mage waved his hand and summoned a chair beneath his oversized, stinking backside. "Even if your whip were as strong as your words," he said, settling in with a satisfied sigh, "I wouldn't regret helping our princess. It was an honor." My attention had been stolen temporarily by Catherine's stunning display of her skill. "John, stop it. She's not a lesbian, and you're Charlie. Focus." A gentle slap to my cheek brought me back to the conversation, and I redirected my simmering anger at the mage. Yes, I persuaded the queen to crown me. Okay, maybe I was inflating my accomplishments, but who cared? Who were they anyway to question my title? A thought struck me like lightning. Wait, these two must be strong. Why else would the queen trust them? Narrowing my eyes, I demanded, "Are you part of her plan too? Will you fight my army?" Lily stepped forward, her monumental presence almost overshadowing the mage. "Yes," she said simply, her voice calm and resolute. "The queen graced us with her wisdom, and we appreciate your upcoming sacrifices." Then, to my shock, she lifted her massive hands and performed a bow so low and formal it could have been ripped from an ancient ceremony. "Your upcoming perils dishearten me," she continued, her voice filled with solemnity. "But to preserve our path of existence, we are ready to play our part." "Stop," I said, my voice faltering as I raised a hand to halt her. But then I froze, my cheeks heating. No way, I stared at her, slack-jawed. But, her army. My voice trembled, struggling to piece together the implications of her words. "We do not desire saving," Lily said with a serene smile. "Well, fight. And when the time comes, we will bolster her undead battalion." The weight of her words settled heavily in the air. They're all willing to die, sacrifice themselves even. Why? This was a mindset I never understood. It wasn't the first time I'd seen it. Men under my command had run towards certain death with smiles on their faces, shouting for their country. My command? A quest, probably. I don't remember the details. Was this belonging? There had never been a chance I'd risk my life like that. When enlisted in Africa's wars, I stayed far from the front lines. I am not a hero, and I don't want to be. But these people, they were marching willingly to their deaths. "Let's go," Catherine said, clutching my hand and pulling me out of the barracks. Her touch, warm and steady, and the way her hair swayed so close to my face, muted any protests I might have had. I glanced back at the trainers, a grin creeping onto my lips. Maybe it's better this way, I thought. Less talking with future enemies. No need to give them ammo. "Sorry. Why are you so nervous?" I asked, letting her lead me. Her firm grip wasn't helping my focus. If anything, it was deepening my grin. "Come on, Charlie, get it together. We've been playing for over half a day. Do you need a break?" I tried to change the subject, proud of myself for even attempting to steer the conversation. Getting the hang of this social stuff. Catherine suddenly stopped, turning back to me, and I walked right into her. I barely registered the soft oof of the impact before I realized I was now in her embrace. "No. Third version's good." "I forgot," she mumbled, her cheeks visibly flushing. She hugged me tighter, almost as if trying to hide her embarrassment. Was she thinking I didn't have the same model? I let her hold me for a moment before whispering, "Don't worry, I've got Mark III as well. How much time do you have left?" Her grip loosened, and she pulled back just enough to show me her wide, confused eyes. "What?" "The remaining time before you have to log out," I clarified. "You know, to take the mandatory 6-hour break." "Ask the system." Turning my attention inward, I called out silently, "System, my time? You can safely play for another 32 hours, 12 minutes, 3 seconds. Catherine furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on some invisible screen. Then, as if a switch flipped, she gifted me one of her deep, disarming smiles. "A lot. Thanks. What now?" "I'm hungry," I said, already moving out. "What about you?" "Let's eat." She sighed but nodded, falling into step beside me. This day wasn't going the way I'd expected at all. Thanks to Catherine's impatience, I barely got to enjoy the meal. The moment we paid, she practically dragged me out of the inn without so much as a glance back. Lucas is still offline. Weird. "Hey, Kit," I said, trying to sound casual as we walked. "I need to check on a friend. What if we each take a 10-minute break?" She shrugged, her usual carefree grin lighting up her face. "I'll edit vids, no prob." And just like that, she logged off. I let out a long sigh, watching her avatar fade into nothingness. Guess it's break time for me too. I opened the menu and logged off. The transition was as annoying as always. The moment I exited my capsule, reality felt heavier, colder, and far less forgiving. That faint disconnect, like I wasn't quite anchored back in my body, lingered as I lay down next to the capsule, closed my eyes, and tried to center myself. "Miss Charlie, welcome home," came the crisp, metallic voice of Tin Can. "Good evening, morning, or whatever it is," I mumbled, waving a hand vaguely in the air. Another sigh escaped me, the weight of the day's frustrations bubbling under the surface. "Tin Can, could you please contact Lucas?" "Negative, Miss Charlie," Tin Can replied smoothly. I attempted to connect, but all his devices are set to do not disturb mode. He must open the channels first. I groaned, rubbing my temples. "Stupid Lucas," I muttered, rolling onto my side. I wonder what he's doing. I hope he's not borrowing another million. As the familiar tang of my sweat hit me, I winced. "Ugh. Better than that mage, but still," I muttered, wrinkling my nose. Dragging myself up, I shuffled toward the bathroom. The hot water pounded down on me, washing away the grime and, with it, some of the frustration clinging to me. For a moment, the world felt less suffocating. Fresh and a bit more clear-headed, I returned to the capsule. With a deep breath, I slid back in, ready to re-enter Rimelion. "Level up," was the first thing I heard when I logged in. Catherine was already there, waiting for me and dragging me along. "So close," was her excuse as we stood at the edge of the village. The dense forest loomed before us, its thick canopy casting a shadow over the dirt path that stretched into the wilderness. "Sure," I said, pointing toward the trees, "but we need to go there. You up for it?" Her smile faltered for a second, and she stood silently, waiting for me to take charge. "You're so predictable," I said, shaking my head with a small grin. As we left the village, the bustling noise of players faded. Many of them cluttered the path's sides, shouting the usual nonsense about forming parties. Though we needed a mage, the thought of picking a random one from this lot didn't sit well with me. Catherine, less wary of strangers, didn't share my reluctance. She approached a man sitting on a cheap wooden fence, its frame so thin it seemed a miracle it hadn't already collapsed. The man wore a red, baggy robe and kept his face hidden beneath a ridiculously large hood. "You, mage," she said simply, her tone matter-of-fact. "Need mage. Want a party?" The man tilted his head slightly, observing her in silence. Then, finally, he shrugged. "Yeah, why not?" "Where are you headed? My chance." "It's far," I interjected quickly. "You probably don't want to play that long." Before Catherine could say anything, I placed a hand on her shoulder to stop her. "Well, fight along the way, but it's hours from any village. Therese, a hidden dungeon, but it might not even have good loot." My disdain was probably written all over my face. "Please, just say no and walk away." "Fine by me," he said, standing with surprising energy. Dusting off his robe, he pulled back his hood to reveal short blonde hair and sharp features. "Playing with cute girls is always fun." He grinned as if he'd just handed us a compliment. "Tramar, at your service. I've got fireball and fire floor spells, so I've got you covered. I'm level 7. "Fine," I muttered, moving closer to Catherine to vent my irritation. I tried squeezing her arm to calm myself, but her armor only left me with a sore hand. "God, my strength is pathetic." "We can't take horses," I added, trying to refocus. "The forest will be too dense to navigate on horseback." We trekked through the forest for about an hour before the dense trees and humid air slowed our pace. The thick green canopy above us filtered out most of the sunlight, casting the path in shadow. The only conversation we'd had was introducing ourselves by name. Catherine wasn't much for talking, and I was thinking, since when do I think so much? My upcoming fight with Owen haunted me, a constant presence in the back of my mind. The stress felt like an invisible weight pressing against my chest. Is this what stress feels like? When people talked about stress, I never understood. If I had a problem, I avoided it. Simple. But now, there are more problems than drinks. The NPC's willingness to throw their lives away wasn't my concern. I couldn't do anything about it, could I? Even with the seal suppressing Owen's power, she could probably kill me effortlessly. I sighed, shaking the thoughts away. Focus on the present. Our formation was straightforward. Catherine took point, and Tramar and I followed. I hated to admit it, but Tramar's athletic build rivaled Lucas. Despite having just met him, I found my eyes wandering. Stupid hormones. The way his biceps stretched his robe was distracting. "I prefer girls." "Hun, haven't you mentioned monsters?" Tramar's voice broke my thoughts. "We've seen nothing so far." But now he trailed off, looking into the dense trees. I sensed something faint. "So what?" I snapped, annoyed at his tone. He wasn't wrong. The jungle should have been swarming with monsters, but we'd encountered nothing. "It is strange," I admitted grudgingly. A low growl reached my ears, sending a chill down my spine. "Wait," I said, pausing. "I hear it too." Before anyone could respond, the growl transformed into a deafening roar. A powerful gust of wind surged through the forest, clearing the white mist that clung to the ground. You were stunned. Time remaining. 6S 115 type 5-star epic boss HP 15000 HP 1018C1 were toast. Chapter 39 The Blow Brog. As we stared at the monster, our eyes struggled to make sense of it. The space where its body should be seemed warped and distorted, as if the world itself were rejecting its presence. Then the ground trembled, a heavy, rhythmic pulse that sent shivers through my legs. The monster lurched toward us, fast. It tore through the trees in its path with brute force. Splinters flew like shrapnel as entire trunks snapped and crumbled under its charge. This wasn't magic or some enchanted tool carving its way forward. It was pure, unrelenting strength. Catherine reacted first, stepping forward with surprising grace to meet the almost invisible foe. Her pained cry soon joined its growl. but the beast's roar shook the air, and the sheer impact of the pressure sent her staggering back. I barely had time to react before she crashed into me. Her warmth might have been a comfort in another moment, but now it was nothing more than a grim reminder of the danger we were in. She gritted her teeth and, with my support, sprang forward again, her resolve determined. Just like streams, mana surged around us like a storm as Tramar and I both began drawing runes in the air. "Fire floor!" Tramar's voice rang out just as his spell completed. Flames erupted beneath the monster, spreading outward in a circle of searing heat. The ground hissed and cracked under the intense fire, but the monster barely flinched. The flames licked at its distorted form, and the air shimmered strangely. The heat seemed to steady the warped space instead of intensifying it. Now it was my turn. I raised my hands, my movement shaky as I started forming the runes without the system's help. Mana swirled chaotically around me, thick and rigid, resisting my control like a wild beast. "Easy now, Charlie. Focus." I was on the 6th rune when I felt it, a subtle vibration in the mana surrounding us. Tramar was casting again. Normally, I wouldn't have noticed it, but now, with every fiber of my being focused, the surge of his magic pulled at mine, destabilizing the fragile balance I was holding. The feedback forced me to juggle mana across 3 runes at once, a task so delicate my breathing turned shallow and beads of sweat formed on my brow. My fingers cramped, sharp pain shooting through them. It reminded me of the time a 300-pound Italian guy had sat on my hand during a bet. That pain was still seared into my memory. No, focus, stay with it. Next time, I'll let the system help, promise. With a last surge of effort, I locked the runes into place, the mana spiraling inwards. "Princess Grace," I shouted, releasing the spell. The runes glowed brilliantly, mana bursting outward in a wave of radiant energy. Player Catherine's strength increased by 15. Player Trama 6-8's intelligence increased by 15. Yes! I bounced up and pumped my fist in the air, beaming with joy. Victory was in sight until I turned and saw Catherine, bloodied and battered. 3 deep wounds on her shoulder gushed crimson, pouring like a broken bottle tipped upside down. Shat. "Sorry, kid." Panic surged through me as I grabbed an agility potion from my belt. The glass clinked against my shaking hands as I downed it in one go. "You have used an agility potion." Agility increased by 50. Before I could act, Catherine let out a scream that sent chills down my spine. "Coyote!" she roared as an invisible slash ripped across her thigh. The attack came out of nowhere, and she stumbled to the side, swinging her sword wildly into the empty air. Compared to my ultimate skill, healing runes were a breeze second nature by now. My fingers danced through the air, leaving shimmering trails as the mana flowed effortlessly. Perfect runecraft. Healing X2, 37 HP. The soft golden glow of my healing spell descended on Catherine, wrapping her in its embrace. The light seeped into her wounds, greedily consumed by her battered body. Thankfully, the bleeding slowed and her strength visibly returned. Though not entirely healed, she flashed a fierce grin toward where she thought the enemy was lurking. "Die!" she shouted, slashing again, only to carve through empty air. Beside me, the temperature spiked. "Fireball!" Tramar yelled, a massive ball of flame forming at his fingertips. With a quick flick of his wrist, it sailed towards the invisible threat. The fire struck something. The sound of sizzling flesh filled the air, and the putrid stench of burning meat hit me like a punch to the gut. My stomach turned, bile rising in my throat. The smell was too familiar, triggering memories I'd rather forget. My heart sank. A blubha! "Catherine, retreat!" I screamed, my voice cracking with panic. "We can't win!" My mind raced back to my Imperial training. One lesson stood out like a glaring neon sign. Never engage a blowbrog without being fully prepared. The memory of trying to take down a level 50 blowbrog at level 100 resurfaced, a humiliating minute-long fight that had ended in my death. Without exploits, these things were practically invincible. Catherine stumbled again as another invisible attack tore through her armor, ripping into her back. Blood poured freely from the fresh wound. She spun around defensively, her breathing ragged. "What?" "Show yourself," she roared, her voice thick with pain and fury. "Retreat! Now!" I yelled again. desperation creeping into my tone. Tramar had already conjured another fireball, but his aim faltered under the pressure. The spell whizzed past Catherine, setting nearby trees ablaze instead of hitting its target. Flames crackled in the distance, casting dancing shadows against the foliage. As Catherine fought to hold her ground, her strength waning, I knew the burden of keeping her alive fell squarely on my shoulders. This is bad, really bad. Perfect runecraft. Healing X2, 37 HP. Kit, you're at level 10, right? I asked, still thrashing through bushes, desperately trying to keep pace while retreating. My voice barely carried over the rustling leaves and the distant crackle of flames. The question caught her off guard, her sword hand freezing mid-swing. Not like it would have hit anything anyway. The blowborg had vanished again. Yay, why? She huffed, her breathing labored as blood dripped from another wound. I know a prestige class that's perfect for you, I said quickly, the words spilling out as my mind raced. I can summon an angel and unlock it, but we need to keep the blowborg off us for at least 5 seconds. My voice trailed off as another slash found Catherine, forcing a painful moan from her lips. Which is impossible, I muttered under my breath. I have fire sacrifice. Tramar cut him, a grin spreading across his face as we reached a rocky clearing. The forest thinned here, the open terrain allowing the blowborg to maneuver more freely. Not good. Catherine stayed ahead, still backpedaling, her shield up and her movements growing sluggish. The relentless assault of the invisible enemy was taking its toll. Are you sure? I asked Tramar, biting my lip as I caught another glimpse of Catherine wincing from yet another unseen strike. Watching her take this kind of beating wasn't just painful. It was infuriating. On her stream, it was different. There was always a sense of safety, even in failure. But now? Now, it was real. What's one small sacrifice for a new friendship with you two? Tramar's voice carried a teasing edge, but his tone was steady. My puzzled expression must have been obvious, because he quickly added, You want to call an angel, right? She's a ranker. Besides, I only lose an hour of playtime if this fails. I'll make it up to you, I said, my voice firm, carrying a rare note of determination. It wasn't every day someone offered to take a fall for me. Actually, it was the first time. Kit, I shouted, my voice cutting through the chaos. Stay there! Well, fall back 100 feet, and then hell swab. Tramar's mouth opened slightly, his eyes shimmering with a mix of surprise and curiosity. How do you know? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. No time, now! My scream jolted him into action. With a single swift motion, he created a small, intricate rune. So fast it was as if had rehearsed it 1,000 times. As the rune activated, it greedily devoured an enormous amount of mana, leaving me momentarily unable to cast anything. It felt almost like being hit with a silence spell. The sudden disruption was disorienting. From the glowing rune, a line of fire shot forward, connecting with Catherine. In an instant, the world seemed to blur, and they swapped places. Catherine appeared beside me, her expression a mix of confusion and relief, while Tramar took her place on the front lines, facing the invisible terror head-on. I called the god of war, according to Agreement 74. I yelled to no one in particular, my voice rising. A fireball consumed Tramar, and an explosion followed, clearing at least 15 feet of the battlefield. The sudden burst of flames faintly revealed the blowborg's monstrous form, its warped outline flickering in the light. But it wasn't enough to cause serious harm. At any other time, I would have laughed at the utterly baffled expression on Catherine's face. But there was no time for that now. The blowborg screeched, a sound that seemed to pierce the very air, its burning fur releasing a putrid, oily stench that clawed at my nostrils. The breeze from its cry brushed against my skin, sending an involuntary shiver down my spine. Still, there was no answer from the heavens. You called, I answered, came a voice behind me, soft and melodic, but with an edge of authority that commanded attention. I turned and fell to one knee, bowing my head with haste. My friend Catherine seeks the path of the glory seeker, I said, my words tumbling out. Please, erect a holy barrier around us during her consideration. The blowborg, still engulfed in flames and now visible, let out another ear-splitting scream and barreled toward us. Its every step shook the ground. Time felt like it was slipping away. You are a confirmed hero, the voice responded, calm and unhurried. Do you guarantee Catherine's character? I do, I stammered, panic edging my voice. Please, fast. Very well. As soon as the words left her lips, the surrounding ground erupted with 100 glowing rooms. Their ethereal light bathed the area in a warm glow, and with a flash, a red barrier shimmered into existence, encircling us completely. The sight brought back a rush of memories. Back when I was exploiting army quests, my squad had stumbled upon a random acolyte. Simple enough, right? Wrong. We had no idea he was under the God of War's protection until we found ourselves helpless against one of these very barriers. Unbreakable. No weapon, no spell, no exploit could bring it down. I smirked as I saw the blowberg pouring uselessly at the barrier's edge. The beast tried to slam against it with brute force, but the glowing wall didn't even flicker. Tough luck, Blob. What? Charlie? Catherine dove away from the barrier, her wide eyes darting between me and the angel. What's a glory seeker? The angel stepped forward, and I couldn't help but stare. She was stunning. A young woman clad in heavy, intricately crafted armor. The silver-red plating gleamed with divine energy, and the enormous sword strapped to her back radiated power. Her black, curly hair spilled out from beneath her helmet in defiant strands, framing almond-shaped eyes as dark as a starless sky. Her skin, a deep brown, reflected the light of the runes, giving her an otherworldly glow. Definitely a southerner, I thought. Before her ascension, she was likely born and raised there, one of the rare humans from the region. Traders aside, southerners weren't exactly known for their hospitality to outsiders. Most of my attempts to exploit their quirks had failed miserably. Present your case, the angel said, her voice soothing yet firm. No wonder the God of War chose her. His very obvious interest in beautiful women made this choice unsurprising. Still, she's perfect for this role. Catherine here has reached a pivotal point in her life, I began, gesturing toward my friend, who still looked half confused, half awestruck. She can now decide her future. I nominate her as one of the 8 glory seekers, specifically Juggernaut. Chapter 40, The Riker's Luck. The Riker's Den. Lucas, don't push your luck. You've already lost half the money you borrowed. That was the nagging Lucas had endured all evening. He'll get it back, dear Pearl. Just wait, he replied. Tonight's event had one clear highlight, the grand game of The Riker's Luck. Naturally, Lucas had his eyes set on it. To qualify for the big table, he'd placed more bets than he should have, losing half of his borrowed money in the process. It wasn't the first time he'd taken such a risk. To make money, you had to spend money, he often told himself. Not that Pearl or Charlie ever saw it that way. We already have what we came for, she said, her voice sharp with frustration. Let's just go back. Lucas winced. He could have broken, even if Rita hadn't been such an idiot. His entire plan to breach security had fallen apart when the AI caught him. Sure, he was the first to try, but so what? Lucas' mood soured further. Losing even more of Charlie's money wasn't an option. At first, his earlier meeting with Jeffrey had left him too rattled to realize the full extent of his mistake. But as the night dragged on, he carefully bet what little money he had left, winning some, losing others, until it was finally time for the main event. He had to recover his losses. A waitress in an elegant dress snapped Lucas out of his thoughts. Mr. L, please follow me and kindly remove any devices. She held out a small box, padded with the finest leather. See you later, Pearl, he whispered into his microphone. Pearl, predictably, didn't respond. She was being melodramatic again. With a shrug, Lucas nodded to the waitress. Naturally, he said. He handed over his precious electronics and followed her to the main stage. A massive table with 10 seats stood at the center of the room, illuminated by intense lights in different colors for each spot. Lucas slid into the chair under a yellow beam, sinking into its plush comfort. Riker clearly hadn't skimped on luxury. The table itself was a work of art or madness. 100 intricate, intertwining lines wove around the surface. The central platform rotated in slow, deliberate movements, creating endless possible configurations. With quantum tunneling involved, even predictions were pointless. Then, a man in a dazzling multicolored coat hopped onto the platform, grabbing a microphone. His attire shimmered with every color of the rainbow. Brilliant elites of humanity. I'm Riker, and this is the moment we've all been waiting for. It's time for the Riker's Luck. A crowd had gathered in a wide circle around the table, their anticipation palpable but silent. If Riker had hoped for raucous cheers, had been disappointed. Still, he pressed on. Who will claim the early prize? Who will seize the lucky treasure? Let's roll the circle. With a loud series of clicks, the circular platform spun. The noise of countless tiny connections and mechanisms filled the air. Riker produced a tall stack of metallic cards, handing 2 to each player. First round starts as per tradition, with the blue player. All eyes turned to a striking woman in a daring red dress and a black mask adorned with dandelions. Let's start big, shall we? She said in a playful tone, sliding 2 golden-plated chips forward. 2,000 on blue. The players to her right folded one by one until a burly man with a deep, booming voice said, "Call." Yellow. Lucas shook his head when his turn came. His cards were useless. 2 sub-routines. Fantastic. When no one else challenged her, Riker's grin widened. Play your hand. The woman slipped a card into one of the 3 slots in front of her. Firewall. As the card clicked into place, an electric current surged through the table and a vivid blue path lit up, stretching toward the center. Her opponent studied the path carefully before inserting his card into the middle slot. Trojan Horse. His red light burst across the table, sneaking through various paths and targeting multiple slots, including the firewall. Oh my, how bold, she remarked, her voice calm despite the threat. Raise. 4,000. Her opponent matched her chips with a tense call. Firewall, she said again, sliding another card into the slot. Even more connections flared in blue, illuminating the table. The man's jaw tightened as she revealed her card. 2 firewalls. Her luck was amazing, equivalent to pulling 4 aces in poker. He revealed his ultimate play with visible frustration. Forced restart. Oh? Trying your luck? Her tone was light, but the tension in the room was palpable. The red light from his cards surged through the table's paths, breaking connections and splitting the circle into smaller segments. Around 20 sections rotated at random angles. Some connections realigned while others fizzled out. Lights flickered in a chaotic dance, colors shifting across the table. Over Lucas' seat, beams flickered between indigo, green, and yellow before returning to yellow again. Most players' colors shifted except for one. The woman remained resolutely blue. The winner of the first round is Miss T. Riker shouted with enthusiasm. The crowd buzzed with excitement as the mechanism drew the used cards into its core and the circle rotated again. When Lucas' turn came, he picked up a pair of cards. The first, a green memory bank, had real potential. Played correctly, even a firewall wouldn't stop him. The second, a switchboard, was practically useless under normal circumstances. But in the right moment, somewhere in the jungle with an angel, just beyond the barrier, the Blowborg thrashed and slashed with relentless fury, its hidden form bouncing erratically as it attacked the translucent shield. Nothing reached us. Not its claws, not its roars, not even the nauseating stench of charred flesh. Instead, the air inside felt pure and revitalized, as if the world itself had taken a deep, cleansing breath. Hey, Angel, I said, my tone casual as I rose to my feet. No fear now. Got a name? Fine if I talk normally. I stepped closer but halted under her piercing gaze. Her bright, otherworldly eyes studied my face with a strange intensity, making me feel oddly exposed. What? If I remembered correctly, angels were just ordinary people drafted into divine service after taking a crash course in God lore. Nothing special. After what felt like an eternity, she sighed. A soft, shallow sound. Granted. Sarah, hi Sarah, so, what do you think about my plea? Is it achievable to get the Juggernaut? Catherine waved her hand impatiently, cutting us off. Wait, was Tat again? The Juggernaut embodies everything our patron stands for. Glory, strength, fearlessness, Sarah answered mechanically, her voice devoid of emotion. Since you are a candidate, I can share the details. Catherine's eyes lit up as she scanned the floating screen in front of her. With every new line she read, her expression grew brighter until she was grinning like a child on their birthday. Normally, seeing her like that would have me checking my pants for any embarrassing excitement, but not this time. Stupid Lucas, we would need to rob the government blind, and it'd finally reclaim my old body. Just wait, Catherine, what's a few years of glory compared to what I lost? Why now? I want it, Catherine shouted, her face shining with determination. She grabbed Sarah's hands eagerly, causing the angel to flutter clumsily. Despite herself, Sarah softened, offering a faint smile. "I've sent a request to our department. It's under review." As they debated heaven's bureaucratic nonsense, I turned my attention to the Blaubrog. The odd beast, as everyone claimed, was mindless and driven solely by its hunger. It would chase prey until it was devoured. My mentor once told me, "Sacrifice something, let it eat, and then run." Yeah, sure. My gaze lingered on Catherine, who was now enthusiastically arguing with Sarah about swords. "No sacrifice. We run." The Blaubrog's wound had already healed, its shimmering body fading to invisibility again. Still, I could sense it battering the barrier, undeterred and relentless. Inside the meadow, it wasn't large enough to keep us completely out of reach. Teleport scrolls were our only way out, and with the first patch on the horizon, wasting one didn't feel so bad. When this nonsense was over, we'd need to find the ruins. If the quest said, "Help the princess," it meant I had the same quest. I just didn't know about it because I'd turned notifications off. Stupid Lucas, Iceblood, God knows where. And Lisa? Dead. That left me with the overly excited streamer as my only option. I stole a glance at Catherine while she chatted away, absorbed in examining her skills. Her enthusiasm was almost contagious, but I wasn't about to let it distract me. There was a video of someone soloing this city. They did it all alone. Why risk it though? Their conversation dragged on for over an hour, so I sat down and pretended to meditate, as if I could. Instead, I brewed agility potions with my exploit, efficiency over spirituality. Finally, Sarah's melodic voice broke my focus. "Please bear witness, hero." Catherine knelt in front of Sarah, holding a massive two-handed sword. A recording device floated nearby, capturing everything. My heart jumped. Wait! I scrambled to clean up my alchemy tools and dashed toward them. "Catherine, do you willingly swear to abide by the laws of Ferran, be bound by his rules, and bask in his glory? Do you swear to always meet your enemy with honor?" The quick sprint left me winded, and I had to lean against a tree to catch my breath. Catherine, ever radiant, held her sword out proudly. Her hair tumbled over her shoulders as she locked eyes with Sarah. "Yup, I swear," she declared, unable to suppress her grin. Sarah's expression didn't waver. She placed her unarmored hand on the blade's edge. Blood trickled down the steel, pooling at the hilt before touching Catherine. The moment it did, she shuddered, then screamed in pain. Sarah turned toward me, her presence imposing. My voice cracked at the sight of Catherine's agony. Clutching the handle of my whip for support, I forced myself to speak. "Eyewitness." Ignoring Catherine's cries, Sarah smirked slightly. "Catherine the Juggernaut, you are now the fifth glory seeker." She turned to me again, her smile growing ominous. "Ceremony completed. Thus, I tear down the barrier." "Wait." I lunged toward her, but she vanished before I could reach her. "Change of plans. Catherine, pull out a teleport scroll, now, marketplace." Without waiting, I tore mine and felt the spell surge through me. But Catherine didn't move. That stubborn woman turned her armored back to me, her sword glinting in the fading light. Her voice was steady. "No, always meet with glory. No." The teleport spell anchored itself, pulling me away. "Catherine, you can't win. We'll go on an adventure. Find the ring." She didn't respond. She only strode toward the barrier, her hair catching the light like a halo. Behind her, the cracks in the shield stretched wider.